Amendment. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the Government's response to 9 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format, Mr. Speaker, and on a different note, I do have some good news, Mr. Speaker, if I may. Pursuant to Standing Order 111.1 and Section 75, Bracket 1 of the Parliament of Canada Act, I have the honour to table in both official languages a certificate of nomination and biographical notes for the appointment of Dr. Heather Lank as Parliamentary Librarian. Pursuant to the Standing Order 111.1, I ask that the certificate of nomination and biographical notes be referred to the Standing Joint Committee on the Library of Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the following report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
The following report from the Public Accounts Committee. The 29th report entitled Public Accounts of Canada 2022, and pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. I'd also like to just thank all the witnesses that appeared, which included the Controller, the Auditor General of Canada, amongst others, as well as all committee members and our team on public accounts for helping us put together this report. Thank you.
Introduction of Private Members' Bill.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for... I'm drawing a complete blank this morning. I'm sorry. Skeena Bulkley Valley. I don't want to get you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this morning to table a petition on behalf of hundreds of workers at Canada's ports. The petitioners note the essential nature of port workers' roles in the operation of Canada's supply chain. They note the impact of decision-making at Canada's ports on their lives, and most importantly, they note the essential experience and knowledge that they bring to the operation of Canada's ports. They call on the government to amend the Canada Marine Act to ensure that port workers are represented on the boards of directors of Canada's port authorities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Speaker, I rise for the 6th time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The common people of Swan River are demanding a common-sense solution to repeal the Liberal government's soft-on-crime policies that have fueled the scourge of crime throughout their community. Since 2015, violent crime has increased by 32%, and gang-related homicides have increased by 92% in Canada. What was once safe rural community has now turned into a place where people fear leaving their homes. Mr. Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft-on-crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their communities. I support the good people of Swan River.
Hear, hear.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Petitioners from my riding are once again raising the issue of just transition. This is language that is not divisive, I may add. It comes directly from the Paris Agreement. Canada and all the countries on Earth are committed to the just transition language that every country on Earth has committed to. The petitioners point out that skills of oil and gas workers are easily transitioned to jobs in renewable energy, and there should be an allocation of resources to support this work, which is essential and more urgent by the day. The undersigned petitioners call on the House of Commons to work alongside fossil fuel sector workers, create a plan that works for the workers and for the communities, and follow on the 10 recommendations put forward by the Task Force on Just Transition that was developed under previous Environment Minister Catherine McKenna a plan that involved commissioners going into every community where coal sector workers depended on coal for their livelihood. And those workers have been let down as nothing has followed on from the significant effort made in the task force on just transition for Canadian coal power workers and communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present a petition concerning political discrimination in Canada. The petitioners note that the Liberal Party, in their 2021 platform, promised to remove the charitable status of organizations which do not share the Prime Minister's views on matters of life. The petitioners asked the government to reject this proposal and to preserve the political neutrality of charitable status rules for hospitals, houses of worship, pregnancy and women's centres, and many other important institutions across our country. In addition, this petition calls on the government to affirm Canada's freedom of expression, even and especially when it runs counters to the view of this or any federal government. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table a petition that's calling on the Government of Canada and the Prime Minister to enact just transition legislation that reduces emissions by at least 60% below 2005 levels by 2030, wind down the fossil fuel industry-related infrastructure, end fossil fuel subsidies, and transitions to decarbonize the economy, to create new public economic institutions and expand public ownership of services and utilities across the economy, to create good green jobs, to protect and strengthen human rights and workers' rights, respect Indigenous rights, sovereignty and knowledge, to ensure migrant justice and emphasizes support for historically marginalized communities, and to expand the social safety net through new income supports, decarbonize public housing and operational funding for affordable and accessible public transit, and pay for the transition by increasing taxes on the wealthiest in corporations and financing them through Public National Bank.
Hear, hear. Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Burnaby Westminster.
New Westminster.
No, I knew that.
Mr. Speaker, it was Burnaby, New Westminster, but the title changed. So, henceforth, New Westminster, Burnaby. 51% New Westminster, 49% Burnaby. I love both communities equally. I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to table two petitions. First, I would like to table a petition on supporting Motion M1, a Made in Canada Green New Deal. This is the first initiative before the House of Commons, which calls on Canada to take bold and rapid action to adopt socially responsible climate action to tackle the climate emergency and worsening socioeconomic and racial inequalities in this country. Mr. Speaker, there are hundreds of Canadians from coast to coast who have signed this petition. They outline that we are seeing a global climate emergency, many manifestations of that. They raise the issue of floods and forest fires, as we are seeing, rising temperatures, killer heat waves such as the heat bomb that killed 600 people in my region about a year and a half ago, massive storms, sea level rise, and disruption to marine and land ecosystems. And that we have to, Canada has to meet to avoid further catastrophic climate change, meet the obligations that we have under international agreements with ambition and urgency required, and ensure at the same time, given that the impacts of the climate emergency are far more severe for those who are living through the immediate consequences, Indigenous peoples, frontline and vulnerable communities, people seeking refugee status or asylum. These are all communities that are profoundly impacted, and as a result of that, they support my motion M1, a Made in Canada Green New Deal, to tackle both the social and economic inequalities and to have Canada meet its obligations by transitioning to a clean energy economy. I also want to table a petition, Mr. Speaker, on the just transition, as my colleague from Vancouver East has just done. And these petitioners, again, hundreds of Canadians from right across this country, are calling on the government in Canada to enact just transition legislation that reduces emissions by at least 60% below 2005 levels. It ensures the end to the massive fossil fuel subsidies that Canada and this government and the previous government have invested in the fossil fuel sector, creates new public economic institutions and expands public ownership of services and utilities, creates good green jobs, Mr. Speaker, and drives inclusive workforce development, and protects and strengthens human rights and workers' rights, respects Indigenous rights, sovereignty, and knowledge by including Indigenous peoples in creating and implementing this legislation, expands the social safety net through new income supports, and pays for the transition by increasing taxes on the wealthiest in corporations and financing through a public national bank. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we lose $30 billion a year through overseas tax havens. Closing those loopholes will go a long way to transitioning us and our economy in the right way to ensure that we are achieving climate justice on this planet. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's such a pleasure to be able to table yet another petition in regards to the growth of our Indo-Canadian community and the impact that it is having, estimated now well over 1.5 million people of Indo-Canadian heritage. And what the people in the petition are asking for is for the federal government, airports, authorities, along with international airlines, Air Canada, and WestJet, to ultimately look at enhancing routes from Canada going over to India. This particular petition, what they're hoping is to see an international flight that would go from Winnipeg to Amritsar, India. If not, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the bottom line being to increase the number of international flights. It goes beyond just members of our Indo-Canadian heritage community, as more and more Canadians are traveling as tourists and more to India. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leaders.
Madam Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement, travaux des subsides, prise en considération d'une motion de l'opposition au sujet de la taxe sur le carbone, motion au nom de M. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold, seconded by Mr. Small, moves that given that 1. The first carbon tax, including sales tax, will add 41 cents to a litre of gas. 2. The second carbon tax, including sales tax, will add 20 cents to a litre of gas. 3. The combination of carbon tax 1 and carbon tax 2 will mean that Canadians will pay an extra 61 cents for each litre of gas.
Making life more expensive for Canadians is in a cost of living crisis by implementing a second carbon tax demonstrates how out of touch this Liberal Prime Minister is. And 5, the Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed that both carbon taxes will have a net cost of up to $4,000 depending on the province in which they live. The House recognized the failure of carbon tax 1 and call on the government to immediately cancel carbon tax 2, the clean fuel regulations. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my colleague, the member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister lives in a parallel universe where fiction is real and reality is almost absent, a world where solutions are being invented to real problems, but that, in reality, have absolutely no impact on these problems. Let us imagine, Madam Speaker, a meeting, a federal cabinet meeting with the Liberals, where every Liberal minister dreams of changing the world as they see it. Unfortunately, every one of these dreams turns into a nightmare for everyone else in Canada. That's what we're experiencing with this Prime Minister here in Canada. The Prime Minister's good ideas are costly for all Canadians who are working very hard. Instead of being fiscally prudent in order to reduce the cost of living, the Liberal government adopts an inflationist budget that has increased the cost of everything for everyone. Instead of adopting a true plan to counter climate change, what has the Prime Minister done? He went forward with an extra tax plan that changes absolutely nothing when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions. Instead of implementing logical measures that help Canadians who struggle to make ends meet, the Prime Minister prefers to implement measures that will make their life even more difficult. Why? To satisfy his own good conscience. His woke politics will be paid by those who are the very basis of our country, the basis of our economy. That is, workers, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today's motion is very clear. I would like to reread it because it is very important. This will have an influence and disastrous consequences for Canadians were this tax to move forward. It will harm Canadians and Quebecers, despite what the government and coalition party members will say today. The motion states that the first carbon tax, including sales tax, because the first carbon tax is taxed, will add 41 cents to a litre of gas. The second carbon tax, including the sales tax, GST, that will be added on top of the second carbon tax, will add another 20 cents to a litre of gas. Madam Speaker. And so, some quick math lets us know that Canadians will pay an extra 61 cents for each litre of gas. And Madam Speaker, all this because there's going to be a tax on top of a tax that is already on top of a tax. That's a lot of taxation, Madam Speaker. So when people go to the pump, when you get your debit card out, unfortunately, too often one's credit card to fill one's gas tank, then you immediately realize how much the cost has increased. Especially when comes the time to make difficult choices. Do I travel less? Do I travel less for fun? Do I travel less with my family to go have fun and enjoy my life? These are choices you will have to make because you won't be able to afford gas in order to travel. This means that Canadians won't be able to live. We never expected this to be a thing in Canada. So back to the motion. Imposing these two taxes during a cost of living crisis by implementing a second carbon tax demonstrates how out of touch this Liberal Prime Minister is. The Parliamentary Budget Officer, not a Conservative, the Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed that both carbon taxes will have a net cost of up to $4,000. This depending on the province in which they live. In Quebec, there'll be more than $400 a year per family that this new tax will impose upon people. That the House, well, what we ask is that the House recognise the failure of carbon tax 1. And why is this a failure? Because, pursuant to a report recently tabled at the United Nations, Canada, out of 63 countries, was in what position? Despite the carbon tax that was imposed upon Canadians, what rank? If we hear the Liberals, well, no doubt Canada is up top, probably in the top 10. Especially when it comes to how much is taken from Canadian pockets, we would expect that we are in amongst the best country because it's very expensive. What are the results out of 63? 58. 58th out of 63. Oh, I'm not going to say more about this because my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent has the study in between his hands and he will be happy to talk to everyone more about it. But listen closely, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, the Liberals want the middle class to cough up for a supposed fight against climate change that does nothing else but take resources away from Canadians, resources they need in order to make ends meet. So back to the motion. This motion asks that the House recognize that the failure of Carbon Tax 1, recognize the failure of Carbon Tax 1 and call on the government to immediately cancel Carbon Tax 2. Because not only do they not have enough in causing suffering for Canadians, they want to go even further, make them suffer more with these new regulations. That is what will be applied everywhere in Canada and even in Quebec.
These regulations will mean that at the pump, Quebecers, Canadians will have to pay more just to fill up their car. Well, Madam Speaker, enough is enough. I've spoken with a number of people in Mégantic-L'Érable. People who are exhausted. I have visited food banks in my riding. They've all seen the amount of people visiting skyrocket. People are just not able to make ends meet, and yet these Liberals are asking people to pay even more. 1 out of 5 Canadians can't put food on the table because groceries are too expensive. 1 out of 5, 20%. 9 out of 10 young Canadians can't even dream of becoming a homeowner. Rent is too expensive. And yet the Liberals want to tax people more. And then the Minister of the Environment, as he often does, has said, well, my colleagues should know that Carbon Tax 1 doesn't apply in Quebec. He said that there was a provincial cap and trade system. Looking at the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, what they say is that this mechanism creates a market-based system with credits for carbon. We don't yet know the effects on SMEs and consumers, but does this mean that they're not affected by the carbon pricing system? Now, if the carbon tax is increased in Canada, well, the price of everything is going to go up. We heard from a trucker who has been working in the industry for many years, and very often, he said, businesses pass on these increased costs to consumers. Any tax increase will certainly have impacts on consumers because small businesses do not have the means to absorb these increases, Madam Speaker. And now we're asking Quebecers to pay even more with a new second carbon tax, which means that they will further not have enough income to be able to make ends meet. And that means that more and more Quebecers will have to start going to food banks. Who are the real victims of this ideology, Madam Speaker? This coalition's tactic seems to be to reduce carbon emissions by making people poorer. Is that the tactic? Because the idea is if people are poorer, they won't be able to consume as much? That's not a good idea. It's no point depriving people of money in their pocket that they need to make ends meet. That's why I would ask all parliamentarians to support this motion. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And once again, the Conservatives are masters of misinformation. The honourable member will know that the federal carbon price does not apply in Quebec. And just a little trip down memory lane, Madam Speaker. In 2007, the Harper government proposed a $15 a ton carbon tax. In 2008, they promised a cap and trade system. In 2011, they abandoned this idea and any other climate measure for that matter, Madam Speaker. And during the 2021 election campaign, every person on that side of the aisle, Madam Speaker, campaigned on a carbon price. What the heck is going on, Madam Speaker? The leader of the opposition has been leader now for 263 days. Where's his climate plan, and when are the Conservatives going to stop flip-flopping?
L'honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member. Well, in 2030, the carbon tax per ton will be $170. That's the Liberal proposal. And the result of the carbon tax up until now, well, we haven't met any of our climate targets. We're 58th out of 63, Madam Speaker, according to the UN reports, as we'll hear from our colleague for Louise Saint-Laurent. And I would like to remind my colleague that I did say that Quebec is under the provincial cap and trade system. I didn't hide that. I've said so. We have a system, and yet Quebecers are still paying for a carbon tax under a different system, and now this government wants to impose another tax that will cost families $436 a year. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, Madam Speaker. I wish that the Conservative Party would stop being so populist, with all due respect, because for more than a year, we've been told, for example, since last year, that this government has been in place for 8 years, whereas actually it will only be in October that it will have been 8 years. It's almost like they think that by saying things enough times, they think it will be true. They make puns with the Prime Minister's name. There's a lack of common sense. Instead, they engage in these kinds of tactics. So my question for my colleague, would he agree that we can show some common sense here and take moderate measures that would temper the effects of the carbon tax? As we're seeing with C-234, I'm quite proud of at the Committee on Agriculture, we've reached a reasonable compromise position to help people with a transition. And then my other question is, what are they going to do about climate change? When will they finally realize that climate change is happening? Look at the fires that are happening right now. Madam Speaker, thank you. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, Madam Speaker, at this very moment, Canada is going through major climate change episodes. We've seen flooding, forest fires in the Atlantic area, in Quebec as well. What has the carbon tax done to prevent those incidents? Nothing. Nothing at all. Zero. The Department of Finance has stated that over the last few years, the federal government has accumulated $21 billion from carbon prices. And SMEs have only received $35 million in compensation. This is shocking. This is not a plan. It's not a plan to fight climate change. It's a plan to tax Canadians.
Balclay Valley, a brief question.
Speaker, I'd like to read a brief passage to my friend from Mégantic-L'Érable. We'll finalize and improve the clean fuel regulations to reduce carbon emissions from every liter of gasoline and other liquid fuels we burn, turning them into a true low-carbon fuel standard. Our improvements will include basing our low-carbon fuel standard on British Columbia's policy to achieve a 20% reduction in carbon intensity for transport uses. That, Madam Speaker, is the 2021 Conservative election platform, a platform that my friend from Mégantic-L'Érable ran under. My question to him, now he is saying the exact opposite, and I'm wondering if somehow we can harness this Conservative policy weather vane as a source of renewable energy. What are his thoughts?
Une brève réponse, l'honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, just a few months ago, the leader of the NDP was praising the special rapporteur and said that the government had made a good choice when it appointed the special rapporteur. And yet, yesterday, the NDP was asking for him to be fired, so I will not take lessons from the NDP on flip-flopping. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Louise Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise to speak to this important matter, especially after listening to my eloquent colleague from Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, climate change is real. Humans have played a role in creating climate change and must also play a role in reducing climate change. This government has proposed a tax to reduce climate change, but that is not what we want. Today, 1.5 million Canadians are having to go to food banks. 20% of families have to skip at least one meal a week because they don't have enough money in their pockets. Inflation is at a 40-year record. That is the daily reality for Canadian families. To directly help Canadian families that are struggling because they don't have enough money in their pockets, what is this government doing to help? It's imposing a new tax. It's creating a new tax from whole cloth. It wants to take more money out of people's pockets. Canadians have been trying to save for years, and yet now they see that housing has doubled under this government. The price for loans to buy a house and deposits to buy a house, those things have all doubled after 8 years of this Liberal government. Families are struggling, and yet this government, their brilliant idea to help Canadians is to create a new tax, the Liberal carbon tax 2.0. If these Liberals really think that the way to deal with climate change is to tax people, well, we don't think it's the right thing to do, especially during an inflation period. Now, let's make one thing very clear, Madam Speaker. Yes, Quebec has a system that's different than the other provinces. It has the carbon pricing, or rather, the carbon market. Something that everyone, especially the Liberals and the NDP, forget. Is that the federal government has given itself the right to impose carbon pricing in all the provinces, regardless of whether you have a carbon market, cap and trade or not. Well, no. Ottawa is the one that's granting itself the right to decide. That's the reality with this federal Liberal government, which wants to impose its philosophy. And it's a shame to see that those that call themselves nationalists are agreeing with this Liberal approach, and of course with the support of their friends in the NDP. So, Madam Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, after 8 years of preaching to the entire planet, saying that Canada is back, the Prime Minister likes to peacock around saying that in Paris, Canada is back. Well, Canada's actually way back.
Exactly. In the last 8 years, Madam Speaker, this government failed to get any goal, except once, during the COVID tragedy. So, Madam Speaker, if this government, the plan is to shut down the economy in Canada to achieve their goal, I don't think this is the right way to follow. And it's certainly not the one that we will follow. Alors, Madame la Présidente, c'est bien beau, bien parler, mais la réalité, c'est que ça...
So it's all very well to say things, but we also need to take action. That's important too. Look at the Minister of the Environment, founder of Équiterre, who, by the way, is being sued by Équiterre, because according to documents we saw during the proceedings on May 6, 2022, this government says a lot of nice things, but it doesn't take concrete action. It isn't just the Conservatives who recognize that this government has only mediocre results on climate change. The UN recognizes it too, Madam Speaker. Last November, in Egypt, an odd place to have a conference on climate change, but very well. In any case, in November, the UN tabled a report on countries' performance throughout the world. 63 of the most important countries in this matter, 63 countries globally, 63 countries, Canada is back according to the Prime Minister, and yet what was the result? According to the UN, Canada is 58th out of 63. In regard to climate change, so again, according to the report, and I'm sorry, I'm 58 myself, so I need my reading glasses. No ageism, please. It's 58th out of 63. Now let me look at another table here. When it comes to greenhouse gas emissions, Canada is in 57th position. Well, I guess that's a little better, 57th instead of 58. So again, Canada's back? Not really. Now, renewable energies, what is Canada's position after 8 years of this Liberal government? Well, 52 out of 63. And yet Canada goes around preaching to the rest of the planet. When it comes to energy use, Canada, oh, this is not great. Canada is 63rd out of 63. And yet, Canada is back, according to the Prime Minister. You can't be worse than that, 63 out of 63. And yet, Canada runs around telling others what they should be doing. But despite all that, it's ranked 58th out of 63. Not the Conservatives saying that, the UN. And yet, the Liberals want to tell us what to do. So, Madam Speaker, as I was saying earlier, we need to reduce emissions and pollution. The Liberal method, which is to impose Liberal carbon tax, is not the right method, especially not when it's doubled. Because, look, for Canadian families, that means $573 a year more. For families in Quebec, $436 a year. And that's in addition to the existing carbon market in Quebec. As my colleague from HoC said, according to the report from the FCIB, the effects are there, but it can be hard to define them because it's included in businesses' costs. But the Liberal Carbon Tax 2.0 will have a direct $436 a year impact on families. Why doesn't the Liberal carbon tax work, Madam Speaker? If all countries in the world had a carbon tax at the same rate, then it might be a good idea. But that's not the case, Madam Speaker. I should remind us that our neighbor to the south, perhaps a rather important country because there are more than 300 million people in the US versus only 40 million in Canada, they are our immediate neighbor, our most significant financial partner, but they are also our most significant competitor. Our economies are linked closely, and we are proud for it to be that way. But we need to make sure that we're on an even playing field if we want to go out and conquer the world. And yet the Liberal carbon tax does not exist under President Biden in the US. We were very pleased to welcome President Biden here. Only a few feet away from where I stand now, there was President Biden. It was quite something. And yet, although he wishes to be a figurehead globally in fighting climate change, he is not applying a carbon tax in his country. Why should we have it in Canada when our main trading partner and competitor does not have one? And perhaps that's because in the US, they know that it would impact American families directly. Let us recall that our country generates 1.5% of global emissions, and yet the US represents 14%. China represents a third of emissions in the world. India produces also a great deal of pollution. Many developing countries, because their economies are growing, their environmental footprint is also growing. We need to remember that, Madam Speaker. After all, emissions don't need a passport, right? There are no borders when it comes to emissions. So if we don't have standardized measures throughout the world, we're just harming our own economy and shooting ourselves in the foot without getting results. We need to take concrete, precise action to reduce emissions using tax incentives to invest in cutting-edge technology. We need to give the green light to green energy. We need to export our clean energy throughout the world, especially to developing countries. We need to do all that with the support of First Nations. Those are our 4 pillars that can help us fight climate change rather than taxing Canadians further. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Health. No. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have 2 questions for my honourable colleague. He spoke about the American approach. And indeed, they do not have a carbon pricing system, except in California. They prefer subsidies. And in the Inflation Reduction Act, there are $329 billion in subsidies. Does my colleague think we should spend more to reach our targets? And he said he was a nationalist, and yet all Quebec governments whether CAQ, Liberal, or PQ, they all favored a carbon price. So why are the Conservatives diametrically opposed to Quebec's policies?
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. I never agreed on having Ottawa oppose a price on carbon. That's a government, something that this centralizing Liberal government that is so tentacular is imposing on the province. It's not up to the provinces to decide the price in Ottawa's eyes. So this is provincial jurisdiction. Madam Speaker, I'd like to tell you one thing in terms of what's happening right now. It is companies that are polluting that know why they are doing so, and they know how they're polluting and how they can reduce their emissions. It's not up to Ottawa to tell them. We shouldn't be taxing them, but giving them incentives, fiscal incentives, so they can directly concretely reduce pollution. It's up to everyone to reduce pollution, but it's not up to Ottawa to tell them, here's how you have to do it, and we're going to tax you extra. No, it's up to companies to have tax incentives to do this. Tax incentives don't mean subsidies like this government is giving. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With all due respect for my colleague, he's kind of grouping things together falsely in his proposal. We do recognize that there are Canadians who are having a hard time because of inflation. I just did a tour to visit seniors, and we can say that the federal government has to do more for more vulnerable people. But to continue to focus on oil and gas to boost social and economic conditions, well, it seems to me we have to do the opposite. So why is my colleague insisting on the idea of denying climate change and continues to increase its effects by promotion of oil and gas? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. I'll repeat this once again, that climate change is real and we have to tackle it. But, Madam Speaker, the Bloc member is very proud of Quebec, and I'm no doubt of that, as am I. But Quebec, 18 billion in liters of oil, that's the reality of Quebecers. Quebecers still need oil, just like everyone else in the world. If people no longer need it, it's one thing, but that's not the case. In Quebec, we're talking about billions of liters of oil that are used. So should we stop all oil in Quebec? I don't think so, Madam Speaker. Time for a quick question. The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'm somewhat surprised to see that the Conservatives, who believe in capitalism and free market, don't want to put a price on pollution, even though we're using the market rules to change behavior. It doesn't seem to vibe with their philosophy. What they seem to be saying is that the rest of the world isn't changing, we shouldn't do anything. Even though the U.S. already is participating in the cap-and-trade market with Quebec and the state of California and New England, they're already participating in it. They're already competitive. How come they can't recognize this? It seems like other people who would like to answer. I'm sorry, unless these people decide to make a speech, I would ask the members who made the speech to wait for the appropriate time to reply and not to comment while someone's making the question, providing the question. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, quick answer. Madam Speaker, I'd like to simply tell my colleague that he talked about some states in the U.S., but not the United States as a whole. And our economy is essentially based on cooperation with all of the states, not just certain states. There's a big difference. And the results are, after 8 years of Liberal government and the carbon tax, Canada is 58th out of 63 countries. And we've seen some of the worst inflation over 40 years, and they want to put more money on Quebec families, and I'm against that.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. And I just want to remind members, because we had problems with this yesterday, to make sure that their telephones are not close to the microphones.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to today's debate. Madam Speaker, as our allies worldwide are moving forward with measures to make their economies greener and cleaner, it is really unfortunate to see that some of our honourable colleagues still don't understand the benefits of our approach. They like saying that our pollution pricing system is making people poorer, chumming the water with hyper-inflated misinformation based on the worst-case scenarios of a future where we do nothing to combat climate change. But the truth is, in fact, that pollution pricing is putting more money back in the pockets of Canadian households right now, today, Madam Speaker. In 2022-23, through the Climate Action Incentive Payments, a family of 4 received $745 in Ontario, $832 in Manitoba, $1,101 in Saskatchewan, and $1,079 in Alberta. That's for an average family of 4, Madam Speaker. In addition, those living in rural and small communities received an extra 10%. Clearly, it appears that my colleagues from the official opposition would prefer that we just wait and take no actions to address climate change, that Canadian households just keep riding the roller coaster of international oil prices while the costs to our environment, our health, and our communities from climate change just keeps adding up. However, it is by no means a viable option for our country, Madam Speaker. At the end of March, our government released Budget 2023, our Made in Canada plan for a strong middle class, an affordable economy, and a healthy future. It comes at an important moment for our country. Madam Speaker, and I want to split my time with the member for Lac St. Louis, a proud Quebecer who I'm sure will share his important perspective. Back to my remarks, Madam Speaker, I want to begin by speaking about the state of the Canadian economy today. Last year, Canada delivered the strongest economic growth in the G7, and our economic growth was stronger than expected in the first quarter of this year. I think it's 3 or 4%, Madam Speaker. 900,000 more Canadians are working today than when COVID first hit, and just 5% is our unemployment rate, and that has remained near its record low for 5 months in a row. We have recovered 129% of the jobs lost to COVID compared to just 115% in the United States. Inflation was 4.4% in April, down from a peak of 8.1% last June, and the Bank of Canada predicts that inflation will drop to just 2.5% by the end of this year. Even with a slowing economy driven by elevated interest rates in Canada and around the world, our deficit is projected to be lower than it was last year, down to just 1.4% of GDP. Our deficit and our net to GDP ratio are the lowest in the G7 and lower than other large AAA-rated economies such as Australia and the Netherlands. This strong economic foundation underpinned the budget our government released in March, Madam Speaker. And Bill C-47, the Budget Implementation Act, which is currently at committee stage, would implement many of the key measures outlined in our budget, including new targeted investments to make life more affordable for Canadians. As I mentioned earlier, in Canada, inflation has come down significantly from its peak of 8.1% in June. However, we all know that it is still too high, and it is still making it difficult for many Canadians to make ends meet and put food on the table. Groceries are more expensive today, and for many people, higher prices on other essential goods are causing undue stress. That's why Budget 2023 announced new targeted inflation relief for the most vulnerable Canadians to help support them with the cost of living. This includes the introduction of a one-time grocery rebate, providing $2.5 billion in targeted inflation relief for 11 million, Madam Speaker, low and modest income Canadian families. I'm pleased to say that with Royal Assent C-46, the grocery rebate will be delivered to eligible Canadians on July 5th, 2023 by direct deposit or check through the Canada Revenue Agency. This means eligible couples with 2 children will receive an extra $467, single Canadians without children up to an extra $234, and seniors an extra $225 on average. And guess what, Madam Speaker? The Conservatives voted against every one of these measures. This is much-needed inflation relief that will be in the pockets of Canadians in just over a month. This is just one in a suite of measures announced in Budget 2023 to help make life more affordable. For example, to support hardworking small business owners, Budget 2023 outlined the government's efforts to work closely with small businesses and the payment card industry to lower these fees. Madam Speaker, another important measure in the budget includes working with regulatory agencies in provinces and territories to reduce junk fees for Canadians. The budget also takes action to crack down on predatory lending. Predatory lenders can take advantage of some of the most vulnerable people in our communities, including low-income Canadians, newcomers, and seniors, often by extending very high interest rates. With Budget 2023, our government is taking action by proposing to lower the criminal rate of interest from the equivalent of 47% annual percentage rate to 35% and imposing a cap on payday loans. Budget 2023 announced that the federal government will increase the number of eligible Canadians for File My Return to 2 million people by 2025, almost triple the current number, Madam Speaker. Budget 2023 also announced that starting next year, the CRA will pilot a new automatic filing system that will help vulnerable Canadians who do not currently file their taxes to receive the benefits to which they are rightly entitled. The government knows that the higher cost of living means that students still need support to afford an education, Madam Speaker, and pursue their dreams. Budget 2023 also proposed enhanced support for students for the 2023 school year. This included increasing the Canada Student Grants by 40%, providing up to $4,200 for full-time students, raising the interest-free Canada Student Loan limit from $210 to $300 per week of study, and waiving the requirement for mature students aged 22 years or older to undergo credit screening in order to qualify for federal student grants and loans for the first time. Madam Speaker, the members opposite like to make up big cost numbers for the year 2030, pull them forward as though they are happening right now, all the while ignoring the real damage climate change is inflicting on our communities, whether it's fires, floods, coastal erosion, or storm damage. Meanwhile, we are helping people in the here and now with measures in Budget 2023, which build on significant investments that our government has made since 2015 to support Canadians and make life more affordable, like reducing fees for regulated childcare by 50% on average to deliver regulated childcare that costs an average of just $10 a day by 2026, increasing the old age security benefits for seniors aged 75 and older by 10%, and supporting about 3.5 million families annually through the tax-free Canada Child Benefit, enhancing the Canada Workers Benefit for our lowest paid and often most essential workers to support up to 4.2 Canadians annually, and permanently eliminating interest on Canada's student loans. And just concluding, Madam Speaker, making life more affordable for Canadians has been a priority for our government since 2025 and remains a priority. As I have outlined, Budget 2023 builds on key investments from our government throughout the years as we continue to make targeted and responsible investments to build a stronger economic future for all Canadians. As with previous inflation relief, this new support has been carefully designed to make the biggest impact on those who need it most, and at the same time, avoiding exacerbating inflation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate every time my colleague gets up and speaks in the House of Commons. But in 2018, an economist from Yale named William Nordhaus came out with his concept of a carbon tax. At that point in time, his concept of carbon tax was for $44 per ton, far off the $170 per ton that Canada's moving towards here very quickly. But in addition, he also said that it had to be efficient. The carbon tax would be efficient because it's the only mechanism to apply across the economy to make things balanced. In this government, they've got a carbon tax. Now they've got a clean fuel standard. They're going to have a clean electricity regulations. They've got all kinds of other taxes they're putting on top of this. And the oil industry in Canada is the only industry that pays royalties in Canada to the federal government and the provincial governments mostly. But this is a problem. Can he square this with me about how he sees a carbon tax actually working when you've got to layer on significant regulations and significant additional taxes far in excess of what any academic, economist, or financial person has ever seen? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. I enjoy working with him on the Environment Committee, and we have a good spirit of collaboration there, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, I'll just start by saying that the party opposite campaigned on a clean fuel regulation. They campaigned on a price on pollution. So we used to agree, and the carbon price is not the only thing we are doing, as the honourable member mentions. And there are things on the incentive side of the question. We're working with the oil and gas sector. We're putting forward investment tax credits to support carbon capture, to support hydrogen, and importantly to support the province of Alberta, where that important sector is located, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. He spoke about the last budget and about investing in carbon capture, which is a very controversial technology. It's not really helping in the fight against climate change. The carbon doesn't disappear. We're just burying it under the ground. But we're also talking about billions in tax credits for oil companies that have made more than $2 billion profits last year. So in terms of housing, well, we didn't really talk about that, but I'd like to ask my colleague, could we not, with this money, have, with the billions we're sending still to oil companies, could we not have had help for housing, senior health care? We have major mental health issues across the country. Don't we not think this money could have been better invested rather than in a technology that does nothing? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank my honourable colleague for the question. And Madam Speaker, we need to do both. We need to help with the energy transition, which includes carbon capture, an important technology that is going to allow us to take advantage of our energy resources without the pollution, Madam Speaker, and we need to invest in housing. We have a $170 billion national housing strategy. I was very fortunate to be involved in the early stages, Madam Speaker, but of course on the housing front it is a collective effort by the federal government, provinces and territories. We're on it, Madam Speaker, and I think the honourable member raises a very good point.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his remarks. One of the points that the Parliamentary Budget Officer made in his report when it comes to the clean fuel regulations is that it's a policy that is regressive for Canadian households. So lower income households pay a greater proportion of their income in meeting the requirements of this policy. Affordability, of course, is a concern for everyone in this House, and I'm wondering why the government chose not to put affordability measures in place in relation specifically to the clean fuel regulation.
A brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and again, I enjoy working with the honourable member on the Environment Committee. And Madam Speaker, the clean fuel regulation is just one tool in our toolbox, and the price on pollution, as the Parliamentary Budget Officer has pointed out, gives back more to 8 out of 10 families. It is progressive. That's right in the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report. And Madam Speaker, we have a plethora of initiatives: the OAS increase, the Canada Child Benefit, the middle class tax relief, as well as dental and rental, which has been supported by my honourable colleague and his party, Madam Speaker. So we, again, are doing both fighting pollution and supporting affordability.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Speaker, Madam Speaker, since we're talking about fuel, gasoline, and the like, today I'd like to ask you a question, Madam Speaker. Now, it's a rhetorical question. I'm not expecting an answer, but do you have a car, Madam Speaker? I'm sure you do, and I'm sure that you drive on highways 2-lane highways, 3-lane highways, and if you're like me, you see every now and then that car that moves from one lane to the next and then back again, sometimes without even signaling, Madam Speaker, and that's frustrating and it's dangerous. But I'll come back to that car later. Now, the official opposition has this gift, Madam Speaker, this gift for holding two contradictory positions at the same time. It's a clever balancing act, and in some ways I'm impressed. I find it disturbing in a way, but it's clever in its own way. They can argue both sides at once. It's as though they want their cake and to eat it too. Let me give you an example. We hear every day, inflation is caused by too much money chasing too few goods. In other words, it's caused by a record expansion of the money supply during the pandemic. Yet the next day, they say inflation is cost-driven, principally by the price on carbon, not by any other factor impacting cost like supply chain bottlenecks and so forth. And I'll give you a second example. The official opposition gets up and says, well, the horrible drug problem that we have in this country is because of the low price of street drugs, which has created high demand. But when we talk about the high price of gasoline, somehow that doesn't curtail demand. In other words, it seems like, according to the opposition, only those with addictions respond to the price mechanism. So there's contradictions everywhere. And I'll give you a third example, Madam Speaker. The official opposition has been for the price on carbon, and then they've been against the price on carbon. And I would suggest that every Conservative MP in this House owes their constituents an explanation, as to why they ran on a platform to impose a price on carbon and yet abandoned that platform commitment very shortly afterwards, Madam Speaker. Now, they call the price on carbon a tax, but we're in an alternate reality here, Madam Speaker, because the price on carbon is simply a transfer. Then they call the clean fuel standard a second tax. But when it comes to the clean fuel standard, the government is not imposing any kind of charge. The clean fuel standard is not a tax, it's a regulation. Which brings me to the fourth example of Conservative contradiction, Madam Speaker. For years, the Conservatives have been saying no to a price on carbon. That's before the 2021 election platform. Before that, they traditionally favored regulation, as if regulations don't have a cost. So they would say, we're not for a price on carbon, we prefer regulation, right? Because they say there's no cost to regulation. It's very simple. It's like a magic wand. We'll combat climate change through the magic wand of regulation, which, according to the Conservatives, costs nothing. Now, the Canadian fuel standard is a regulation. No money goes to the government. It will result in the transfer of credits between companies, but only if a company does not meet its intensity target. So it's not even sure how many credits a company, an enterprise would have to purchase. And since we don't know how many credits a company would have to purchase in 2030, we don't know what the cost impact of the purchase of those credits will be. Madam Speaker. Now, the Canadian fuel standard is something that the Conservatives should approve of and support, because it's something that will drive innovation. Now, we know Conservatives like that because they always invoke the magic word technology as the solution to climate change, which again they imply is something that is free. Well, technological advance and innovation is often the result of government regulation, and it involves costs of research and development to arrive at new, more efficient technologies. Next thing they'll be telling us, Madam Speaker, and this will be another contradiction in their discourse, they'll be saying the methane regulations that the government brought into force, these methane regulations that are meant to stop fugitive and controlled methane emissions, they're going to call that a tax. You know, they're going to call that a tax, which it's not. Madam Speaker, we're in Alice in Wonderland. It's all sleight of hand. And then there's the Conservatives' fake math. They're pulling numbers out of thin air and omitting to tie those numbers to specific dates. Remember that number on the Conservative hit parade, triple, triple, triple? Oh, yeah. That ditty seems to have fallen from the #1 spot recently. It made it seem that the price was going up in multiples overnight. But the price on carbon, Madam Speaker, only goes up $15 per ton annually, or 30% from 2022 to 2023, not 300%. Madam Speaker, I think the Conservatives got the decimal point wrong. It'll go up 23%. It'll go up in declining percentage every year. It'll go up 23% from 2023 to 2024, then 19% from 2024 to 2025. Now, the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, no friend of the Liberal government, estimates that after the increase of 2023 in the price on carbon, the total impact of carbon pricing will amount to an extra 14 cents per litre, not triple, 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 Madam Speaker. But there's another thing that the opposition omits, and that is that there's the rebate, which is what makes the price on carbon a transfer. Now, Milton Friedman, who agreed with the price on carbon, he didn't factor in a rebate to his formula. And we know that the leader of the official opposition is a disciple of Milton Friedman, and I think Milton Friedman would be very, very upset if he were alive today, if he knew that the leader of the official opposition here in Canada was against a market mechanism like the price on carbon. Good point. Now, once the Canadian fuel standard regulations take full effect, according to figures the PBO obtained from Environment and Climate Change Canada, it will increase the price of gas and diesel by as much as 17 cents per litre, but that's in 2030, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives never mention the date when they get up and they say triple, triple, triple. You know, they forget there's a calendar date that is far off into the future. But the other point I'd like to make about the PBO study is that, and this would be apparent to anyone who's studied economics, so I don't know how many people on that side have studied economics, but I'm sure many other people in the House have. But the PBO's analysis is what you call static economics. So it does an analysis based on the idea that everything else stays the same. So it doesn't take into account innovation. It doesn't take into account the fact that companies will innovate so that they meet the intensity target and therefore won't have to buy credits and so on. It's not real-time economics. And I would say that the official opposition needs to get with real time, Madam Speaker. Now back to the big blue car on the highway. The Conservatives are for a price on carbon, then they're against. Conservatives are for regulations that drive innovation, then they're against. That big blue gas guzzler, Madam Speaker, which zigzags incessantly across the highway, needs to pick a lane.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Well, thank you. That was quite a show we just heard from the member. In my province, we actually have regulated gas pricing, so we actually understand locally just how much the taxes and the regulations cost consumers. And right now, before the province, we see a request to raise the carbon tax by 3.25 cents. And more interesting, we see that the clean fuel standards on July 1st is going to add 7.5 cents a leader. Here's what the CBC headline is right now back home. New Brunswick consumers may face double carbon tax charge on July 1st. The total is 12.4 cents with the HST, because of course with Liberals it's a tax, another tax, a tax on tax. My last point is the CTF, Canadian Taxpayers Federation, says the tax will be 14 cents. By 2030, it'll be 3 times that, 41 cents. That's where you get triple, triple, triple. With Liberals, it's all taxes, more taxes, with taxes on top of it all the time. What does the member have to say about that?
L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
Well, I go back to the point that unlike Milton Friedman's price on carbon model, ours includes a dividend to individuals, to individual taxpayers, and that's what makes the price on carbon essentially a transfer, Madam Speaker. So that's what I would say to the member's question.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Parliamentary Budget Officer admits that this new regulation on clean fuels may have an impact on households. I'd like to ask my colleague, does he not believe that in the official languages plan announced a month ago, some $100 million over 5 years has been earmarked for Anglo-Quebecers? Does he believe that the Anglo-Quebec community actually needs this money? Could this not have been better used to help compensate the fact that this tax will have an impact? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Madam Speaker, I strongly believe in the Official Languages Action Plan, but today we're talking about fuel. We're not talking about official language communities. I'm for having a fund to help cultural communities and official language minority communities, and this throughout the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Madam Speaker, I was rather fascinated by what my colleague had to say, because it's as if the government's greenhouse gas records were good. But in 2021, greenhouse gas emissions increased by 2%. Greenhouse gas emissions increased by 14% since 1990. There is a climate crisis, and so why is the government not doing better to reach the Paris Agreement targets? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Madam Speaker, I would like to highlight that in 2021 and 2019, greenhouse gas emissions between those years went down. We are coming out of the pandemic, the economy is coming back, so emissions may be going up again, but we have to continue the fight through the efforts put forward by our government since it was elected in 2015. We've started seeing results. These results won't happen overnight, I'm sure the MP knows this, but I'm very optimistic for the future given the sale of electric cars are booming. People even have to wait for their electric car. There's so much requirements.
Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have to say it's high praise coming from the masters of showmanship to say that you put on a good show. But it was a very good speech. But what I wanted to ask you about was we've been talking about the cost of our climate action plan and the rebates, et cetera. But I had just been reading an article, a peer-reviewed study based on science that was done and showed that 30% of the total burned forest area in Western Canada and the United States between 86 and 21 can be tracked back to 88 major fossil fuel producers and cement manufacturers. I'm wondering if you can comment on the cost of inaction as well as the price of pollution. Thank you.
For a brief answer, but I also want to remind the member she's to address questions and comments through the speaker and not directly to the member. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
Any kind of an analysis around environmental measures, including the price on carbon, must take account of the effects of doing nothing, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to let you know that I'll be sharing my time with the most passionate member regarding the environment, the member for Repentigny. First of all, I would like to allow myself a rare digression because today it's my son's birthday. He is 22. My trusty squire, who is 22 today, he's in political sciences, and so what better present than to use one of the pieces of work that he drafted at the university. And the work that he's done, I'm always nervous when I talk about my son, but he wrote a paper on populism. So you no doubt know where I'm going to go with this, but the motion we have before us today is more a masterclass in populism rather than actual political debate. I'd like to put forward what my son drafted. The most simple definition of populism is a tendency for political action to be divisive. So a simplistic solution to a complex problem. What creates inflation is the carbon tax. This is a simplistic solution to a complex problem. Populism can also be presented, according to the wise studies of my son, Émile Simard, as a tendency for political action to be divisive, to simplify and exacerbate antagonisms. I will speak about later, I will speak about certain speeches from the leader of the official opposition. There will be this tendency for divisiveness, simplification, and exacerbation of antagonism. Populism can be speeches and behavior of personalities using rhetoric that mixes reality and demagogy, that flatters the people against their ideological opponents and the institutions in place. And finally, one can say that all populists castigate institutions which, in their view, do not take sufficient account of popular aspirations. Populists caricature their political opponents as elites who have little interest in taking account of the people's ideas and common sense. So, starting from this, let us analyze the proposal from the Conservatives' motion. There are popularly themes in this populist motion. Now, this popularly theme, if you will, is purchasing power, saying that people need to have more purchasing power. This idea of purchasing power is at the heart of the motion tabled by our Conservative colleagues. Speaking of popularly themes, it's always tainted by a suspicion of science. Apparently, climate change has been made up by scientists. Oftentimes, populists defend tooth and nail the fossil fuel industry that strongly contributes to climate change, as we all know. Conservatives are tabling a motion that is a masterclass in populism by using the inflationary context to progress their own agenda, antagonizing our colleagues from the Liberal Party, antagonizing ourselves here at the Bloc Québécois, who recognize the fact that actions are to be implemented to fight against climate change, and they are also looking to put forward the agenda of the fossil fuel industry. But let us be honest for a second. We're not populists. Rationally speaking, there is no second carbon tax. The Conservatives are talking about the Clean Fuels Regulation. Regulation that aims to reduce the carbon intensity of fossil fuels. As a result, we could say that the Conservative rhetoric linking this policy to the current crisis in purchasing power is populist and catastrophist. And the aim of this is to demonize our energy transition. Let us note, first of all, that the carbon tax that the Conservatives are talking about does not concern Quebec, but only Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario. Another note, over the years, Conservatives have been demonizing the carbon tax. It was no doubt the case already under Harper to score short-term political points. Another populist dimension of this all. Let us also note, Madam Speaker, that at the last Conservative convention, 54% of members of the Conservative Party rejected the very existence of climate change. So over half of the Conservative Party does not believe that climate change is real. To fight against this, the member for Durham himself said that he wanted to put a price on carbon. I don't know what happened between then and now, so that now the carbon tax is a strong fight for the Conservatives. But in the last election, there was a leader who said, yes, we need a carbon tax. So what happened between then and now?
Donc, à mon avis,
So in my opinion, the Conservatives tend to use the parliamentary budget officer depending on whether it serves their purposes or not. For example, when the PBO talks to us about the fiscal imbalance, well, the Conservatives don't decide to use one of their opposition days to study that scourge of Canadian federalism. Putting it all together, this is a simplistic solution to a complex problem like inflation, and something that is being ignored by our Conservative colleagues. And I won't say the real problem, because that would end up being populism too, but the real problem is that Canada continues to increase production of dirty oil from the oil sands, unconventional polluting oil. That's the main problem we're seeing today with the Federation. If we want to fight climate change, that will have a considerable economic effect. And something my Conservative colleagues often forget is that historically, what has contributed the most to price instability is the fluctuation in the price of oil. And as we've talked about many times before, these fat cat oil companies, which increase their profit margins and which are raking in the profits, we saw that during and after the pandemic. With their record profits, they're the ones who should be making an additional effort. Instead of saying that the carbon tax is creating distortions, there are solutions. I'll give an example. Increasing benefits for people on a fixed income. We've talked about it. The GIS, OAS, we've talked about that. Now let me come back to some of the favorite topics of the member for Carleton, the leader of the opposition. I've often heard the leader of the official opposition on multiple occasions. I've often heard him criticizing wokeism. He came to Quebec and said that the Bloc Québécois and the Liberal Party are woke parties. I remember something he said that made me really laugh. When the Conservative leader came through Montreal, he said, the Liberals and the leftists on the plateau of Montreal are fighting cars. Whenever we hear people talking about common sense, it's generally about populism. So after listening to what people from Quebec are actually saying, the member for Carleton said, we would not fund the third link without reserving a lane for cars. So again, these are the Conservatives engaging in populism, saying that woke people are against cars. And yet the leader of the Conservative Party ended up being criticized by the Premier of Quebec. The Premier of Quebec said it's not the Liberal government in Ottawa that ended the third link project, it was us. So ultimately, the Conservative leader was rebuked. And finally, in conclusion, let me just say that those who are being called woke in Quebec are those who are against the secularism bill, Bill 21, and against Bill 96, which is about French as the official language. And I know that the leader of the official opposition is against those two bills. So does that make the Conservative Party a woke party then? If they're against Bills 21 and 96, maybe that makes the Conservative Party a woke party. Perhaps my son will be able to reply on his next birthday.
National trade, export promotion, small business and economic development.
Madame la Présidente, ce que je trouve intéressant de...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I find very interesting when I listen to my colleague across the way is that even in his own province, well, Quebec has its own cap and trade system. So the federal carbon price will not apply. And it's a system that works very well, and I would congratulate my colleague. The only thing that applies to Quebec is the matter of affordability, which concerns all Canadians. So my question to the member across the way, when it comes to affordability, we've had suggestions here in the House about how we could benefit youth, dental care, pandemic assistance. The Conservatives always voted against that. Do they feel that there's a contradiction there? When they look at the Conservative voting record, the honourable member for Jonquière, I agree with my colleague. The Conservative solution is a simplistic solution to a complex problem. But what I do disagree with my Liberal colleague about is that, in my opinion, the best way to fight inflation is to support those whose wages are not very high and retirees on a fixed income. The Liberal Party does not want to increase OAS and GIS. It has created a two-tier system for seniors. The best way to fight inflation would be to do something about that. And I don't entirely agree with him about the dental care system, which in Quebec creates a great deal of unfairness because we already have a dental care system. So we would be the ones who would lose out from that new policy. So I don't entirely agree, but I do think that the Conservatives are offering a simplistic solution to a serious problem.
Enter.
Merci, Madame.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question for my colleague in the Bloc Québécois. He said that our party is a populist party. Does he have a definition of the word populism? Because a large portion of Canadians elected us to serve here in the House of Commons. And additionally, there is now a carbon tax on Canadians. There is another tax coming in July. On clean energy regulations. And then there will be another one. And now, well, we know that when wood is cut down, when trees are cut down, that leads to carbon being released. Does my colleague agree with that? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, I'm not entirely certain that I have followed my colleague. I've never heard of a tax to be applied to the forestry sector because a tree sequesters carbon. Now, he asked whether I could define the word populism. I think it's quite clear. It's when politicians try to infantilize and overly simplify certain questions to create an antagonistic and divisive climate without paying attention to the facts. The facts tell us that climate change will cost us a fortune. So if we're listening to the facts, we'll try to do something to prevent this from affecting us. And that's why we're putting into place measures like carbon pricing.
Skeena Balkley Valley, a brief question.
Always brief, Madam Speaker. This Conservative motion seems to conflate two different concepts in policy, taxes and regulations. I can't think of why they would want to try to confuse Canadians. And I can't imagine that my honourable colleagues on the Conservative side don't know the difference between taxes and regulations. So I wonder if my friend could provide his thoughts on why they seem intent on confusing these two concepts.
L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière, a brief answer. Earlier, during my speech, I said, well, let me just say first of all that the Bloc Québécois is here to defend Quebec's interests in this House. And I often feel that the goal of the Conservative Party is to defend the interests of oil companies in this assembly. It's almost like they're the Bloc for the West. And here, they're trying to disguise the fact that carbon pricing will have an impact on oil companies. They're trying to disguise that as a concern for inflation. And that's very upsetting and stupid. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I will say, just like my colleague, that the Bloc Québécois will be voting against this. First of all, because we do not consider that this conservative demagogy is appropriate, and we are not in favor of cancelling the clean fuel regulation. We have our own solutions in this area, solutions that would help connect Quebec and Canada and that would not prevent us from fighting climate change. There is no second carbon tax here for those who are listening. We've said that multiple times. This is simply about the clean fuel regulations, which are supposed to enter into force on July 1st. Canada was planning to take 4 measures, including the CFR, as well as carbon pricing, methane regulation, and so on. The clean fuel regulations are a measure which focus on the transportation sector, which is the second biggest greenhouse gas emitter in Canada, and which is growing. The conservative indignation we're seeing seems to come from their total aversion to policies that aim to make our society progress. They appear to be against this. Now, the clean fuel regulations could have a regressive effect because households with low incomes spend more on transportation than high-income households. But what was not mentioned is that the PBO analysis is looking at the projected cost for 2030 and compared to a scenario where the clean fuel regulations are not implemented. But what we need to do by 2030, or much more quickly, is change our behaviors. That's the goal here. So if we consume less, then there will be economic benefits. We'll pay less because we're consuming less, and we will change our behaviors and habits. We have no choice. We cannot go on acting like we're acting now. So, Madam Speaker, with this apocalyptic style conservative motion, the Conservatives are instrumentalizing PBO data by applying their mantra, everything for oil and gas. Now, this measure, as I was saying earlier, is aiming to send a market signal to favor innovation. It's that simple, and I would add to that, without further delay. At this point, we are experiencing major turmoil, interdependent, interrelated issues. The entire global economy is changing. Historically, the greatest cause of price instability is the price of oil. And so the best way to prevent or to protect ourselves from that instability would be to move to the post-oil period as quickly as possible. And indeed, as Canadian tar sands production increases, the proportion of non-conventional oil in the Canadian economy is increasing. And it is these unconventional oil products that lead to economic costs because they are more polluting than conventional oil. The more we have this type of oil in the economy, the more clean fuel regulation costs will increase. So conversely, we can save if this proportion goes down. And provinces whose economies are less dependent on fossil fuel are less affected, as we see with Quebec. Thanks to these Quebec policies, our greenhouse gas emissions will be decreased by 1.78 megatons by 2030. That's the equivalent of the emissions produced by 512,000 light vehicles, which is quite something. However, the Conservatives are trying to link these regulations with the current purchasing power crisis, which is very unfortunate. Why are they doing this? They're not paying attention to the economic benefits of the energy transition, which is a stage that we must absolutely undertake in order to move on to the proper future for our society and future generations. The Conservatives are not paying attention to the fact that the costs of climate policies cannot be separated from the energy and policy choices we make. In order to accomplish change, transformation, we need tools, we need incentives, we need to do things. That is how humans are made. That's how we work. For example, let me give an example. To stop smoking, Once we knew everything in the area of research, and we knew that there was that smoking was a carcinogen and so on, well then people started offering disincentives to smoking, and that had an effect. And there was an effect not overnight, but now we see that there's less smoking caused cancer. We've also seen incentives offered in Europe that has reduced greenhouse gas emissions linked to transportation. Thanks to these types of incentives, we saw that the percentage of vehicles that are low energy consumption went from 30% in 2007 to 56% in 2009, and now it's 12 years later, it's gone up even further. So we need ways to create new technologies. We need to stimulate demand for clean fuel as well. Now this week, on the Hill, we heard from an organization called New Economy Canada, which includes Canadian and Quebec innovations, which will structure our new future economy, which will help us reach net zero and care about the fair transition, as well as relationships with the Indigenous communities. Everything is there. But unfortunately, once again, since Canada is continuing to produce non-conventional, dirty tar sands oil, it's because of that climate policy has a cost, because pollution has a cost, and inaction has a cost. When we're talking about inflation, well, we're talking about money. So let's talk about money. As I speak, there are forest fires throughout the country. It's overwhelming to see the destruction that is flowing from all this. Climate change is having serious repercussions on people's health and safety, although the Conservatives would prefer to pretend that nothing is happening. Have they forgotten the sad fate of 700 people in Lytton in 2021, or the devastation in the Fort McMurray region? In 2018, the World Health Organization said that climate change represents the biggest threat to our health in the 21st century. And all of the disasters that I just named don't come alone. They're associated with trauma, population movement, losses of property, and more. The consequences of climate change, which can be blamed on our dependence on hydrocarbons, are such that in 2021, insurance company Swiss Re estimated that these disasters lead to losses of $320 billion, which is a 24% increase compared to 2020. And what about our health? The medical costs associated with air pollution are extremely high. According to one estimate, the costs are between $26 and $48 billion, and that was in 2015. In 2019, Health Canada showed that air pollution every year causes 14,600 early deaths, which represents a cost of $114 billion, 7% of the Canadian GDP. That's a lot. I don't know what to make of the Conservatives' demagogic position. They seem to only have one thing in mind: to support an industry that deals death and even make it prosper further, an industry that enriches the most wealthy in an indecent fashion to the detriment of collective progress. They keep trying to bamboozle us by talking about carbon capture, which really is just trying to pass off something worthless as being valuable. It's not actually something that can work or that has results or effectiveness. We know that according to every expert analysis, this solution is ineffective and costly and cannot be applied within a short enough time. It's something that has just been dreamed up by the oil companies. Members of the Conservative Party don't seem to care about workers. Instead, they are just essentially bagmen for the Canadian oil system, the oil industrial complex, which is constantly engaged in greenwashing, rather. We cannot remain in denial. We need to stop this. We need to turn to the transition. And I think that, well, summer is coming. Perhaps we'll all need a bit of therapy. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question for my colleague from the Bloc Québécois. The primary reason for the increase of carbon in the atmosphere is deforestation throughout the world. And yet, in 2019, the Liberals said they would plant 2 billion trees over the next 10 years. It is now 2023. They have only planted 60 million. At that rate, who knows when we'll get to the 2 billion trees? Is that a success for the Liberal Party? Is that a way to fight greenhouse gas emissions, according to my colleague?
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague and member of that committee for the question. Trees capture CO2 up to a certain point. So there's a question of carbon capture, except when in 2019, I think, they announced the 2 billion trees to be planted. At the same time, they were building Trans Mountain. So what the 2 billion trees could have captured in carbon will be exceeded by Trans Mountain. It's stratospheric, the difference. So, yes, we have to plant these 2 billion trees. But if they think that we'll be able to fight greenhouse gases with this, well, it's obvious that won't be the case. Questions and comments, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my friend and honourable colleague. I also serve in the Environment Committee with her. She's an excellent member, and I really enjoyed her speech, which I mostly agreed with. I wonder if the honourable member would reflect and comment on the clean fuel regulation. It will give us cleaner air. It will lower carbon emissions, as she said. But also, it's very good for our farmers. And I know the honourable member knows that there is increasing canola production. In Quebec, there's canola crushing in Quebec. In fact, Quebec takes canola from the Maritimes and crushes it in there. And I wonder if she would reflect on the economic benefits for Canada, for Quebec, and for the farmers of this land.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. We do sit together on the committee. It's kind of three questions in one there. There are economic advantages because it will force people to change their behavior, so to consume less oil. So it means they'll be more innovative, and we have to stop talking about the transition. We have to start taking action. But I think that the advantages, and I talked about it in my speech, is mostly a question of public health, because these fine particles and pollution that come from oil combustion make us ill. So that's rather what we need to really look at more than agriculture. It is bad for our health. And if you clean up fuel, we'll be able to improve the health of our environment and our population. Time for a quick question. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In terms of climate challenges, the Conservatives are not innovative. They're kind of dinosaurs, and they have a hard time understanding this. What does my colleague think of the Liberal government? Because the Minister of the Environment made beautiful speeches at COP, but in terms he's authorized a project like Baie du Nord. The Honourable Member. Yes, Madam Speaker. We talk a lot about what the Conservatives have put on the table during their day, but the government, at the end of the day, is kind of the same. I go back to carbon capture. They say it's magic, it'll solve everything. So we have both the Conservatives and the government in power acting like oil and gas oligarchs and financiers. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to announce that I'll be sharing my time today with my honourable colleague for Sakina Balkhi Valley, who I is convinced will teach us a lot about this issue, which is very important. Madam Speaker, the planet is burning, and this is not a metaphor. Climate change is real. It is already affecting people. It is killing people. It is making people sick, and it is forcing people to leave their villages and homes. The earth is on fire, and it's not thousands of kilometers away. It's in our own very backyard, in our country. Right now, there are forest fires in BC, in Alberta, in Nova Scotia, in Quebec. And what are the Conservatives suggesting? Not put a price on pollution. They're totally disconnected from reality and what's happening right now in our country and across the world. While glaciers in Antarctica are melting and increasing ocean levels, and permafrost is warming, they want to emit incredible levels of methane. Methane, which has a greenhouse gas effect that is 70 times higher than carbon dioxide. So all of these factors are adding up. Our oceans are becoming increasingly saline, and this will also have an impact on climate change. How come the Conservatives are coming back to the House for the 8th time in 3 years to tell us we don't need a price on pollution? It would be good to just continue what we're doing now because things are going so well, and it's good for the economy. We will no longer have an economy, Madam Speaker, if our planet and the environment are not safe. So they continue to hit the same nail, and this is harmful for biodiversity, for nature, and also for humans, public health, and our economy. Even insurance companies are sounding the alarm. These aren't the biggest green members in the world, but they realize that there are places in the world that are no longer insurable. They don't want to insure houses for people in these regions because it's too risky in terms of floods, forest fires, and sliding land. So here's where we're at, Madam Speaker. And the Conservatives keep on coming back with their same old lines. No, we don't need to do anything, or we have to wait for other people to take action. If they don't do anything, we don't need to do anything. If the U.S. does nothing, we don't do anything. Even though we are, as humans and citizens of the world, responsible for taking action so we can protect a healthy and viable environment that'll be sustainable for our children and grandchildren. And we have a specific responsibility as Quebecers and Canadians because we pollute a lot. There aren't a lot of us, but we have a rather heavy weight in terms of greenhouse gases. In 2021, Madam Speaker, Canada ranked 10th in terms of greenhouse gas emissions worldwide, 10th. But if we look in terms of our population, Canada ranks 39th. So we should be 39th also in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. No, we rank 10th. So we're in the top 10. Because on average, Canadians emit over 17 tons per year. And the Paris Accord says that to reach our target of limiting the 1.5 increase, we have to emit 2 tons per year. And we're at 17.5 tons per Canadian. So the gap between how we're living right now and how we should be living is enormous, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to also underscore the fact that we have to be careful when we talk about climate change in terms of the average. What is the average? Because when we tell people, be careful, the climate shouldn't increase by more than 2 degrees, otherwise it'll have catastrophic effects. People normally will say to themselves, 2 degrees doesn't seem like very much. It's not a huge gap. Often we get up, it's 15 degrees, and then it'll be 25 degrees in the afternoon. That's 10 degrees in one day. In Quebec, it could be minus 35 in the winter and plus 35 in the summer. There's a huge difference there as well. But on average, when we talk about a change in planetary ecosystems, we have to take a step back. It would go far back in history, 20,000 years ago, on average, it was 4 degrees colder than it is today. On average, 20,000 years ago, 4 degrees colder. What was the impact? 3,000 kilometers of ice on Europe, and it became unlivable because the planet was colder. Now, imagine if we have 4 degrees less and there's several thousand kilometers of ice above us, and if you increase the temperature, there are many regions of the world that will become simply unlivable. Human bodies will not be able to survive there. Jean-Claude Vicozzi, a French engineer, was very clear about this. There are maps that show that above 2 degrees Celsius, if we increase, there are regions in Central America, part of North Africa, Southeast Asia, Bangladesh. If it's more than 35 degrees and there's a 100% humidity rate, humans will not be able to live there. We will not be able to cool our bodies enough to live there, and humans will die. So what happens? We could die if we stay in these regions or villages, and they have to move elsewhere where it is less hot and cooler. So the warming of our climate will create a great deal of migration of people worldwide, which could create geopolitical conflicts and increase tension and also probably wars. And this is why the former Vice President Al Gore won the Nobel Peace Prize for his environmental action and prevention of climate change. Why would we talk about the Nobel Peace Prize rather than environment? Because of what I just said. For the reason I just explained. We have to think about this. I asked a written question to the government, to the Minister of Immigration and Housing. What is the government's plan for climate refugees? They said they have a national strategy on housing and everything will be fine. We don't have to worry. The Liberal government is a laggard internationally in terms of climate change and is unable to plan for what's coming. While greenhouse gases in Canada rose several percent in 2021 and emissions rose by 14%, even though the target was to reduce them by 40%, and we're far from the mark. With an increase of oil production that has been shocking since 2005. Oil production in the oil sands, which is the most polluting in the world, rose by 215% since 2005. 215%, even though internationally we go to COP and we say we have to work to the green transition and we have to be careful. A 215% increase in production from the oil sands. That means 200,000 oil wells were dug for this production. 200,000. And then they tell us everything will be fine, we'll be able to reach our targets, even though they're doing just the exact opposite. We have the Minister of the Environment that is who was a former founder of Équiterre, and he said he wanted to save the planet and change the world, and now he signs a ministerial project to run Baie du Nord that is under his responsibility that will boost oil production by hundreds of thousands of barrels. So yes, the Conservatives are dinosaurs. They're not taking things seriously, but the Liberals are also acting in the opposite faction. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. I'd like to repeat what I said on several times at this House. Climate change is real. They were partially caused by man, and we need new regulations to make sure we can tackle this as much as possible. This means realistic and concrete action and not just text. Madam Speaker, the member earlier mentioned that Canada is a laggard in terms of the environment. Of course, it's not just us saying this, it's the UN that said this in a report it presented at COP last year. The Liberal strategy, with the support of the NDP, is to tax people. For 8 years, this government has run the country by taxing everyone, and in spite of this, GHGs are still rising, and he said this earlier. Why support a strategy that is not working rather than, like we've been saying for years, we need responsible and realistic actions with real action to reduce pollution rather than just taxing people? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague Louis Saint-Laurent for his speech, which doesn't surprise me, unfortunately. I'm always surprised that the Conservatives refuse to use market tools and the capitalistic system to change company and individual behaviour. The NDP caucus says we have to use these tools, but it would be much more effective if the government didn't just take the opposite action at the same time. It's like if you're hitting the gas pedal and the brake at the car on the same time. The Liberals do one thing and then also act in the opposite way. So, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. These dinosaurs are presenting these carbon efforts like a cost. Pollution may seem to be costly, but in terms of globalizations and neoliberalism, they say forget about national products and chains. We have to have a global change. We're talking about an international division of work. It's a real religion. And we saw countries that have specialized in electronic processing of waste, and their GDP is increasing and they're getting rich. But what does it tell us about the hidden costs in terms of future costs for decontamination of our water tables and other countries when we have to heal workers who have dealt with this waste and they don't have a good system these are hidden costs. And here's my question. When there are hidden costs that are not taken into account in these indicators, should we completely change our vision of things? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's a very interesting one and specific one. Yesterday, I was at an event at a EcoSite Canada event, and they were U.S. companies there that tried to use taxation to change things, to be fit, to be responsible. And they talked about there are some things that have to be taken into account in terms of costs, social, health, and environmental impacts. And I think that it kind of goes in the same direction as his question. We have to integrate this into our vision and our analysis of things.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wonder if the member could just provide his thoughts in regards to consistency. The Conservatives are saying that they want to get rid of the price on pollution. And at the end of the day, we have other provinces, in particular, let's say British Columbia and Quebec, where they have prices in place. So if they were to get rid of the price on pollution on a national basis, does he believe that Conservatives would then be obligated to compensate the other people of the province of BC and Quebec in the sense of being fair?
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, 50 seconds. I'd like to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his question. It is a complex one because we have different systems. Quebec has a cap-and-trade system, and it has had one for several years. And this was established by Quebec Premier Jean Charest, who ran for the federal Conservative Party as well. It was actually from that party that this idea came forth. But we do have to take action. We can have different systems, but what I want and what the NDP wants as well is for all provinces to make an additional effort, because right now we're not making things work, and this federal government has made a small measure, but we must do much more and stop oil and gas projects. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and speak to this motion. And I'm struck by the fact that we're here yet again debating a Conservative motion to cancel a climate policy. It's kind of like Groundhog Day, except in this case, every time the Conservative groundhogs poke their head out of the ground, the weather is hotter, the wildfires are more severe, and the floods are more frequent. This is taking place, of course, Madam Speaker, against the backdrop that my friend from Rosemont, La Petite Patrie, described very eloquently. In Nova Scotia, wildfires are raging. In Alberta, there are still 61 wildfires. I checked the portal last night to see how many. To date this year, they've had 555 wildfires in that province, and it's only June. This debate is taking place against the backdrop of oil and gas corporations that are raking in eye-watering profits. Historic profits. Profits so great that the CEO of Shell, one of the biggest oil and gas companies in the world, said that we should tax them. And of course, these profits drive inflation and make life more expensive for average Canadians. This is the backdrop, Madam Speaker, against which we're having today's debate. And yet, on Monday, I listened to a Conservative colleague from Red Deer, a very decent guy, talk about how climate change isn't real, how CO2 isn't a problem, and how the people who warned us about things like acid rain in the 70s and 80s were snake oil salesmen. That without climate change, we wouldn't have rivers. This is the kind of discussion we hear coming from the party that has put forward the motion before us today. Now, this particular Groundhog Day, the Conservatives' target is something called the Clean Fuel Standard. The Clean Fuel Regulation, rather, a regulation this government has proposed to reduce the carbon intensity of liquid fuels, including gasoline and diesel. And the fuel regulations account for 26 million tons of greenhouse gas reductions in this government's emission reduction plan, which, putting aside the merits of the actual policy, indicates that it's being called on to do some heavy lifting in reaching the targets. And we know how much difficulty previous Liberal governments have had in meeting their targets. I think, Madam Speaker, that Canadians should look at this motion before us with some skepticism. And I'll lay out a couple of reasons why. The first one is the language that the motion uses. I think we have a responsibility as parliamentarians to communicate clearly and accurately to the people that we represent when we talk about policy, particularly policy that is so important and policy that at times can be complex. But the Conservatives are calling a regulation a tax, knowing full well that regulations and taxes are different things. We know this. If we call everything the same thing, it doesn't work. That's the purpose of language, to differentiate between different kinds of things. And I can't imagine why they would be doing this. The only two reasons I can come up with is, first, they don't know the difference between a regulation and a tax, and that can't be the case because I know many of my honorable colleagues are intelligent and educated people. And so that can't be why. What could the other reason be? Because, of course, in this place, it is against the standing orders to intentionally mislead the House. And so that can't be the reason. I can't think of why they would want to conflate two very different kinds of policies, taxes and regulations. Perhaps, Madam Speaker, you know what that third reason might be. The second reason I think that Canadians should be very concerned about this motion in front of us is because the party that is proposing it, the party that is calling for this policy of the Liberal government to be cancelled, to be axed, hasn't provided an alternative. And this is a pattern that we see. We just heard it from our colleague down the way saying that, oh no, this plan doesn't work. We need a real, effective plan. Well, they never bring forward that real, effective plan so that we can evaluate it against the plan that this government has put forward. And granted, Madam Speaker, this government's plan has many shortcomings, and it should be evaluated, and it should be costed out. But the official opposition never puts forward a plan that can be costed out or evaluated. And in fact, Madam Speaker, the one time that they brought forward a climate plan that could be evaluated, it contained a lot of the same policies that this Liberal government has put forward. And I'd love to read you some of those. I'm going to get to that a little later in the speech. Now, of course, this motion rests heavily and draws heavily from a recent report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and the many challenges with that report have been well documented in the media and by climate policy experts. I wish that the PBO had provided an explanation as to why he chose the highest possible cost estimate, the uppermost bound, as the basis for his estimations of costs. The $531 per household is not the expected cost, it's the maximum cost. And of course, there are many things that could prevent that maximum cost from being reached. For instance, the uptake of electric vehicles could be faster than expected. The biofuel industry could advance technology and innovate at a greater pace. All of these things are not only possible, but in fact likely, Madam Speaker. Most importantly, the PBO's report was silent on the cost of inaction. There's something called the social cost of carbon, which in 2020 is estimated by our public service as being $54 a ton. We can't compare the costs of this proposal in front of us to cancel a climate policy against the option of no action at all. That's not a fair comparison. We're talking about an existential threat, a threat that everyone in this House has acknowledged in this debate and previous debates. And so we can only compare this clean fuel regulation that the government has proposed against alternative policies. And yet the Parliamentary Budget Officer, in a footnote on, I forget which page it is, states very clearly that it's outside the scope of his work to compare the clean fuel regulation to other alternative policies that may achieve a similar end. And finally, the PBO has not explained in adequate detail what other scenarios may take place. And we know there's great uncertainty about the path forward when it comes to climate action, how this policy interacts with other policies. There's a great amount of uncertainty, Madam Speaker, and I think overly simplistic conclusions like the one we've received do not serve the public interest. Now, it's surprising, and this has been raised previously in this debate, that the Conservatives don't like market-based mechanisms because, of course, this is the party that worships at the altar of the almighty market. And yet the two policies that they criticize the most are both market-based mechanisms that leverage the power of markets to find the most efficient and the least cost way to reduce emissions. And this is what economists say is the path forward. Personally, Madam Speaker, I'm agnostic. What I want to see are effective policies that actually drive down climate pollution and give our kids a chance at a decent, stable future. But we don't hear policies like that coming from the Conservative Party. All we hear is criticisms of the policies that have been put forward by so many experts. I was looking at the 2021 Conservative election platform, and I want to read you a passage because I find it quite interesting. It says, in that platform, we'll finalize and improve the clean fuel regulations to reduce carbon emissions from every liter of gasoline we burn, turning them into a true low-carbon fuel standard. Boy, that sounds very familiar, Madam Speaker. It goes on to read, our improvements will include basing our low-carbon fuel standard on British Columbia's policy to achieve a 20% reduction in carbon intensity for transport fuels. The policy that we have from this government reduces the carbon intensity by 15%, and yet in the last election, the Conservatives were proposing the same policy, but a 20% reduction. So I'm not sure how we get this weather vane of Conservative policy. And as I proposed before, maybe that weather vane itself could be a source of renewable energy that could drive down emissions. If it weren't for all the hot air, that might be an opportunity. So I'm perplexed, Madam Speaker. If not these policies, then which ones? When are they going to put forward a plan? Because no plan is not an option at this juncture. I think these aspects should concern all Canadians. And we do need to focus on affordability, but we need to have a serious debate in this House about serious matters. I'm deeply troubled by the fact that the Conservative Party continues to conflate basic concepts to confuse Canadians on a topic that has so much import for our country and and our world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it was interesting to hear my NDP colleague across the way. This from a party who just said they had a motion this week to talk about foreign interference. They were going to tackle it. And then within hours, they had backed down and said, look, we're not going to pull the government down. It's not that serious. We're still going to support the government. But the question is about the carbon tax. And he gets convoluted and caught up in whether it's a regulation or a tax. But in the end, what happens is it costs his citizens in Skeena-Buckley Valley a lot more. And what I am hearing from Skeena-Buckley Valley residents is that he doesn't get it. They have plans that don't actually reduce emissions, but still keep charging Canadians more. And now with the new tax, even more. When is the NDP actually going to listen to their constituents and deal with the real issue of affordability in Canada?
The Honourable Member for Skeena Valley, Buckley Valley.
Well, Madam Speaker, Skeena-Buckley Valley is a beautiful spot. It's just to the west of Prince George Peace River, and I want to, on that topic, I want to talk a little bit about my colleague's riding. My colleague represents Prince George, a community, an excellent community full of wonderful people that has seen a number of investments that relate very directly to the clean fuel regulation his party is attacking in this motion, including a major potential investment by Canfor in a biofuel facility in Prince George that will employ hundreds of people and create millions of dollars of economic development. And I wonder what that company thinks, because this clean fuel regulation is driving the innovation that they're proposing in his community.
And comments, the Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Skeena-Buckley Valley for his great speech. I agree with just about everything he mentioned. And while it's frustrating we keep having this debate, it does give us an opportunity to talk about climate policy. And we know our province has many successful climate policies, but we know the climate crisis and the biodiversity crises are intertwined. And one area where I've been very frustrated to see a lack of change in policy in our province is the continued logging of old-growth trees. I put forward a motion that will ban old-growth logging on federal lands, ban the export of old-growth logs and their products, while we work with the province to move towards more sustainable forms of forestry, including supporting conservation. So I was wondering what my colleague thinks of this motion, if he would be willing to support it, and what.
I have to give the Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley the opportunity to answer.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky country, and West Vancouver, of course, comes right at the front. It's a very good point. I took note of his motion. He won't be surprised to learn that I support increasing the protection of old-growth forests in British Columbia and around the world because, of course, they're important sources of biodiversity and play an important role in protecting our climate. On the topic of biodiversity, though, there is an important tie-in to the clean fuel regulation that we're debating today, which is that if we rapidly increase the production of biofuels, we need to ensure that safeguards are in place so it doesn't impact biodiversity, especially when we're using wood products to create those fuels, and so that it doesn't impact food security when we're using farmland to create.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for Skeena-Buckley Valley for his presentation. Madam Speaker, earlier the Conservatives were saying, well, and Liberals often say this as well, they're talking about carbon technology, carbon capturing technology. The Conservatives say that this technology will be the magic bullet. And so tar sands won't be that bad for the environment at the end of the day. But a Conservative colleague this morning went even further, went so far. He talked about the forestry industry. Trees capture carbon, we know that. And this Conservative asked if we shouldn't tax forestry because trees capture carbon and the forestry industry cuts trees. This kind of misinformation makes things even more confusing for Canadians. Is that not the case? Does that not make our job even more difficult?
Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would agree with my colleague that attempts to confuse or conflate different issues, different topics, isn't helpful in the context of such an important debate. When it comes to the forest industry, we need to ensure that our forest practices are truly renewable. It's an industry that my family has worked in for years and years, and if done properly, if practiced sustainably, it can be a renewable resource that actually helps our climate. We're not there yet. We need to get there.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. These are sad times for rural Canada, specifically for rural Atlantic Canada. It's people and industries that depend on fuel to move everything. The Liberal NDP coalition has decided that carbon tax version 1, which will add 41 cents per litre to gasoline when it's fully implemented, is not enough of a beating to lay on Newfoundlanders and Labradorians and Maritimers. So I stand here today on behalf of the good people of Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame, and on behalf of my province and all of Atlantic Canada to support our Conservative motion to Madam Speaker, I forgot to mention, I'll be sharing my time with our honourable leader of the opposition. So I'll carry on here, Madam Speaker. So on behalf of all these in Atlantic Canada, the downtrodden, I stand here to support our Conservative motion to recognize the failure of Carbon Tax 1 and to immediately cancel Carbon Tax 2. Carbon Tax 2 was cleverly disguised as the Clean Fuel Standard. The costly coalition will argue that Carbon Tax 2 is not a tax. What's next, Madam Speaker? Will income tax be called the income standard? Or harmonized sales tax? Are they going to rename that the harmonized sales standard? We don't know where all this is going, Madam Speaker. But this Liberal NDP marriage, which is rumored to be entering some period of marriage counselling not long after the honeymoon, but they'll never run out of creative ways to tax us. That's one thing that's guaranteed. Carbon tax number 1, let's face it, it's a complete failure. Not one single solitary emissions reduction target have been met. In fact, our emissions are higher than they were in 2015, when our country started to head for the toilet. President Biden recently stood right here, just a few feet from where I'm standing right now, a close personal friend of the Prime Minister's. He's decided not to place carbon tax on fuel in the United States. And guess what? U.S. emissions have dropped since 2015. But now for us here, you know, and people in my home province of Newfoundland and Labrador, they're going to pay an extra $1,316 per year by the time Carbon Tax 1 is fully implemented. Carbon Tax number 2, by the time that's fully implemented, another $850 a year for families. For a grand total, drum roll, no drum roll. You can't be proud enough to give that a drum roll. The total, Madam Speaker, $2,166 per year. For PEI, who don't have anyone on this side to represent them and to speak up, stand up for them, the poor people of PEI, it's going to cost those folks $2,081 a year. So I reference NIT, Madam Speaker, because these Liberals, including Liberal MPs like those from St. John South Mount Pearl and Long Range, claim that we'll get more back in rebates than we'll pay. These two federal ministers from Newfoundland were thrilled. They're thrilled, Madam Speaker, according to a Saltwire article this past November 22nd. Can you imagine our own federal representatives in this cabinet here thrilled about the extra costs being placed on the lives of their people? They'll tell you that Conservatives are presenting fake numbers. I heard my honourable colleague earlier today exactly what he said, blamed us for using fake numbers. Madam Speaker, these are not magical, illusionary, fabricated figures. These are figures that were calculated by the PBO, a Liberal-appointed official. And according to the PBO, carbon tax has an inflationary effect. Yeah. Guess who else, Madam Speaker, said that that tax was inflationary? I'll tell you who. The Governor of the Bank of Canada. So, our federal members, including a member for St. John's South Mount Pearl, who was sick and tired of hearing about the cold winter and what we're doing about it. They don't believe the PBO or the Governor of the Bank of Canada. Unbelievable, Madam Speaker. They're expecting the people they serve to believe them instead of experts. Well, Atlantic Canadians aren't buying what this Liberal government is selling. The Liberal Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, Andrew Furey, close personal friend of the Prime Minister's, and 3 other Atlantic Premiers wrote to the Prime Minister last fall begging him not to place carbon tax on home heating fuel. The silence was deafening. Last week, these same 4 premiers reached out to the Minister of the Environment and asked him not to implement carbon tax too. Once they realized that the PBO had identified the big hit that it was going to make to the pocketbooks of Atlantic Canadians, the premiers went to work. Well, the Prime Minister and his climate change wingman listen to the premiers of Atlantic Canada, or will they barrel ahead with no regard for the people that gave them 32 seats in 2015?
That's a good question. Good question.
So, this new tax, disguised as a standard, will cost families in Newfoundland and Labrador $850 a year when it's fully implemented. Well, you say, well, who besides seniors and families are going to pay, Madam Speaker? The answer is simple. Everyone will pay. Carbon tax 1 is crippling the mining, forestry, tourism, and oil and gas industries in Newfoundland and Labrador, and that effect will accelerate as we move towards 2030. Version 2 will be charged on all fuel in these industries, and this new tax will even be placed on fuel used by fishermen to land their catch and haul around their gear as they endeavour to feed their families in this challenging environment.
Shameful.
Farmers as well are going to pay. So, Madam Speaker, not only are these failed tax policies impacting the bottom lines of households and manufacturing industries, now our farmers and fishermen are taking on added costs that will affect their bottom line. Madam Speaker, farmers and fishermen feed families. So taxing their operations with the new standard is an attack on their livelihoods, on the livelihoods of our farmers and fishermen, and it's a threat to our food security in this country. At a time when people are struggling to survive, the tone-deaf, costly coalition strikes again. Madam Speaker, you might be thinking to yourself, where's the member's sealskin bow tie? I didn't wear it today. My clothes today represents the people that I represent.
Refer to props, even if they are very discreet and allowed. Please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
How many minutes I have left?
You have 2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes. It's not nearly enough to express the disgust that the people in Newfoundland and Labrador have with the way that the people that are here representing them have been voting. Every time we've come with a motion to get rid of carbon tax, to reduce these inflationary taxes, and now we've got another one coming, the standard. Will these members from Newfoundland and Labrador, my 6 colleagues across the way, that's the $64 question. Are they going to vote with their people? Are they going to vote to diminish the tax burden that's hauling them down, making them suffer? The 6 Liberal MPs that sit over there, they weren't sent here to inflict suffering on the people of Newfoundland and Labrador.
They were not.
That's right.
They were sent here to represent them, to bring them up.
That's right.
To make their standard of living better. And I just received a little heckling. Yes, they've done a great job over there, Madam Speaker. They delayed the Bay to North project by 4 years. They put well over 100 conditions on the Bay to North project. Now we're going to lose 3 years of royalties on nearly 800 million barrels of oil a year.
Wow. Great work.
Because of the great work they've done. Madam Speaker, I'm going to close out here. And I implore upon the 6 members from Newfoundland and Labrador to vote with their, I'm sure they must have the goodness in their heart, but they need to stand up for the people of Newfoundland and Labrador and vote yes to our Conservative motion. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his remarks. And Madam Speaker, it's just bizarre because the Conservatives want to take a tool off the table that is going to fight climate change and put more money in people's pockets. And by the way, Madam Speaker, they campaigned on it. They campaigned on a clean fuel standard. They campaigned on a price on pollution. And they're sitting there and straight-faced, and it's just bizarre, Madam Speaker. And they never talk about the cost of climate change. $4 billion impact from Hurricane Fiona, houses washed into the sea, lives lost, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, they're even mocking our measures to transition away from dirty foreign oil to heat pumps. What have they got against heat pumps, Madam Speaker?
Honourable Member for Coast of Bay's Central Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, what a character. Can you believe what do I have against these heat pumps? I don't have anything against heat pumps, but what I do have something against is this team of Liberals over here that are destroying our country. Madam Speaker, they're at it again. Bay du Nord delayed by 3 years. 3 years, Madam Speaker.
Unbelievable.
At close to 800 million barrels of oil per year, the cleanest oil in the world. That we're going to lose the royalties on, that we desperately need to fund our health care and pave our roads.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am the member for Thérèse de Blainville and not for Newfoundland. But whether in Quebec or in Newfoundland or elsewhere in Canada, the main thing that should motivate us here in this House is to contribute to significantly reducing our carbon impact in order to protect people. What does my colleague think about that? What does he say to his constituents about the costs of climate inaction? The consequences of that on their health and their lives.
For Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, I really appreciate that question because we've got a great project that was built in the 60s, Churchill Falls Hydro Project, which has contributed lots to reducing emissions and has contributed a lot to the province of Quebec as well. They've done very well off it. So we've been partners, I guess. Not quite so equitable from our point of view. But going forward, we've got lots of hydroelectric resources in Newfoundland and Labrador that we can produce. We can use technology, not taxes, to reduce greenhouse emissions and to try to mitigate this climate change. We can't deal with what China's pumping into the atmosphere. That's something that the Liberals can help out their Chinese friends on.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I note, I was just on Wikipedia, and I note that my friend from Newfoundland and Labrador ran for the first time, winning by a narrow margin in the 2021 election, on a platform that included the following, and I'll just read it. We'll finalize and improve the clean fuel regulations to reduce carbon emissions from every liter of gasoline, turning them into a true low-carbon fuel standard. And our improvements will include basing our low-carbon fuel standard on British Columbia's policy to achieve a 20% reduction in carbon intensity for transport fuels. Now, this member just ran less than 2 years ago on a policy that sounds to my ear an awful lot like the policy he's cancelling with this motion. Can he explain the difference?
Member for Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, my honourable colleague, no doubt he's here, he's a smart individual, but I'll tell you who's even smarter than him, Madam Speaker. It's his soothsayer, who's telling him what I campaigned at the doors with. Madam Speaker, I'll tell you what I campaigned at the doors with. I said to the people of Coast Bays, I'm going to fight for your salmon farming industry. And I'm going to stand up in the House of Commons and I'm going to support Newfoundland and Labrador's aquaculture industry and not let it get destroyed like my honourable colleague is trying to do in BC.
Debate, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the chance to follow the great member for Newfoundland and Labrador, a man who has a stronger and more honest and powerful voice for Newfoundland and Labrador than all the other MPs from that province combined. Thank you very much. He understands that his job is to be the voice of Newfoundland in Ottawa, not the voice of Ottawa in Newfoundland. And indeed, that is all of our roles. Here we are today, in a country where 9 in 10 young people believe they'll never be able to afford a home, something that would have been unimaginable 8 years ago. 1.5 million eating at food banks, 1 in 5 skipping breakfast, lunch, or dinner because they can't afford the cost of food. And what does the Liberals and the NDP and the Bloc think is the remedy for all of that? A 61 cent a litre carbon tax. Remember, let's go back though, and let's examine the history of this tax. First, the Prime Minister said that it would give people more money than they paid, right? A tax that makes you better off. He said he'd send out these checks to give you back the money you'd paid. Well, it turns out the parliamentary budget officer that he named proved that people will end up paying approximately $1,500 more in taxes than they get back in rebates. Then he said the tax would never go above $50 a ton. And what he realized was that his tax was so ineffective in tackling emissions that we'd have to raise it more than triple that $50. Of course, that news came out after the election rather than before. Another falsehood. Then he said this tax would help us meet our emissions reduction target, and he's missed every single target he has set. He didn't even meet them in the year 2020 when Canadians were locked down and banned from using their automobiles. Even then, his tax was so ineffective that it didn't reach the targets that he said. So 3 falsehoods on which he built the tax in the first place. So the first tax failed. What was his solution? Bring in another one, right? If you fail once, well, do the same thing all over and again. I think the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting to get a different result. And so they've got a second carbon tax. The first one will take the price of a litre up 41 cents. The second will bring it up another 17 cents to a total of 58 cents a litre. But they're not done yet. No. They want to charge the HST on the tax and the tax to get it up to a full 61 cents a litre in taxes. We can imagine that a cost of a litre of gas will be $2, $3, maybe $4 if this Prime Minister has his way. Now keep in mind, higher gas prices are not a bug. They are a feature of the Liberal Party policy. The goal is to raise gas prices. That is not a secondary consequence. It is the policy. And it is a policy supported by the NDP and the Bloc Québécois. The NDP, which has pioneered the carbon tax, brought it into BC, and has raised it in that province higher than anywhere else, is voting with their Liberal bosses in Ottawa to more than triple the carbon tax on British Columbians and put their people out of work. Now, what are the consequences of a tax on energy? Well, you tax energy, you tax everything. Because everything has to be dug, built, moved, cooled, heated, using energy. So when you tax the energy, you tax everything. Let's start with food. You tax the farmer that grows the food, the trucker that ships the food. Then you ultimately tax the food itself. This at a time when food price inflation is at a 40-year high. And we just got more evidence, right? The Prime Minister told us inflation is on the decline. Worry not, it's all over. The nightmare has ended. Inflation is going away. And then what happened in the month of April? Inflation shot up again. Now, why did it shoot up in April? What happened in the last part of March? Two things. One, Finance Minister introduced $60 billion of new inflationary spending, or as she called it, gas on the inflationary fire, 2 days before the start of April. And then the carbon tax hit on April 1st, April Fool's Day. The joke's on Canadians, right? So the tax hits, the deficit hits, and what do you know? Inflation is back on the rise. Cause, effect. But they're just getting started, Madam Speaker. The tax right now is only 14 cents a litre. They want to more than, we used to say triple. It's not triple anymore. They want to quadruple it and more from 14 cents. Yeah. Quadruple. There's a tongue twister. It's going to be even more painful to pay than to say, Madam Speaker. And so we're going to have families who are already living in poverty, and we know that the rich guys will be fine. They have no problem. According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, this latest carbon tax will hit the poorest people the worst. Those with the least will pay the most because energy constitutes a bigger part of their family budget. The rich people, they spend a smaller amount of their family budget on energy. And so we know that it will be the single mom, it will be the truck driver, the barber, the student who's trying to scrape together an extra $4 or $5 grand a year as part of his 25-year plan to save for a down payment. Those are the people who will end up paying this tax. And for what? To place Canada as 58th out of 63 nations in the climate change implementation index. We're behind the rest of the world. China has a better, according to this index, has a better record than this Liberal government. Wow. They're worse than the dictatorship that the Prime Minister so admires when it comes to climate matters. Madam Speaker, we get all the pain and none of the gain. If they want a real plan for climate change, why not technology and not taxes? Let's speed up. Let's lower the cost of carbon-free energy by en enlevant le paperasse pour permettre le
by cutting red tape to enable Quebec to start new hydroelectric dams. That would enable Quebec to double the amount of green energy available for the electric system. A government that I lead will enable Quebec to build more of that green energy.
Or we could approve the wave power that Nova Scotia was attempting to permit with a private sector company using tidal forces to bring electricity to the great shores of Nova Scotia and power their grid with less emissions. I would have approved that in a millisecond. This bureaucracy blocked, the gatekeepers blocked it for years, and the company got up and left. I will green light green projects like that. I will green light nuclear energy, allowing for small modular nuclear reactors to electrify places like Alberta and Saskatchewan and New Brunswick, who have already signed memoranda of understanding to move forward with nuclear power, but not if it takes 25 years to get it permitted. What kind of safety and environmental knowledge will we gain in the last 17 years of that process that we could not gain in the first 3 years? Right. Why not compress the work? Yes, protect safety. Yes, protect the environment, but do it quickly because our environment and our energy grid cannot wait, Madam Speaker. In other words, and finally, carbon capture and storage. We will incentivize our mighty energy sector, which is the most advanced and sophisticated and ethical in the world, to reinvest some of its growth in cleaning its operations so that we can have the lowest emitting energy sector anywhere in the world and put that carbon right back in the geological structures from whence it came. All of these things are possible. If we have a government in Ottawa that gets out of the way, the green lights, green projects, that incentivizes reinvestment of market revenues back into clean, green technology. This government's philosophy is very different. If it moves, they tax it. If If it keeps moving, they regulate it. And when it stops moving, they subsidize it, Madam Speaker. That is a nonsensical approach. What we have here is common sense. The common sense of the common people united for our common home. Your home, my home, our home. Let's bring it home.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, a lot has been said in this House when we have debates on this topic. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, a lot has been said in this House when we have debates on this topic about the fact that all members of the Conservative caucus who sit here today ran on pricing pollution in 2021. However, the Leader of the Opposition sits in a special club. A club that is joined by 5 other Ontario MPs, 6 from Alberta, 1 from BC, 1 from Manitoba, 1 from New Brunswick, 1 from Quebec, and 3 from Saskatchewan. This is a club of MPs that not only ran on it in 2021, but also ran on it in 2006. In 2006, this member, along with all those other MPs that I just referenced, ran on Stephen Harper's plan to develop and implement a North America-wide cap-and-trade system for greenhouse gas and air pollution. So this member has now run with other members from the Conservative caucus on pricing pollution twice. Can he explain the flip-flop?
Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, we have stood for exactly the same thing the entire time. When Prime Minister Harper was in office, he did not implement a carbon tax. He thoroughly and forcefully rejected the carbon tax that the Liberal Party proposed. Instead, what he did is incentivize technology, and that's why we actually reduced greenhouse gas emissions while growing the economy in this country. We incentivized technology. We worked with, for example, the province of Alberta and its tier system, which encourages large industrial energy companies to reinvest in reducing their emissions intensity, and they succeeded, reducing approximately 30% the emissions per barrel. This approach works by using market forces and competitive technology. Our free enterprise system can reduce emissions and build a cleaner, greener future that brings powerful paychecks home to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition at the beginning of his speech said 9 out of every 10 young people think they'll have a hard time buying a house. And that is absolutely true. We need to take measures to take care of this and develop social housing. But the topic of the day is not this. We're talking about the carbon tax. We are talking about the fact that the Conservative Party is always constantly asking for us to abolish any environmental measures, and he talks about this as if all of the House of Commons were being unreasonable and disconnected from reality, even though it's the exact opposite. My question for the member of the opposition is, does he recognize that the members in this House are able to be reasonable? For example, I asked a question this morning. I didn't get an answer about this. Does he recognize in terms of C-34, and what will he do so that these young people who want us to take action on climate change, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, is the Bloc able to be reasonable? Able, but they're not. We don't know why. They are almost never, because the Bloc agrees with the Liberals and the NDP on almost everything, almost all the issues in terms of climate, except for the location of our country's capital. That's the only thing they don't agree on. He mentions that I said 9 out of 10 people can't buy a house, young people. It has nothing to do with the carbon tax. Sorry? Buying a house takes heating. You have to be able to heat it. Heating takes energy. So energy bills to heat a house increase with the carbon tax. And it makes it impossible for many young people to buy a house. And that is one of the reasons why we want to get rid of this carbon tax. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If I may, I'd like to quote a document. We will finalize and approve regulations on clean energy to reduce GHGs for every litre of gas we produce by truly transferring the situation. This includes our policy for BC, which wants to achieve a reduction of 20%. Where does that come from? The Conservative Party's election platform. So it's strange to hear the leader of the official opposition rise in the parliament today to talk against this political platform, his own. So I'd like him to explain to us how we will succeed in reducing GHGs by increasing fossil fuel production. The leader of the opposition, Madam Speaker, we are against and always have been against the carbon tax. He'll never be able to quote any statement that I have made throughout my entire political career that supports the carbon tax, because I've always been against it and I will always be. The NDP wants to increase taxes on the backs of the working class because the NDP is for the ultra-rich that get rich through the government, and we are working for everyday Canadians.
The honourable member for Mississauga Strittsville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Winnipeg North. Madam Speaker, since I'm speaking today on June the 1st, I would be remiss if I didn't say Happy Indigenous History Month.
The honourable member. Order! Est-ce qu'on peut accorder?
Could we give the honourable member the respect to listen to them while she's doing her speech, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would be remiss on June the 1st if I didn't say Happy Indigenous History Month, Deaf Blind Awareness Month, Filipino Heritage Month, Italian Heritage Month, Portuguese Heritage Month, and Pride Month. Back to the topic on hand, I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to discuss this important topic today. While the Canadian economy is doing well in the face of global economic challenges, with more than 900,000 Canadians working today than before the pandemic, and the unemployment rate is close to its record low, we are well aware that many Canadians continue to struggle with the cost of living. Since 2015, the government has been making important investments to grow the economy, strengthen Canada's social safety net, and making life more affordable for Canadians. These have included the tax-free child benefit to support about 3.5 million families annually, an enhanced Canada Workers benefit, and a 10% increase in old age security payments to seniors aged 75 and over, among others. In Budget 2023, we outlined how our government will provide new targeted inflation relief to Canadians, including the grocery rebate to support the many individuals and families who are struggling to put food on the table due to rising costs of groceries. The new one-time grocery rebate will deliver targeted inflation relief for 11 million low and modest income Canadians and families who need it most, with an up to $467 for eligible couples with 2 children, up to an extra $234 for single Canadians without children, and an extra $225 for seniors on average. The grocery rebate will be delivered to eligible Canadians on July 5th, 2023, by direct deposit or check through the Canada Revenue Agency. By targeting the grocery rebate to the Canadians who need it the most, the government will be able to provide relief without making inflation worse. But we all know that inflation is still too high, and the steep increase in interest rates has caused economic pain for many Canadians, including small businesses who need to pay more for their lines of credit. We saw the pandemic led to an increase in people using credit cards when they shop. Canadian small businesses pay fees to process these credit card transactions, with the largest component being the interchange paid to credit card issuers. I am pleased to be able to say that our Government of Canada recently announced that it will be delivering in Budget 2023 commitment to lower credit card transaction fees for small businesses by finalizing new agreements with Visa and MasterCard, while also protecting reward points for Canadian consumers offered by Canada's large banks. For qualifying small businesses, Visa and MasterCard have agreed to reduce interchange fees for in-store transactions to an annual weighted average of 0.95%, and reduce interchange fees for online transactions by 10 basis points, resulting in reductions of up to 7%. As a previous small business entrepreneur myself, I'm happy to say that these new agreements will help most small businesses in Canada. More than 90% of credit card accepting businesses in Canada will qualify for the new lower rates and see their interchange fees reduced up to 27% from the existing weighted average rate. These reductions are expected to save Canadian small businesses about $1 billion over 5 years. Also, small businesses will have free access to online fraud and cybersecurity resources to help them grow their online sales while preventing fraud and chargebacks. In concrete terms, a small store with $300,000 in annual credit card sales should see interchange savings of $1,080 per year. The new rates will come into effect in the fall of 2024 to allow time for systems to be updated. Madam Speaker, another important measure in the budget includes working with regulatory agencies and provinces and territories to reduce junk fees for Canadians, including higher telecom roaming charges, event and concert fees, excessive baggage fees, and unjustified shipping and freight fees. These costs can add up very quickly. It is important to ensure businesses are transparent and fair with prices for Canadians. The budget also takes action to crack down on predatory lending. Predatory lenders can take advantage of some of the most vulnerable people in our communities, including low-income Canadians, newcomers, and seniors, often by extending very high interest rate loans. With Budget 2023, our government is taking action by proposing to lower the criminal rate of interest by reducing the annual percentage rate from 47% to 35%, and imposing a cap on payday loans. Another way the government is taking steps to support low-income Canadians is through automatic tax filing. After hosting a free tax clinic in my office during tax season, I know firsthand that this will go a long way for all our constituents. We want to ensure Canadians can easily file their tax returns in order to receive the benefits to which they are entitled. Since 2018, the Canada Revenue Agency has delivered a free and simple File My Return service, which allows eligible Canadians to auto-file their tax return over the phone after answering a series of short questions. Budget 2023 announced that the federal government will increase the number of eligible Canadians for File My Return.
Yes, may I ask the honourable member for Shuswap on a point of order? Yes.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I ask the honourable member to the relevance of her speech. All she's spoken about here is Budget 2023. Nothing in relation to the order of the day.
Speak to the making references to some of the issues, and as the honourable member knows, we have a lot of leeway in what members can discuss in their speeches. The honourable parliamentary secretary, on the same point of order.
On that point of order, maybe the Conservative member doesn't know what his opposition motion says, but the fourth point says making life more expensive for Canadians is a cost of living crisis. I think that the member is directly speaking to the cost of living.
Okay, we are not going to enter debate on the issue. I've already said that the honourable member has quite some leeway, and I'm sure she'll round it out to the motion in question. The honourable member for Mississauga Streetsville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said, Budget 2023 announced that the federal government will increase the number of eligible Canadians for File My Return to 2 million people by 2025, almost triple the current number. My son Kyle is about to graduate high school, and I'm thinking forward to when he enters university and what he's going to be paying for his education. We know that the higher cost of living means that students still need support to be able to afford an education and pursue their dreams. Budget 2023 proposed enhanced support for students for the 2023 school year. This included increasing Canada student grants by 40%, providing up to $4,200 for full-time students, raising the interest-free Canada student loan limit from $210 to $300 per week of study, and waiving the requirement for mature students aged 22 years or older to undergo credit screening in order to qualify for federal student grants and loans for the first time. This would allow post-secondary students to access up to $14,400 in enhanced Canada Student Financial Assistance for the upcoming school year. Students with disabilities and dependents will also receive an increase in Canada Student Grants. Post-secondary education is expensive, and the government is committed to ensuring it remains accessible and more affordable for Canadians, so that future generations can seek higher education. That ahead to develop a long-term approach to student financial assistance in time for Budget 2024. Madam Speaker, unfortunately for too many Canadians, including young people and new Canadians, the dream of owning a new home is increasingly out of reach. In Budget 2022, the government committed to introducing a tax-free first home savings account, a new registered plan to give prospective first-time home buyers the ability to save $40,000 on a tax-free basis. In Budget 2023, the government is delivering on this commitment by allowing financial institutions to start offering this plan to Canadians on April 1st, 2023, a few months ago. Madam Speaker, these are just a few examples, of how we are making targeted and responsible investments to build a stronger economic future for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good job.
Questions and comments? I'm sorry. The Honourable Member for Regina Luwan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I join with my colleague who I work with on the Ag Committee to wish everyone a happy Filipino month. We have a large Filipino community in Regina. I say hi to all my friends back home. And actually, just a simple question from my honourable colleague. Could she tell me how much Carbon Tax 1 and Carbon Tax 2 will reduce emissions in Canada? Is there a number that they have? Because I'm just wondering, they haven't met any reduction targets yet with emissions. So what will Carbon Tax 1 and Carbon Tax do the number of how much emissions they're going to reduce? Thank you.
For Mississauga Streetsville.
I thank my honourable member, and I do enjoy working with him in the Ag Committee. I just want to state that as per the National Inventory Report that was recently published, Canada's climate policies are starting to bend the curve on greenhouse gas emissions.
Wow.
Canada's leading the G7 emissions reduction since 2019 and produced 53 million fewer tons of carbon tons less in 2021 than in 2019, the equivalent of taking 11 million cars off Canada's roads.
Wow.
Our plan is working. We are taking action to ensure we push toward our 2030 emissions reduction target. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Great answer.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague a question. Her government's program to help the most vulnerable. Well, yesterday we learned in this House that the Canadian Food Bank isn't doing too well. More than 2 million people ask for food bank help every month. And we're talking about 600,000 people or more who have to rely on the food bank every month, 9% increase. And since 2019, there has been an increase, and many of these people rely on social assistance or OAS, and their main source of revenue is often OAS. So these are dramatic issues that we need to take a commitment on right now.
I thank the honourable member for my colleague, and I do want to say a shout out to the Mississauga Food Bank in Mississauga for all their amazing work in giving back to the community and providing our communities with food. As I mentioned or outlined earlier in my speech, today we have designed with Budget 2023 our biggest impact on those who need it most. We've provided so many different options available to constituents to assist them with in this time of need while avoiding exacerbating inflation. Again, we are committed to providing a brighter future for Canadians through these different measures. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my colleague, with regards to green energy and the battery plant at Stellantis decision still pending, can the member outline more specific supports that will be available for not only just the OEMs being the original manufacturers, but also the supply chain, because the auto industry stretches from all the way from Windsor, Ontario here into Quebec?
The Honourable Member for Mississauga Streetsville.
Thank you, and I thank the my honourable colleague for that question. I'm as a part of Auto Caucus, I hear all the different concerns that we get from the auto industry, and I'm looking forward to continue to work with different members in this House so that we can continue to put policies and legislation that can help, especially with improving and enhancing the electric battery plants that are coming into Canada, as well as the different investments like from Stellantis as well as Volkswagen. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Spadina Fortune.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to read into the record an analysis by the Honourable Dan Matteig. He spent 18 years serving in this place as a Liberal MP and now serves as the President of Canadians for Affordable Energy. He states that, quote, the clean fuel standard is simply another tax grab by this government that will raise the cost of everything with no benefit to the environment. It's shocking that this government insists on moving forward with another ineffective tax during a time of soaring household costs, end quote. And I'm curious to hear my colleague's analysis on how this tax is going to drive up household costs.
For Mississauga Streetsville.
I thank my honourable colleague for that question. I just want to state something else into the record, which is the fact that data from Public Safety Canada lists that the average annual bill for disaster assistance is $430 million over the last 3 years. Total damage from natural disasters in Canada has been $3.1 billion alone in 2022. Madam Speaker, given these substantial costs, inaction towards protecting our planet and fighting climate change will negatively affect us all. So the clean fuel regulations are critically important, and it's an important part of Canada's overall approach to reducing emissions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government Health Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you can imagine, if you will, my surprise when I found out the Conservatives wanted to talk about a price on pollution again. And I say that tongue-in-cheek because obviously I'm not surprised, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting, if you follow the debate on the price on pollution, you'll find that the first jurisdiction, I believe it was, in North America many, many years ago that actually instituted the principles of a price on pollution was actually a Conservative government in the province of Alberta, Madam Speaker. As the colleagues, Conservative Party member applauds across the way, Mr. Speaker. He is quite right. It was a Conservative provincial government. Now, I got to qualify it. Progressive Conservative government, Madam Speaker. And there is a big, substantial difference from a progressive Conservative and the extreme right movement we now have that the leader of the Conservative Party heads today, Madam Speaker. So anyway, fast forward it. Imagine an international conference being held in Paris. Countries from around the world convey and go to Paris, and they come up with the idea of a price on pollution and that we should be promoting it. Canada comes back from Paris and says that, look, some provinces already have some form of prices on pollution. What we need to be able to do is to ensure that all provinces are on that same level playing field, in essence, and dealing with the environment. So we established a program that allowed for provinces that had plans in place that they would be respected as long as they met certain targets, Madam Speaker. And we still have provinces today that have that program or their own program. So in other words, the price on pollution that we have today is in fact applied on most provinces and territories, but not on all provinces. British Columbia, the province of Quebec are examples of that, Madam Speaker. So if you look at it from that perspective, we now have the Conservative Party of today, that far-right organization or movement, Madam Speaker. And what are they saying? Well, as has been pointed out on numerous occasions in the past, the far-right party of today is very different even from the day of 2021, that year, Madam Speaker. Because the leader at that time had a policy platform, and in that policy platform, he was able to reverse the Conservative position that came out of the Paris Accord. Out of the Paris Accord, the Conservative Party of Canada said, we don't like it. Well, after a great deal of debate, the Conservative Party changed their minds and told that to Canadians. They said to Canadians, look, we have changed our minds. We now support a price on pollution. People don't have to take my word for it. They can actually look at the party policy platform of the Conservative Party in 2021, and they will find that they supported a price on pollution. Fast forward it. They dumped that leader, Madam Speaker, and they adopted a new shining leader, the member from Carleton. And the member from Carleton comes out now saying, we have changed our opinions. It doesn't matter that it was an election platform issue, that all 338 candidates had incorporated that in the last federal election, saying that they support a price on pollution. That's just pushed to the side.
because the Conservative Party, that right-wing party today, wants to be able to have a bumper sticker. A bumper sticker that in essence says, we're going to get rid of the carbon tax. Well, Madam Speaker, there is even inconsistencies in that. If you think about it, now I'll use the province of British Columbia as an example. So from coast to coast to coast, the new shiny leader of the Conservative Party is telling people that they're going to get rid of the price on pollution. Well, what about the province of British Columbia? If they say they're going to get rid of the price on pollution in the rest of Canada, they're not doing it in the province of British Columbia. So what about those members, like the member from Abbotsford? What is he going to be telling his constituent? You know, what the leader of their Conservative Party is saying doesn't apply to British Columbia? Or is the Conservative Party going to be consistent and say we are going to subsidize and compensate the residents of British Columbia because the rest of Canada is getting that so-called tax break? The Conservative Party is being intentionally misleading Canadians in many, many different ways, all because they want a simple bumper sticker that they're prepared to abandon principles that the traditional party, the traditional Progressive Party, actually supported. They supported it, Madam Speaker, whether it was decades ago or in the last federal election, because the principles of a price on pollution are in fact effective and they work, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives can talk all they want about emission controls. It doesn't take away the principles of what it is a price on pollution does as an incentive. When the Conservative leader says we're going to get rid of that so-called carbon tax, what he doesn't tell Canadians is that along with that, he's getting rid of the rebate portion. Let me reflect on the residents that I represent in Winnipeg North. That means, Madam Speaker, that the Conservative Party is going to take away from more than 80% of my constituents a net gain because of the price on pollution. In essence, he's reaching into their pockets and he's taking money out of it, Madam Speaker. While on the same breath, he's trying to tell them that he's giving them a tax break, Madam Speaker. It is completely inconsistent. This is not the first time when you really take a look at what it is that the Conservative Party of Canada is proposing. It just doesn't make sense. It's not good for the environment. It's not good for the economy. It's not good for supporting Canada's middle class. But I guess it will fit on a bumper sticker, and he might be able to fool some Canadians, Madam Speaker. And that's the driving force on this. It kind of reminds me of another idea that he had in running for the leadership, Madam Speaker, when he talked about cryptocurrency. Remember that one? And for those that would have followed his advice then, the thousands of dollars that would have been lost, in some areas 60% of life earnings of individuals that might have invested in cryptocurrency. You had the leader of the official opposition today advocating. He still hasn't apologized for that piece of wisdom, Madam Speaker, that turned out to be an absolute total failure. I think that there's a responsibility of the Conservative Party. And one of my colleagues said that he's been now leader for over 250 days. I don't know the actual number, Madam Speaker. And we still don't have an environmental policy coming from the government. I mean, from the Conservative Party of Canada. Madam Speaker, here on this side of the House, we consistently announce programs that will assist in protecting our environment. Whether it's the expansion of conservation sites, expansion of national parks, banning of single-use plastics, making zero-emission vehicles more affordable. The idea of planting more trees, Madam Speaker. These are the type of things that we are talking about, and the price on pollution is a major part of what it is a progressive government needs to do in order to protect our environment, support Canadians, build on a healthier economy. We're building greener jobs. And a good example of that, Madam Speaker, and there's many examples one can give, but I think I have about 30 seconds, is the Volkswagen battery plant. It is going to be the largest factory in Canada. The largest factory. And the Conservatives are even opposing that, Madam Speaker. I see my time is expired.
Yes, we are going to questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Look, I have the member brought up the issue about planting trees, so I'd just like him to clarify here to the House and to Canada, out of the $2 billion tree program that the Liberals have promised, how many trees have been planted out of those $2 billion? And then specifically, my riding, I've been trying to get anybody or any organization to qualify for this bureaucratic, red tape-filled process. I've gone to my municipalities, we've tried to band together with local conservation groups, and the feedback I've got from both my counties when they've reached out to the Liberal government is that they can't qualify. They don't meet the requirements. And so here we are, I live in a rural area that we're willing to plant all sorts of trees to help deal with this ability to reduce carbon emissions in this country, and yet the program seems to be failing. Can the member provide some clarity? Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Two quick points, Madam Speaker. First, it's important. The member makes reference to an election platform issue. Isn't it somewhat ironic that he's making reference to an election platform issue when the election platform issue of the Conservative Party was to support a price on pollution? You know, I think that if we look up the word of hypocrisy in Webster's, we might want to incorporate this as an excellent example, Madam Speaker. The second point that I would make is that, remember, when all trees start from a seed, and you can't just kind of wish a tree to be 6 feet tall.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you. If my colleagues could perhaps let me ask my question. Thank you. There's an antechamber where they can speak. I would like to interrupt the Honourable Member. Could we have a bit of order so the Honourable Member can ask his question? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlevoix, Saint-Hubert. I find it kind of pathetic, the debate we're having today. I want all of Quebec to be able to watch us this morning. Quebec is strongly fighting against climate change. Quebecers know that this is a serious threat, and they want to act for this. What we're having today is a pathetic spectacle. On one side, the government that is completely incapable of doing anything for the environment. Since the Liberals came to power, we have continued to be one of the worst countries when it comes to fighting climate change. Our greenhouse gases are going up, and the Liberals are here. So that's the Liberal side. That's the Liberal side of the theatre. On the other side of the theatre, with the Conservatives saying, hey, we're going to do even less than you guys. Hey, let's see if we can do even worse than you guys when it comes to this huge issue, the major issue of our time. It's pretty pathetic. Then people ask why there are 32 Bloquiste MPs. It's because Quebecers are strongly fighting against climate change. They want people to act. I need to allow the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to actually react to the question.
Mr. Speaker, the member can say whatever it is that he wants when he stands up to speak ultimately, but the reality is quite the opposite in terms of what it is that the member is saying in terms of the government. I listed off a number of initiatives that the Government of Canada has taken over the years that are making a positive difference. In working with the provincial jurisdictions, we have been able to accomplished some great things, and we will continue to work with the provincial, territorial, Indigenous governments to ensure that our environment is protected while advancing our economy, building on good quality middle-class jobs, and providing an economy that works for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. The Liberals like to talk about heat pumps, so I'll ask a heat pump question. By my estimation, and by the numbers that I've seen from experts, Canada needs about 500,000 additional heat pumps by 2030 to meet its targets. How many heat pumps did the Liberals incentivize under the Greener Homes program in the 2 years since it was launched? 438. And I did the math, and by my calculation, it's going to take 1,000 years at that pace to hit their 2030 target. Can the Parliamentary Secretary square the math for me and tell me whether Canadians are going to have to wait 1,000 years to hit the target?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 30 seconds.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the Greener Homes program does more than just heating pumps. It provides Canadians coast to coast the opportunity to improve the conditions of their homes and assist by having the pumps put in. And not only will Canadians take up and use those incentives, but I suspect that there's going to be a good number of Canadians that will actually move forward even without the incentives. So we need to encourage both. And ultimately, Madam Speaker, I believe that we are working in the right direction. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to start by saying I'm going to be splitting my time with my amazing colleague and good friend, the member from Sarnia-Lambton. Not Brampton, Lambton. Madam Speaker, it was a scam all along. It was never sold as advertised. This carbon tax scam in 2015 was sold to Canadians as a scam that the Conservatives called out all along the way. First, they said it was a levy. They said it was a levy for your Chevy, that they wanted to charge you for driving your Chevy around rural Canada to get from job site to job site to home. They said that it would make Canadians better off. That was the other scam that they sold with Carbon Tax Scam 1.0. They said that Canadians would get more into their pocket than what they paid. That was the scam, Madam Speaker. Thank God we have a public budgeting officer. Now, who should we believe? Should we believe the public budgeting officer that the Liberals appointed themselves? Or should we believe a drama teacher, the Prime Minister, who has the most scandals than any other Prime Minister in Canada's history? Should we believe the public budgeting officer whose job is to tell the truth and expose any scandal or any mistruths that are being told in any type of reporting? Or should we believe an environment minister who's the only one in this House that I know of that has been in an orange jumpsuit? Should we believe the public budgeting officer, or should we believe a finance minister that said that she would not fuel the flames of inflation, and just months ago took a big $63 billion jerry can of inflation, of fuel, and threw it on the inflationary fire that she started herself? So who should we believe? And the misinformation continues from this Liberal NDP HoC coalition, who continuously say that Canadians get more into their pocket and are much better off. While the reality is, Madam Speaker, after 8 years, the carbon tax scam 1.0 is still a scam. It will cost on average every single Canadian household, every struggling Canadian household, around $1,500 each. This is at a time when we see inflation out of control because this Liberal NDP government spent out of control and spent more money than all governments before it combined, making inflation out of control. We see rents out of control, mortgages unaffordable, going up by the day because they could not stop spending Canadians' money. Madam Speaker, Then they sold this other scam that it would magically fix the environment, and that the more they charged Canadians for this scam, the weather would start getting better, that they would be able to fix all the problems that we see around the world with climate. Well, the reality is, Madam Speaker, that was a scam all along too, because Canada ranks 58 out of 63 countries in their climate plan.
Shame.
This is behind China out of all countries. Wow. The same country that the Prime Minister admires, because he admires that basic dictatorship. And we're even behind them. Although Canada produces much less emissions than China, we're still behind. That just goes to show you how big of a scam this was from day one. Now, Madam Speaker, let's talk about the realities of what Canadians are going through today. As I said, we see inflation out of control, food inflation. We see mortgages have doubled since this Liberal NDP government have taken over. We see rents out of control, not enough housing. 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals today because they cannot afford to eat and heat their homes. 1.5 million Canadians are visiting a food bank in a single month in this country. I could not have imagined when me and my family moved to this country that this would be what Canada is today. A country where you can have 2 or 3 jobs and still not be able to afford eating and heating your home. Not only have they caused, this Liberal NDP government caused the price of food to go up, they actually added to that price because they added on this carbon tax scam that made it more expensive for farmers to grow the food. Then it costs more to transport that food. It even costs more money to store that food inside of the grocery stores because of their carbon tax scam. Yeah. And at the end of the day, Canadians are having to pay that cost.
That's right.
And at a time now when 1 in 4 Canadians are saying they're having to borrow money just to meet their basic necessities, this is not the Canada me and my family moved to many years ago. Like other immigrants came here looking for a hope for a better future, looking forward for a government that actually wanted to support them and not continue to kick them down and take more from them while giving them back less. This carbon tax scam is hurting Canadians and Canadian households. It's taking more out of their pocket and leaving them with less and less. We see parents, single moms, who are having to choose between not getting tutoring now and not being able to feed their kids nutritious food 3 times a day at minimum, and instead now they're making choices they've never had to make before. And what did this Liberal government do? They added a second carbon tax scam on top of that, one where you don't get any phony rebates either. And now, on average, every single Canadian household in this country is going to spend $2,000 on this carbon tax scam, 1.0 and 2.0 combined. This is the Liberal NDP solution to a problem that they started on struggling Canadian households. Madam Speaker, Canada is in a dire situation. And let me quote the Daily Bread Food Bank, who came to the Finance Committee just recently on May the 17th. Before pandemic, they saw 60,000 clients in a month. During the pandemic, they saw 120,000. But in March 2023, it spiked to 270,000 visits. And I'm going to quote Neil Hetherington from the Daily Bread Food Bank. He said, quote, "The underlying reason for this are complex, but I can summarize them in one sentence. People do not have enough income to afford the rapidly rising cost of living." This Liberal NDP government not only made housing impossible to find in this country, and with their out-of-control spending made mortgages and rents go up, now they want to take even more from Canadians that are struggling. It is impossible for anyone to be able to survive today. I talk to newcomers. They find it impossible to stay in this country when they came here for a hope. But Madam Speaker, hope is on the horizon.
Yes.
We're going to get rid of this carbon tax scam 1.0 and 2.0. We're going to make sure that we build more green, clean projects in this country to bring down the cost of our energy. We're going to make sure that we're supporting families and not taking more from them. They're going to leave more in their pockets. We're going to bring home more powerful paychecks by lowering prices and making sure we get rid of this carbon tax scam. We need to make sure our immigrants, our newcomers, our young people all can see hope for a better future in this country, and we're going to see that hope when the member from Carleton becomes the Prime Minister of this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yay! Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member is incorrect when he says that we have not been doing our part in the world when it comes to reducing emissions. As a matter of fact, between 2019 and 2021, Canada's emissions, GHG emissions, have dropped by 9%. Now, Conservatives will quickly say, well, there was a pandemic. That's what slowed it down. Well, the problem with that argument is that our economy continued to grow during that time, Madam Speaker. So we are indeed bending the curve on GHG emissions, despite the fact that we continue to see economic growth. Would the member perhaps like to reflect on his comment and provide some more perhaps truth in his next statement?
Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
The only thing bending about that member's statement is the truth. They're talking about lower emissions during a lockdown.
Unbelievable.
It is absolutely ridiculous to think that this member, we can take this member seriously when they're bragging about a lockdown brought down emissions. Actually, what they did do was make sure that we have the worst growth in all of the OECD developed countries. Canada will be performing the absolute worst. And yet their solution to all of this is to tax Canadians even more and make sure there's going to be more people going into food banks and borrowing more money just to meet their necessities. This is the out-of-touch policy.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm starting to run out of ways to say it, but I'm going to repeat my question, which I've done several times, but have not received an answer. Does my colleague and his political party, do they realize that climate change is happening? As we speak, Madam Speaker, there are towns in Quebec that have been evacuated due to fire. And yet, the Conservatives seem to want to remove all incentives to improve our climate performance. They're saying that there's still climate change, so clearly these measures don't do anything, but they've just been implemented. We need to give them time to act. Yes, we do need to help lower-income people, we agree, but if we remove these measures, then what would he do?
My colleague for that question. Does the Conservative Party believe that climate change is happening? Yes. What? To answer his question, but do we believe that taxes are the way? Well, the Liberals, the Bloc, and the NDP are proof that charging more to Canadians for a carbon tax scam is not working when emissions go up. They haven't met a single emission target that they set for themselves. It's these failed policies that continue to not help the environment, the economy, or Canadians. We're going to turn that all around, and we're going to bring hope over this hurt that this collective has brought on Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm always surprised to hear what the Conservatives are saying when the planet is literally burning. Canada is has the 39th biggest population in the world, but is the 10th biggest GHG emitter. In order to meet the Paris Agreement, people should be using about 2 tons of carbon per year, but with Canadians, it's about 17 tons. Does my colleague not agree that market-based tools could help?
Madam Speaker, thank you for the question. And since it's my NDP colleague that asked this question, I want to take this time to congratulate the people from Alberta who rejected the failed smear, and fear tactics of the NDP government, and Albertans overwhelmingly rejected the Liberal NDP government that was once in power from 2015 to 2019 once again. And I want to remind this House that in 2019, when the UCP government formed government, the number one bill that Albertans overwhelmingly put them into power was to get rid of this carbon tax scam. So I want to congratulate Albertans on the great job and the huge victory by Danielle Smith and her government, and we're looking forward to working with them when we have a Conservative government on the federal level and the provincial level, and we're going to have a strong confederation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in the House, and today, especially on this Opposition Day motion that talks about how the first carbon tax is going to increase the price of gas 41 cents a litre. The second clean fuel standard will add 20 cents more to that when sales tax is included, and it just will further exacerbate the cost of living issues that people are facing across the country. And so what I wanted to do today in my speech is talk about what the carbon tax will do, talk about what it won't do, and then talk about what real solutions should be offered. And so first of all, what does it actually do? Well, it actually increases the price of things. And it's not just the price of gasoline that's going up, because it's an escalator. So for example, if we look at food, that has increased in prices on the average 12%, but some items of food, are up 30 and 40%. When you're talking about a farmer that's producing the food, they are going to have to use more diesel and fuel to heat their barns, to take care of their growing their products and drying them. There's a carbon tax on that, and to make it worse, there's a tax on the tax, right? So they're applying tax on top of that. So it's a substantial amount of money. We're talking about $150,000 for a farmer. That's a real thing that they obviously have to pass on to the consumer. Well, then you're shipping the product to a processing facility, and there's a carbon tax on that and a tax on the tax. And then you're at the processing facility, and depending on the type of processing facility, they've got a carbon tax on their emissions. And then you're talking about shipping it to the grocery store. Now, again, that's another carbon tax and a tax on the tax. And then you get to the grocery store, and now you got to put it in refrigerators, and if the Liberals don't buy them for you, then, that's another expense. And you're spending more energy trying to keep the products preserved. And so what's happening is it's hurting individuals. If you think about before the pandemic, the data that was reported is that half of Canadians were within $200 of not being able to pay their bills. Half of Canadians, okay? Think about that. And then fast forward to where we are now, where we've added a second carbon tax that is estimated, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, to cost each individual $538 a year. Half of Canadians were within $200 of not being able to pay their bills every month. Now you've added $600 more to them. That's on top of the estimated cost of the already existing carbon tax, which the Parliamentary Budget Officer says, depending on the province you live in, is between $1,500 and $3,000 a person. So by the time all these taxes and carbon taxes and tax on the tax get to an individual, you're talking about $4,000 per Canadian. That is a substantial amount of money, and if you break that down by months, you're talking about $300 a month, which puts people way over the 50% that couldn't pay their bills if they had an increase of $200. Well, the Liberals are going to say, well, you get back more than we take. But we know that that is not true. I've seen my climate action rebate check come to me, $128.55 4 times a year. Add that up, it's nowhere near $4,000. So it is absolutely a misrepresentation of the facts that the government is somehow giving Canadians more back. No, they are not. And what's happening is I'm getting calls at my office continually from individuals who are saying, well, I can't afford to pay my bills. I'm losing my house. I have a lot of seniors in my riding. Some of them are having to go back to work at 74 years of age in order to afford heating, the gasoline, groceries, the whole thing. So, that is what the carbon tax is doing, and it's adding to the already inflationary pressures that we have from the out-of-control spending that's happening on the other side. So, that's what the carbon tax does. Let's talk a little bit about what it doesn't do. It does not reduce emissions. It is a tax plan. It is not an emissions plan. If we look to who has actually met their Paris targets, our neighbors to the south met their Paris targets, and they did it through emissions reduction technology and switching to fuels like nuclear, LNG, lower carbon fuels, these kinds of actual concrete solutions. They put capital incentives in place so that businesses would put the emissions reduction technology in place. That's how they did it, and they did it in 4 years. If we look at where we're at, we were supposed to reduce our targets by 30% from the 2005 level. The 2005 level was 732 megatons. We're now at 670 megatons. So in 20 years, we've reduced 60 megatons. But the target that we have to get to is a 538 reduction. So we're nowhere near the plan. And the approach that the Liberals have got, I mean, they talk about tree planting. Well, they're going to plant 2 billion trees. Do you know how many trees we already have in Canada, Madam Speaker? We have 318 billion trees already in Canada. So 2 billion more, well, okay, you know, more trees is always better. But the reality is, the recent report said the Liberals have planted less than 2% of these in years. And it's because the program that was introduced doesn't work. I've got a great group of Climate Action Sarnia, and they want to plant trees. And so I approached the minister and I said, hey, look, we got lots of volunteers. They're willing to come out. They've got all the tools. We just need the money to go get the trees and get them in the ground. And you know what? You got to plant 10,000 trees or you can't get any money. Like, you got to start somewhere with a program that works a little bit better than that. And so, you know, that is what the carbon tax doesn't do anyway. Now, I hear a lot of discussion today in the debate about, well, what about the wildfires? And what about the floods? And I grant you, we are seeing severe weather events, and we're seeing them at a frequency that we haven't seen before. But Canada is less than 2% of the carbon footprint of the world. We could eliminate the whole thing, and you're still going to get all those wildfires, and you're still going to get all those floods, because you've got countries like China and India that are building coal plants. China is 34% of the footprint. You know what would be better? If we took Canadian LNG and exported it. Okay? We could reduce the global footprint by over 10%.
Absolutely.
That would be 5 times our existing footprint that we could reduce. That is real climate action, Madam Speaker. But instead, the 12 LNG projects have been shut down by this Liberal government.
Shame on them.
The Germans approached us. Germany, who decided to go down the green energy path, and then they found out it was so expensive that they got rid of it and went back onto coal and LNG and approached us to get a contract with us for $58 billion, which we refused. Australia used to have a carbon tax. They got rid of it. It made everything more expensive, and it didn't help them meet their goals. Then you've got the situation with countries that are in need of our fuel. We are the most environmentally responsible producers of LNG in the world. Yes. But we can't get anything built because they got a C69 project approval thing that got put in place. And we've seen the disaster that the government is making with the Trans Mountain project that was supposed to be $7 billion is at $30 billion. It's not even built yet. So, you know, the carbon tax hurts Canadians. It inflates their costs. People can't afford to live. They're struggling. I know these Liberal MPs are hearing this from their constituents, and they need to listen. What we need to do is actual emissions reduction technology, get on lower carbon fuels, export it to the world, and work together to get a better planet. That's what we need to do, Madam Speaker, and that's the vision over on this side.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
If I heard the member correctly, Madam Speaker, she said that she wanted to have a 10-fold increase of Canadian fossil fuel extraction in order to supply other parts of the world. Could she confirm that that is indeed what she's suggesting? Or perhaps I heard her wrong and she'd like to correct that record.
You Lempton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It'd be my pleasure to correct that. So basically what will happen is if we build all this LNG capacity to ship to other places in the world, it will increase our footprint from 1.6% to about 3.2 to 3.6%, depending on how many we build. But it will reduce the overall global footprint in places like China and India by getting them off coal, the emerging world getting them off coal, by 15%. So we go up by less than 2% and the world goes down by 15%. That is a noble goal. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, I'm hearing a lot of chit-chat over there, Madam Speaker. Thank you for letting me have the floor. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. We've heard several times that the Conservative plan is to depend on technology. Could we grant the Honourable Member enough respect for him to pose his question? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Yes, I'd like to thank my colleagues for letting me talk. How nice of them. Yes, okay, we've heard the Conservatives say frequently that we just need to use technology. They apparently have a plan. The Liberals have had a plan for 7 years, but as we've heard, it hasn't worked. So the Conservatives are saying that we need to use technology. What technology exactly? In the budget, the Liberals invested tax credits to help oil companies that have raked in $220 billion in profits in 2022. And so the government is making it easier for them to do greenwashing, carbon capture, but that doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. So what technology are my Conservative colleagues referring to when they say they'll invest in technology?
Député de Sarnia-Lambton.
Merci beaucoup pour la question.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question.
A chemical engineer about some of the things that I have seen that are very effective in terms of emissions reduction. So when I was the director of engineering at Suncor, for example, we had emissions reduction programs in place for all the refineries, and we're able to reduce our GHG emissions by 25%, for example. And it's basically capturing the emissions and basically you're recycling them, if you will. Then there's carbon sequestration. Canada is a leader in this technology. It's a great carbon sink. That is a way of getting there. In terms of energy, 40% of the energy in Ontario is nuclear. Of course, nuclear is carbon-free. And so expanding into small modular reactors, nuclear reactors, especially in the emerging world where they are on coal and heavy carbon fuels is a great idea. And then, as I mentioned, LNG supplanting coal. It's a lower carbon fuel and it's environmentally responsibly produced here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley-Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton. Now, the last time the Conservative Party had a costed and modeled climate plan, it included both a price on carbon and a low-carbon fuel standard, two policies that they now are saying they would not proceed with. Now, my question to her is, when is the Conservative Party going to release a new modeled climate plan that replaces those policies with policies that she claims are going to be that effective? Madam Speaker, I can't hear if they're.
Can the Honourable Member finish his question so the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton can answer? Now, the Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley-Valley.
Maybe I'll start again, Madam Speaker, just so I can clearly articulate the question. The question was, given that just 2 years ago they ran on a platform that included carbon pricing and a clean fuel standard, what do they intend to come forward with that would replace those emissions that just 2 years ago they said were adequate policies? I don't understand.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for the question. Now, it's important to note that the Conservative policy is typically set by the grassroots, and our policy has always been to oppose a carbon tax. Now, you can remember we had a leader with a different vision, and he's no longer the leader. So I would say that you can take what you want from that. We have always been opposed. The grassroots members are opposed, and why they're opposed is because they know it doesn't work. Even the cap-and-trade program that they have in Quebec, they haven't reduced their emissions either. It doesn't work. So we need to get actual technology solutions in place. We will come with a plan. We're expecting an election pretty soon, and if the NDP would do their part and help push the Liberals for a public inquiry or pull their agreement, we'd be there with our plan. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
opposed to pricing pollution, Madam Speaker, because 54% of their base doesn't even believe in climate change. I find it interesting that earlier the member from Calgary Forest Lawn said, in answering a question, that Conservatives believe in climate change. I almost fell out of my seat and gasped, and then the member from Abbotsford started to heckle me from the back. And the reason why I almost fell out of my seat is because the member from Calgary Forest Lawn probably wasn't listening when the following was said by the member from Red Deer Mountain View just 2 days ago in this House. He said, I mentioned that because it has been 60 years of catastrophic snake oil salesmen. I have 20 minutes, so buckle up. 60 years of catastrophic snake oil salesmen predicting different things could happen. They have predicted how in 10 years' time we are going to have cities flooded, how we are going to all have these issues of how animals are going extinct. We hear this all the time. Every once in a while, I go to Drumheller. I take a look at a sign above the canyon saying that they're saying that 10,000 years ago, we were under a kilometer of ice. If one wanted to walk to the Laurentian Elites, Montreal actually had 2 kilometers of ice over top of it at that time. This is where it gets really good, and I hope the member for Abbotsford is listening. In the 1960s, we were talking about global cooling, and we had everybody scared then as well. In the 1970s, we spoke about acid rain and concerns of existing around that. In the 1970s and 80s, it was all about global climate warning. In the year 2000, it was Y2K. Since global warming and global cooling did not seem to match what was happening in reality, we now simply talk about climate change. When we think about the environment, we think about things we've done. Things change. The climate changes. That's how we got our rivers. I know I deal with the effects of climate change right now when I have to go out into my field and pick rocks because that is how they got there. These are the sorts of things we have to realize. Things do change, end quote. That is his Conservative colleague speaking in this House, the member from Red Deer Mountain View, just 2 days ago. So I apologize to the member from Abbotsford and the member from Calgary Forest Lawn when I almost fell out of my seat when I heard the member from Calgary Forest Lawn say that Conservatives believe in climate change. Now, there might be a really interesting caveat there that they're neglecting to mention. It's whether or not they believe that humans have caused climate change, because the member from Red Deer Mountain View clearly tells you that it's been changing, but he just says it's okay because, it's just part of the cycles of Earth and the cycles of nature. But the question is, do they believe that humans have caused it? And I think, Madam Speaker, that's where you're going to have a problem with the grassroots, as the member from Sarnia-Lambton referenced, because 54% of them said at the last Conservative convention that they don't believe in climate change. Imagine that, Madam Speaker. Imagine that. A political party in the 21st century, in the year 2023, when we have fires that are raging in the East Coast, we have fires in Alberta, we are literally witnessing the impacts of climate change on a daily basis in this country, and they're still throwing their hands up in the air saying, no, none of that's true. We didn't cause climate change, and this is all normal, folks. Nothing to see here. So again, I apologize profusely to the member from Abbotsford if I offended him when I almost fell out of my seat after listening to the rich rhetoric coming from the member from Calgary Forest Lawn. But nonetheless, what I find really interesting, and it has been said a couple times in this House today, Madam Speaker, if not more than a couple times, is the number of times that Conservatives have brought forward a motion regarding our price on pollution. Madam Speaker, do you know that since this Parliament was formed a year and a half ago, do you know how many times they've brought forward this motion? Twice? No, it's more than twice. More than 8.
No way.
I understand. Even my conservative colleague across the way can't even keep track. But guess what? It's more than 8, Madam Speaker. This is the 10th time, the 10th time that Conservatives have brought forward a motion about pricing pollution. And it's a motion that has been defeated in this House, Madam Speaker.
How many times?
Can you guess, Madam Speaker?
9.
Not 9. Close. 10 times. And you know who's voted against it, Madam Speaker? Every political party except the Conservatives. You know, I often think to myself from time to time, because the growing similarities between the Conservatives and the Bloc, I think, well, you know, I think we got the Bloc Conservative coalition here. You know, I started to, you know, they say the NDP Liberal coalition. We start saying the Bloc Conservative coalition. However, not even their coalition buddies in the Bloc will agree with them on this issue. Even the Bloc Québécois, for as right-wing as they've become in recent months, if not years, believe that climate change is real and that we have to price pollution. It's a very basic, fundamental concept, Madam Speaker, that if you want to change market behavior, you put a price on something. This is economics 101, Madam Speaker. This is the fundamental rule you're taught about supply and demand and affecting market decisions in an introductory course to economics. But somehow, the political party in the House of Commons, the only party that can't understand that, also happens to be the party that purports themselves to be the saviors of the economy. The only party in this House of Commons that somehow understands how an economy works is also the only party that disagrees with countless hundreds and thousands of economists who say this is the way to do it. They disagree with the basic fundamental principles of how an economy works, but somehow they like to build up this image that they're the ones that know what's best for the economy. Now, Madam Speaker, I should make it very clear that although I'm talking about Conservatives right now in the current context, I'm really speaking about these particular Conservatives. And I mean, these particular Conservatives are even more further to the right than the Conservatives that I was elected with in 2015. Right? You will remember, Madam Speaker, that it was only a year and a half ago that all of these members of Parliament who are Conservatives ran on a platform that actually said that they wanted to price pollution. Now, Madam Speaker, I have here with me, in both official languages, the plan. It's called The Man with a Plan. The Man with the Plan. And I have these because I want to read from them. Oh no, this is the actual plan. But more importantly, Madam Speaker, this is the Conservative Party platform from 2021. You know, something that I'm sure all Conservatives are very proud of because they ran on it. Now, I do have that in both official languages, Madam Speaker, so with your indulgence, I would seek unanimous consent from the House to table in both official languages the Conservative platform. Would I have that unanimous consent, Madam Speaker?
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to table those platforms? I don't think there's unanimous consent.
Oh,
the honourable member may proceed.
I'm really surprised, Madam Speaker.
I do have a point of order from the honourable member from North Liberal and Peterborough South. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Just a brief point of order there, and I know the member's very passionate, but he is yelling for an extended period of time, and our interpreters could be hurt.
I do take the honourable member's point, and I do ask the honourable member to perhaps be a little softer in that tone.
I apologize to my
Thank you.
colleague. If I'm too loud for him, perhaps he can leave, and then he can watch this later on CPAC to make sure he doesn't miss a moment of it. But I find it amazing, Madam Speaker. I just sought unanimous consent from this House to table in both official languages the Conservative Party platform called The Man with the Plan, which outlined their plan And it was Conservatives that yelled no and won't let me table that.
They're embarrassed about
it sounds like they're embarrassed about it. So how about I just go and read to you, Madam Speaker, what it says in the platform. It says in the 2021 platform, Canada's Conservatives will work with provinces to implement an innovative national personal low-carbon savings account. This will put a price on carbon for consumers without 1 penny going to the government. Sounds familiar to me. It will completely be transparent and engage consumers in the process of building lower carbon future. 338 Conservative candidates 18 months ago, Madam Speaker, went door knocking throughout this country and sold this plan to Canadians. And since they were elected, 10 times they brought forward opposition motions against their very own plan. Like, talk about being extremely embarrassed and just trying to run away from their plan. I am absolutely amazed by it. But you know what, Madam Speaker? Despite the fact that there are over 100 Conservative MPs in this House that were part of that and believed in that, there's also a really special group of Conservative MPs in this House. These are above and beyond those members that ran in the last election. Those members are, starting with the Leader of the Opposition, the member from Carleton, the member from Edmonton, Wisconsin, the member from Edmonton, Mills Wood, the member from Grand Prairie, Mackenzie, Red Deer, Mountain View. You'll remember I quoted him earlier. Red Deer, Lacombe, Banff, Airdrie, Abbotsford, the member from Abbotsford who is heckling me, Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman, Fundy Royal, Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston, my neighbor, I said Fundy Royal, Niagara West, Oshawa, Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, Wellington, Halton Hills, Prince Albert, Regina Capel, Carleton, Tyrrell, Eagle Creek. You know what club these members belong to, Madam Speaker? They belong to a different club. They belong to a club that not only ran on it in 2021, they also ran on pricing pollution in 2008 under Stephen Harper. Can you believe that, Madam Speaker? And guess what, Madam Speaker? I have that platform too. And I have that in both official languages as well. So, Madam Speaker, perhaps with unanimous consent, they will accept the 2008 Conservative platform in both official languages to be tabled.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to table the platforms? No, there is no unanimous consent.
Wow, can you believe that, Madam Speaker? The Conservatives have now rejected not once but twice my attempts to table their very own platforms. Well, listen to Stephen Harper's commitment. I guess I'll just have to read it to you, Madam Speaker. Listen to Stephen Harper's commitment that the member from Abbotsford and all the members that I referenced, including the member from Carleton, ran on in 2008. It said, a re-elected Conservative government led by Stephen Harper will implement our Turning the Corner action plan to reduce Canada's greenhouse gas emissions in absolute terms by 20% over 2006 levels by 2020. We will work with the provinces and territories and our NAFTA trading partners in the United States and Mexico at both national and state levels. Here's the good part. To develop and implement a North America-wide cap-and-trade system for greenhouse gases and air pollution. Now, for those that don't know what a cap-and-trade system is, Madam Speaker, it's basically an alternative to the pricing mechanism that we have now. And I can't believe that we now have these not only MPs that were hypocrites in 2021, but now we have hypocrites from 2021 and 2008 elections, including the member from Abbotsford, who I understand used to be the Minister of the Environment. Now, people will ask sometimes, what is the cap-and-trade system? And I think it's a very good question to ask because there is slight difference between our existing pricing mechanism, Madam Speaker. The cap-and-trade system was actually brought about in North America a number of years ago, and this was started by the Western Climate Initiative. So in 2007, Madam Speaker, California, New Mexico, Oregon, Washington started what was known as the Western Climate Initiative. Later on, Montana and Utah joined, and after that, Ontario, Quebec, and BC got into the cap and trade program. And so the cap and trade program, Madam Speaker, is a program that is slightly different than pricing pollution, but what it does, Madam Speaker, is it effectively does the same thing. It encourages companies within those jurisdictions to trade off their emissions and effectively lowers the price, emissions. And this is exactly what Stephen Harper was talking about in his 2008 platform commitment. He wanted to implement that system that had been developed by the Western Climate Initiative. He wanted to bring it in. Now, guess what happened, Madam Speaker? Stephen Harper got elected. And guess what? Do you think he delivered on that commitment? He flip-flopped. That's right. He didn't deliver on that commitment, Madam Speaker. But instead, what we ended up getting was we saw the provinces going alone. The provinces said, well, if Stephen Harper, the Prime Minister of Canada, can't take a federal initiative on this, something that he ran on and that he was elected on, we'll do it on our own. And that's when Ontario and Quebec went to see Arnold Schwarzenegger, the governor of California, signed the deal, and essentially became part of cap and trade. Now, flash forward to our newest Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, who got elected. Doug Ford, yay for Doug Ford, amazing. Doug Ford decided, and if you can believe it, Doug Ford's even more progressive than these guys. But if you can believe it, Mr. Speaker, Doug Ford got out of it. And what did we see in the process? What have we seen since then, Mr. Speaker? And I'll conclude with this for question period. We saw Quebec move so much faster, so much further ahead in terms of emission reductions, electric vehicle charging stations, and protecting our environment. And now Ontario is lagging behind. I look forward to continuing after question period, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member will have 4 minutes and 45 seconds remaining when we return from question period. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today marks the beginning of the Italian Heritage Month here in Canada. Over the next 30 days, we will have the opportunity to celebrate, honor the richness of the Italian language, culture, and heritage. From generation to generation, Italian Canadians have visibly and vastly contributed to the economic growth of our country and marked the history of Canada with their many achievements. Tomorrow, June 2nd, is also an important date for Italians here in Canada and around the world, who will celebrate the 77th anniversary of the Italian Republic. Indeed, it was on June 2nd, 1946, that Italians voted to embrace democracy and to form the Republic as we know it today. It is also the first time that women were allowed to vote in a national election, marking the beginning of our country's long-standing embrace of liberal values. Tanti auguri per la nostra festa della Repubblica Italiana and happy Italian Heritage Month.
Great. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Philip Cross, former Chief Economic Analyst at Statistics Canada, testified before the Finance Committee that Canada has had its lowest GDP per capita since the 1930s. Yes, Mr. Speaker, that means we are languishing in the worst economy since the Great Depression. The reason, Mr. Speaker? These Liberals' war on work. Excessive taxation and regulation is punishing our entrepreneurs and our workers. Parents and seniors are regularly facing marginal effective tax rates in excess of 50%, which means they're often, the next dollar generating, they're often only getting 40, 30, or even 20 cents. But, Mr. Speaker, help is on the way. The common sense of the common people. For my home, your home, our home, let's bring it home!
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Hear ye, Mr. Speaker. The Lords, ladies and gentlemen, and the entire Seigneury of Vaudreuil-Dorion will gather once again on the 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th of June for the 2023 edition of Les Seigneuriales to eat, drink, play and sing. But above all, Mr. Speaker, to celebrate the rich historical heritage of our community in Vaudreuil-Soulanges. In partnership with the city of Vaudreuil-Dorion, the Musée Régional de Vaudreuil-Soulanges, and under the leadership of Christiane Levesque and her team, the people of Vaudreuil-Soulanges will have the chance to explore the local artisans' fair throughout the weekend and take part in the now famous muffin contest. I'd like to take this opportunity to invite all the noble men and women of Vaudreuil-Soulanges to join me in enjoying activities for the whole family and, of course, all that our seigneurie has to offer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Avignon-la-Métis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, every year on the first Thursday in June, we celebrate Gaspésie Day. What a pleasure it is to celebrate the Gaspésians and our magnificent territory. To underline our affection and attachment to our home, the Vivre en Gaspésie strategy invites us to wear blue, enjoy the fresh air, listen to Gaspé music, showcase local products, express our creativity, and share our love of the Gaspé with as many people as possible. This year, a host of activities are being offered across the peninsula, from Saint-Anne-des-Monts to Matapédia via Gaspé, Chandler, Lens-à-Beaufils, Percé, Grande-Rivière, New Carlisle, Bonaventure, and Carleton-sur-Mer. The Gaspé is more alive than ever, more vibrant than ever. Warm-hearted and welcoming people walk our land with a daily joie de vivre. Mr. Speaker, join me in celebrating the dynamism and vitality of our region. Happy Gaspésie Day.
The Honourable Member for St. John, Rothsay.
Mr. Speaker, as Port St. John celebrates its annual Port Days, excitement and optimism reign supreme. Our government's $100 million investments are supporting more than 100,000 TEUs of cargo, aimed at 150,000 by the end of the year. This will be the largest volume of container traffic the port has ever processed and will explode to over 800,000 TEUs in only a few years. This has positioned Port St. John as the fastest growing container port on the eastern seaboard and in all of Canada. We're no strangers to tourists through our port either, Mr. Speaker. Just this week, St. John welcomed the fourth largest cruise ship in the world. The Oasis of the Seas came to our port with over 800,000 passengers and crew filling our uptown businesses, restaurants, and tourist destinations. Federal investment in our port is driving our economic diversification and growth in St. John Rothsay. I'm proud of the entire team at Port St. John, led by CEO Craig Estabrooks and Chair Jack Keir, and I know our government will continue to stand up for, invest in, and deliver for Port St. John. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Traditionally, member statements serve non-partisan purposes, and I assure you that mine today remains in the tradition. When the government adopted Bill C-5, I'm sure that those who supported it wanted to do the right thing, but today we can see that we need to take a step backwards. We all agree that violent criminals deserve tough sentences. Any violence against women, children, or anyone else must be taken seriously. It is possible that some people saw Bill C-5 as a way of modernising the criminal code, but in fact its application has been quite the opposite. That is a reason for which I tabled Bill C-325. This bill has two objectives. The first of which is to ensure that violent criminals do not have the option of serving their sentences at home. Secondly, my bill aims to create an offence for violent criminals who breach their release conditions. At present, there are no consequences for breaking conditions. Everyone says it simply doesn't make sense. We all have loved ones in our lives, and so as elected representatives, we must ensure their protection. Vote for C-325. The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Mr. Speaker, today is International Milk Day, which is an opportunity to thank our dairy farmers who work tirelessly tooth and nail to provide our country with high-quality dairy products. The Canadian dairy industry plays a crucial role in our economy and our food supply. It is an economic force in rural municipalities. Our dairy products are not only delicious, but they are also produced with love, safety, and sustainability. We are proud of the quality of our dairy industry and its environmental innovation. Today, we celebrate the work of our farmers, producers, and processors, the efforts of which ensure that our tables are graced with delicious milk, as well as cherished byproducts such as butter, yogurt, and cheese. On this International Milk Day, I would like to express my gratitude to these dedicated individuals and thank them for their commitment towards quality and sustainability. Happy Milk Day to all.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Liberal governments have done more to advance equality for the 2S LGBTQI plus community in Canada and globally. Yet we continue to see an alarming rise in hate directed at this community here and abroad. From 2020 to 2021 alone, there was a 64% increase in hate-motivated violence against this community in Canada. Queer and transgender Canadians are subjected to harassment, threats, vandalism, swatting, and assault. I ran in 1993 on the issue of equality under the law for 2S LGBTQSI plus persons, and I continue to champion this cause as our government funds community organization, banned conversion therapy, and redress past wrongs to the Canadian Armed Forces. What I have learned, Mr. Speaker, is that no one can take equality for granted. Basic human rights can be removed easily by non-progressive governments. Be on guard as parliamentarians and act for queer safety.
The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
As we begin to celebrate Pride Month, I want to say thank you. You see, I'm proud to live my life as an openly gay Member of Parliament. As a then 29-year-old mayor in small-town rural Ontario, my public coming out story could not have gone any better. My family and friends and colleagues to this date have been absolutely wonderful, and I'm truly blessed. But Mr. Speaker, I know that was often not the case for past generations, and sadly for too many people still today. Many lost their jobs, their livelihoods, their family and friends. They risked everything for the freedom to live and to love as they were born. So for me, Pride Month, I am reminded through my lived experience of my blessings and also of the struggles made by others in tough times. Their sacrifice and pain has made it easier for Canadians like me to share my story and to have witnessed such progress. Every person that shares their story opens new hearts and new minds. Thank you to those who have fought and who keep fighting for a better and brighter future. Mr. Speaker, happy Pride, Canada.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, the month of June marks Filipino Heritage Month. And on June 12th, Filipinos from around the world will celebrate Philippines Independence Day. From coast to coast to coast, there will be flag-raising ceremonies, cultural events, and festivals. Filipino Canadians have made tremendous contributions to this great country. It is an honor to stand here on behalf of nearly 1 million Filipino Canadians to mark this momentous occasion. I want to thank my friend and colleague, the member from Scarborough Centre, for advocating for Motion 155 to designate June as Filipino Heritage Month in Canada. This would not be made possible without her support and all the members in this House. This month, I encourage everyone to learn more about our rich Filipino heritage, culture, and traditions, not to mention food. I want to send a special mention to the Filipino interns who've traveled from across the country to work here on Parliament Hill. I wish all Filipino Canadians a happy Filipino Heritage Month. Maligayang Buwan ng Pamanang Pilipino. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, broken. That's the only word to describe what happens to everything this government touches. We're learning of yet another $3 billion loan guarantee required to complete the Trans Mountain expansion so that the Liberal government can sell it. They didn't have to buy it if they had not broken the regulatory approval process in the first place. The list just keeps getting bigger. Northern Gateway, Energy East, Tech Frontier, 17 LNG terminals, and this just in, Bay du Nord, broken. The cost to complete the TMX expansion in the past decade has quadrupled to $31 billion. Why these cost increases? It's not all because of inflation and supply chain challenges. It's incompetence. I say to this Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, you broke it, you bought it, you broke it again, so get out of the way so Conservatives can fix it.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Milkman Nikolai.
I recently heard from a local small business owner who produces value-added goods found in many of our local grocery stores. His products ingredients come from Quebec and Atlantic Canada, and he uses federally regulated trucking companies to deliver these goods. Unfortunately, those companies now charge fuel surcharges and carbon tax fees on top of his invoice, which he shared with me. As a BC-based small business, he not only pays these federal Liberal carbon taxes, but also the provincial NDP carbon tax increases. To offset these taxes, he must raise his prices to his customers, resulting in further increases in food prices when his finished value-added goods are shipped to grocery stores. This is direct evidence that the out-of-touch Liberal government is to blame for rising food prices and made-in-Canada inflation. Under the leadership of the member for Carleton, a Conservative government will look to help struggling Canadians by cancelling the carbon tax and ending this constant barrage of NDP Liberal policies on food prices. Yeah.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, today Italian Canadians are proudly part of this chamber and the broader Italo-Canadese community ingrained in Canada's social fabric. However, the journey was not an easy one. 90 years ago, in 1933, the Christie Pitts Riot brought together Jews and Italians to fight against discrimination. From 1940 to 1943, nearly 31,000 Italian Canadians were considered enemy aliens, and almost 700 Italian Canadians were sent to internment camps. On March 17, 1960, the Hoggs Hollow disaster claimed the lives of 5 Italian Canadian construction workers who were installing a water main under the Don River in the city of Toronto. And nearly 2,000 Italian construction workers died help building Ontario. During Italian Heritage Month, we celebrate the rich culture, history, and traditions by sharing the stories of the brave Italian men and women that immigrated to Canada in search of opportunities, but have never forgotten their homeland. Mr. Speaker, la nostra storia is one of resiliency. Voglio augurare a tutti un felice mese del patrimonio italiano. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Today is the first day of National Indigenous History Month. When the sun rises in the east, shines throughout Canada, and sets in the west, too many Indigenous peoples are missing, murdered, or buried at the hands of governments. Indigenous history is largely invisible in this House. There is nothing I see that acknowledges that we sit on unceded Algonquin and Anishinaabe territory. All governments, past and present, have used incremental change. Responses are always, more needs to be done. I ask for 2 small but important land acknowledgements. First, that the Speaker do one at the start of each day. Second, that all standing committee reports publish them. Let us start making more visible Canada's obligations to ensure Indigenous well-being is celebrated. And yes, I will expect more to be done for Indigenous justice to be realized.
The honourable member for Bartier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, today is International Milk Day, but every day I drink my milk as I please. Because under any circumstances, milk is frankly better, Mr. Speaker. A rich and tasty source of food produced with pride by Canadians who continue to innovate in order to produce more and better while using less, thus protecting our planet and our future. Milk is a solid liquid. So, I invite you, Mr. Speaker, and all the elected representatives of this chamber not to miss out on the very best. Let us offer our producers the chance to adopt C282 quickly, and let's perpetuate their magnificent model so that we can forever say, never without my milk. Drink without moderation, because a glass of milk is good, but 2 glasses is even better. And for those haven't finished, and those who may have doubts, remember that you've already cried for milk, and that we'll never find a better natural source of comfort. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, milk is still and always will be utterly delicious and the best.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, residents of Kelowna Lake Country are increasingly disturbed by a Liberal government propped up by the NDP that doesn't seem to care that homeless homelessness is on the rise. After 8 years of the Liberal government, rents and the cost of owning a home have doubled. Inflationary policies have poured fuel on the inflationary fire. Interest rates are high, and local food banks have 30% more people reaching out for help. Encampments have now become common sights across the country, including in my community. But when I asked the housing minister what he thinks about the average rent in Kelowna being over $1,900 a month, he said it doesn't matter. Instead of addressing crushing inflation and building homes, these left-wing Liberal and NDP politicians would rather defend people living in tents. This creates safety issues for the greater community with potential fires and crime, and leaves vulnerable people to live in unsafe conditions where criminals prey on them. An Auditor General's report noted the federal government doesn't even know if their billions spent has improved outcomes for people experiencing homelessness, chronic homelessness, or for other vulnerable groups. Every Canadian deserves a safe place to call home.
The honourable member for Hull Aylmer.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Il y a 30...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 35 years ago, I was a parliamentary page in this chamber. Many of my colleagues from the 1989 promotion is here with us today. We honour, Mr. Speaker, the memory of one of our colleagues, Carl Gillis, by giving a present to the House of Commons.
In May of 1996, Carl went rollerblading along one of Ottawa's famous paths. It was to be his last. He suffered a devastating fall. The resulting injury was fatal. One of Canada's brightest lights was extinguished. Carl was vibrant, smart, caring, and compassionate. We lost a dear friend. His family lost a son, a brother, an uncle, a grandson, and I'm convinced that Canada lost a future Prime Minister. Carl loved Parliament. He loved public service and parliamentary procedure. Even at the tender age of 26, Carl was committed to making a difference as he embarked in his life in politics. Although he was robbed of that chance, he still had an incredible impact on everyone he met. J'espère que les pages futures...
I hope the future pages will find this present from the 88-89 class to their taste and will know that they are part of a very large family of parliamentary pages.
Oral questions. Question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Parliament had a vote of non-confidence in David Johnston, the chalet buddy and ski buddy of the Prime Minister, member of the Trudeau Foundation, someone the Prime Minister appointed to investigate Beijing's interference. David Johnston said in answer to the vote that he doesn't work for Parliament, he works for the government, the Prime Minister, and that's exactly the problem, Mr. Speaker. Only 27% of Canadians trust him to do this work. Will the Prime Minister finally fire David Johnston and appoint an independent judge for an independent inquiry?
For public safety.
Mr. Speaker, I believe it's unfair and frankly offensive to question Mr. Johnston's allegiance. His 50-year career in public service makes it clear that his loyalty is to Canada. And I believe that he represents the highest ideals of hard work, dedication, public service, and humility. And we should all be thankful that he perseveres in his commitment to service to Canada.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I'd like to thank the Minister of Emergency Responsiveness for his briefing yesterday with regards to the wildfires. I know that Premier Houston and other provincial leaders have been working hard to protect public safety, to save lives, and minimize damage to property. Would the Minister please rise and give us an update, since the Government of Nova Scotia has asked for assistance, would he give an update on what assistance the federal government will provide?
The Honourable for Emergency Preparedness.
First of all, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for the question and also for attending that briefing. In an emergency when all Canadians' safety is threatened, it's all hands on deck, and it's important that we work together. Mr. Speaker, Premier Houston has in fact submitted a request for assistance. It was immediately approved. We have been mobilizing the resources Nova Scotia needs, and in fact many of those resources have already been delivered. We will act as expeditiously as possible to make sure that Nova Scotians get the resources that they need and that we respond positively. We work very carefully and closely with Premier Houston. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Newfoundlanders and Labradorians are in shock today that the Beta Nor project is now being delayed by 3 years, and maybe forever. This government killed 2 pipelines, bungled and massively overspent on a 3rd, killed the Tech Frontier mine, blocked 14 or 15 massive natural gas liquefaction projects that are necessary to fight global climate change. Will this government remove its gatekeepers so that Newfoundlanders and Labradorians can bring home energy production to their province and our country?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Leader of the Opposition well knows, that project, I approved myself that project just last year. And as the company has announced yesterday, they are putting the project on pause for 3 years because of market conditions. So that's their decision, that's the company's decisions, and we will take it as it is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Whenever this government henpecks to death a natural resource project, they force the company to claim it has something to do with market conditions. They do that by threatening them to do more damage on other projects. We know they did that with TransCanada's national pipeline, claiming that it was the daily price of oil that had caused the company to cancel a project that would have been in place for more than half a century. We know that the price of oil has been stable now. We know that the energy demand is going to be continuing for at least half a century. We know also this government kills projects like this. Why won't they get out of the way and let Newfoundlanders and Labradorians bring home paychecks for their people?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and again, I'd like to reiterate, this was an independent business decision made by Equinor. It's not a cancellation, and the decision was largely due to market forces. But let's also talk about the fact that right now we introduced legislation to diversify Newfoundland and Labrador's economy. We have introduced C-49, and it provides huge opportunities for offshore projects, resource projects, and that's what we're doing. We are making sure that we are diversifying and supporting the economies right across our country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The problem is they can't get out of the way to let people get things done. It's not just oil and gas. The Fisheries Department blocked a tidal wave power project in Nova Scotia so long that the private company that was going to build it up and left to build it somewhere else. By the government's own admission, it takes as long as 25 years to get a mine approved. No wonder we don't actually produce any lithium here in Canada. We have to import it from abroad. And yesterday, the Resources Minister tweeted out a bunch of projects that aren't even started. Why won't they get out of the way so Canadians can get things done?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, we are getting good projects done. And I'd like to highlight that just earlier this year, we've approved 2 mines. With the James Bay Lithium, Marathon Palladium, 2 mines approved under this government. More than that, if we're looking at LNG projects, let's look at Cedar LNG. It's a First Nations-owned business, and it is something that has been pointed out by that First Nation as being economic reconciliation in progress. We are supporting good energy projects in our country.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the House voted for a public inquiry on Chinese interference. All 3 opposition parties were defending the public, which is asking for the inquiry, but there will still not be an inquiry. Why? Because, as David Johnston explained yesterday, his mandate comes neither from the House of Commons nor the public. His mandate comes from the Prime Minister himself. And the Prime Minister said, no, over my dead body. People will not get the inquiry. Mr. Speaker, I know Liberal members across the way. They believe in democracy. Aren't they embarrassed to see their leader standing alone against an inquiry and against the entire public? The Honourable Minister of Sports. Mr. Speaker, I must say that As a relatively new parliamentarian, I am very disappointed to see that some elected officials do not seem to understand the importance of protecting our intelligence services and the people who work to gather that intelligence. Protecting democracy and our institutions is something we're all responsible for, and the responsible thing for opposition party leaders to do would be to get their security clearance, receive the briefings, and work with us to strengthen our democracy. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, of foreign powers attacking our democracy, that is extremely important. A majority of people are asking for a public inquiry. People are concerned, and a majority of their elected representatives are asking for a public inquiry. One man, the Prime Minister, is fighting against what people want. The only person supporting him is David Johnston, who is not an elected official, and by his own admission only reports to the Prime Minister, not to elected representatives of the public. Mr. Speaker, if we want to defend our democracy, we need to respect it. When will the Prime Minister finally understand that? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we should remember that by getting their security clearance, party leaders will be able to access the secret information that was used by Mr. David Johnston. So the responsible thing to do, to not just debate about opinions but about facts, would be to get the security clearance, receive the briefings, and then after that, work with the rest of the House to bring forward solutions to better protect our democracy and institutions, because foreign interference is something we should all care about here.
A member for Burnaby South.
Wildfires are raging across the country. We're seeing forest fires like we've never seen before so early in the season. Regions in the Atlantic are hard hit. The prairies are hard hit. Northern communities, the West. These are forest fires like we've never seen before this early. Communities are hard hit and impacted. What is this government going to do to deal with what might be a record-breaking year for forest fires and the damage that it might have on communities?
The Honourable Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
I thank the member for an important question. Mr. Speaker, we've seen a very significant number of fires in this country, and in fact 2.7 million hectares of forest have been lost to fires so far this season. We're working very closely with the provincial and territorial partners, and we're making significant investments. But let me also acknowledge that there is a great deal more work to do.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, we are facing an opioid crisis that has killed a record number of people throughout the country. I have met with mothers who have lost a child to that crisis. They are asking to meet the leader of the Conservative Party, but he rejected that offer. That shows a real lack of respect. When will this government take action to save lives?
The Honourable Minister of Mental Health for Mental Health.
It is shameful that the leader of the opposition is determined to hang on to a discredited, illogical, and outdated drug policy. His fear campaign will increase bias and cost lives. Safe consumption sites that he wants to close have enabled us to prevent over 46,000 overdoses since 2017. We cannot allow the Conservatives to bring us back to the failed ideology of the past.
Mr. Speaker, in response to yesterday's vote where members of Parliament representing a clear majority of Canadian voters demanded that he step down, phony rapporteur David Johnston said he isn't going anywhere. In fact, he said that
I'm just going to, there's some words that kind of the meaning are just not really parliamentary. So I'm going to ask the member to just keep going, but remember that, okay? Very good. Please, from the top with nice language, please.
Mr. Speaker, in response to yesterday's vote where MPs representing a clear majority of Canadians voted for him to step aside, Rapporteur David Johnston said he isn't going anywhere. In fact, he said he doesn't work for Parliament or Canadians. He said he works for the government. That's the problem, Mr. Speaker. He works for the same Liberal government that benefited from Beijing's election interference, and he personally serves the Prime Minister who chose to do nothing while Chinese Canadians were bullied into voting for his Liberal Party. Right. Nobody is fooled by this sham of a process. So when will the Prime Minister fire his ski buddy and call a public inquiry?
The Honourable Member for Minister Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
I'm reminded once again that it's not only unfair but deeply offensive to listen to the member opposite question Mr. Johnson's allegiance to this country. His 50-year career in public service has made it crystal clear to everyone that his loyalty is to Canada. And Mr. Speaker, as I also said, and as I quote former Prime Minister Harper, Mr. Johnson represents hard work, dedication, public service, and humility. Mr. Speaker, Canada is blessed to have a man so dedicated to public service, persevering through this helpful abuse.
Member for Regina Capel.
Canada is cursed by a Prime Minister who tarnished that man's reputation by involving him in this scandal. The Prime Minister can't be the one to decide how to investigate this scandal because he benefited from it. And David Johnston can't decide either because he's a family friend and a longtime member of the Trudeau Foundation. And Frank Iacobucci can't be the one to sign off on David Johnston's role because he's part of the Trudeau Foundation as well. Conflict of interest, conflict of interest, conflict of interest. Why is it that whenever the best interests of Canadians conflict with the political interests of the Prime Minister always chooses himself?
The Honourable Member, Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
Mr. Speaker, protecting Canada from the nefarious hostile activities of foreign state actors is a priority for our government. We've taken very significant action to protect the Canadian institutions and in particular our democracy. We recognize that there is more work.
I'm going to interrupt for a second. I'm going to, please, quiet. Okay, you heard me this time. What I'm going to ask is everyone to respect each other so that one side doesn't see the other one screaming or the other side doesn't see the other side is screaming. It does go both ways, and that's the way we're going to enforce it. The Honourable Minister from the top, please, and hopefully we have some peace and quiet and some respect in this chamber.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, protecting Canada from nefarious hostile activities of foreign state actors like China is a priority for our government. We have taken significant action to protect the integrity of Canadian institutions and in particular our democracy. We recognize that there is more work to do and we all have a responsibility to stand up and protect our democracy. I would invite all members to cease their attacks on some of the finest Canadians I know and to unite in this important work.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Speaker, yesterday after this House voted non-confidence in the so-called special rapporteur, the rapporteur issued a statement in which he stated that he doesn't answer to this House. Instead, he answers to the Prime Minister. So now that the Prime Minister's so-called rapporteur has finally admitted that he's not independent, will he end the charade, fire him, and call an independent public inquiry?
The Honourable Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
Mr. Speaker, as I've already explained, Mr. Johnson's 50-year career in public service, culminating in his role as the Governor-General of this country, has made it crystal clear to all Canadians that his loyalty is to Canada.
I think everyone asked me to stop people from heckling and shouting in front of it, and I'm still hearing voices coming. I'll do it from each side, so you don't want me interrupting you over and over again, and we might have to change the way we do things in here as far as the list goes. So I'm going to ask the Honourable Minister to start again. I expect quiet. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and as I've already made clear, Mr. Johnson's 50-year career of public service, culminating in his role as the Governor-General of Canada, has made it crystal clear to all Canadians and certainly to this House that his loyalty is to this country, to this nation, to Canada. Mr. Speaker, his ideals of hard work and dedication and his commitment to persevere through some of the, frankly, offensive criticism that's being put his way, I think is something for which all Canadians should be grateful. We are very fortunate to have a man of his experience and values to lead this work on behalf of the nation.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, his loyalty should be to the people of Canada and the elected members of this place and not to the Prime Minister. Yesterday, this House voted non-confidence, and Canadians have no confidence in the so-called special rapporteur because he's in a conflict. He's a lifelong friend of the Prime Minister. He's a former member of the Beijing-financed Trudeau Foundation. And yesterday he admitted he doesn't work for Canadians. he works for the Prime Minister. Why won't the Prime Minister acknowledge this blatant conflict of interest and fire his fake rapporteur?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, the only thing fake in this place is the Conservative outrage. All Canadians expect opposition parties to work hard to criticize government, but what Canadians also expect is that they do so with information and that they are informed. By the Conservatives refusing to receive the confidential information that was the basis of the Right Honourable David Johnson's report, what they do, Mr. Speaker, is they live under a veil of ignorance, but Canadians expect on issues of national security that there are reasonable, responsible members in this House serving their...
With the interference that I'm still hearing, I'm going to try a different thing. Maybe the end of the list is less noisy. The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Speaker, today marks 1,241 days since the IRGC murdered 55 Canadian citizens and 30 permanent residents, among 176 people killed when Flight PS-752 was shot down. One of them was my friend. Last year, on the 1,000th day, Iranian Canadians came to Ottawa to get justice for those innocent victims and get action on Iranian operatives who threaten and intimidate Iranian Canadians on our own soil. They also wanted their government to finally designate the IRGC as terrorists. Mr. Speaker, all they got were useless platitudes. On June 11th, they returned to Parliament Hill. Will they again receive...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the Iranian regime bears full responsibility for the tragic downing of Flight PS-752. We are focused on the next steps and we will continue to pursue all available means for holding the Iranian regime accountable. Action is underway under the Montreal Convention seeking binding arbitration. If an arbitral tribunal cannot be organized within 6 months, we will then be able to move on to litigation before the International Court of Justice. Mr. Speaker, we will not rest until the families get the justice, transparency, and accountability from Iran that they so truly deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Communities in Nunavut must rely on safe, affordable, and accessible air transportation. This government's New Deal with Canadian North jeopardizes the overall well-being of Nunavummiut. Raising prices would increase the cost of food and supplies and threaten the already limited health care that people in Nunavut rely on. Will this government commit to keeping air travel affordable so Northerners can access the services and care they need?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Sir, I want to thank my honourable colleague for her question. Our government understands the importance of air transportation, accessible, affordable air transportation to many regions of Canada, including the North. We have been working diligently, Mr. Speaker, with the airline, with the territories to ensure that the airline is able to maintain viable, efficient transportation so people who live in the North are able to access that critical service. Thank you very much.
We'll try going back to the list again. L'honorable député de Mégantic-l'Érable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, what is it that the Prime Minister wants to hide so much that he's endangering Canada's democracy? He's determined to keep his special rapporteur, dear family friend, member of the Trudeau Foundation. Why? Because he's satisfied with his work. In fact, David Johnston did exactly what the Prime Minister expected. He implemented the PM's plan and protected him from a public inquiry. Will the Prime Minister finally admit that he knew in advance when he said that he would follow the recommendations of his special friend and special rapporteur, that he would not be recommending a public inquiry?
Mr. Speaker, while foreign state actors try to undermine our democracy, what do you see from the Conservatives? Nothing more than political attacks. Every single member of this House, every Canadian should take the issue of foreign interference seriously. But what the Conservatives do is they don't offer solutions. They don't offer recommendations. All they do is take cheap political and personal shots. And Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect more maturity from the official opposition, but we are going to work hard to ensure our democratic institutions are protected for all Canadians because it's not a partisan issue.
Hear, hear. It's getting noisy again. I'm going to try the back end of the list again. The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Buren Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, our veterans represent the very best of us. The women and men who served our country have done so with immense bravery and selflessness, and they deserve the best care and support possible. There are so many unique organizations across Canada that are going above and beyond to help support our veterans and their families. They're integral to veterans, but also important pillars in our communities. Could the Minister of Veterans Affairs please share with this House what's being done to support these organizations?
Honourable Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for this important question. Last week, I was in the Old Mission Brewery in Montreal to announce over $6 million in funding to 21 organizations right across the country that are doing vitally important work to support our veterans and their families. These projects will help veterans in a wide variety of ways, including addressing homelessness, retraining, employment, mental health, and supporting underrepresented veterans. We will continue to work hard to ensure Canada's veterans have the care and support they need and deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le député de Beauce.
The honourable member for Beauce.
On va aller, the honourable. I'm sorry, but that's not the way my list is working. There's a rule that says the speaker decides who's going to speak next. So I'm going to ask him to sit down. So if the member for Beauce wants to get up, he can get up. Otherwise, I'll go to the next name on my list. I'm glad the honourable member for Beauce got permission.
The honourable member for Beauce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is World Milk Day, and I would like to rise to speak to the hard work of all dairy producers and processors from sea to sea. They work so hard, but with the second carbon tax that is being brought in by this government, the entire agricultural sector is threatened. Canadians need farmers to put food on the table. When will the Liberals finally wake up and cancel the second carbon tax so that Canadians can feed their families? The Honourable Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food. Well, I'd like to wish everyone a happy World Milk Day. And I'd like to thank my colleague for giving me the opportunity to sincerely thank all of our dairy producers throughout the country. They are working very hard to ensure that we have sustainable agriculture. And did you know that our milk producers are committed to a sector that is zero emissions? I'd like to congratulate them for this plan. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Special Rapporteur admitted it himself yesterday. He received his mandate from the Prime Minister, and he doesn't care at all about the vote in the House of Commons. According to the Journal de Montréal, it is clear that Mr. Johnston has become Justin Trudeau's advisor. His understanding of his role is to protect his boss, the Prime Minister, even if it means sacrificing his career and his reputation. That's according to Yasmine Abdel-Fadel, today in the Journal de Montréal. The name of the column is David Johnston is the new enemy of democracy. That's not something the Conservatives are saying, Mr. Speaker. When will the Prime Minister finally put an end to the former Governor-General's sufferings? When will he put an end to this farce and trigger a public inquiry? The Honourable Minister of Sport. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague explained earlier, David Johnston has had an exemplary career. He has always been devoted to serving Canadians, and he still is. I would like to remind my colleagues, whether Conservatives or in the Bloc Québécois, I'd like to remind them that we should respect and protect Canadian intelligence services. We should respect and protect all those who are working to gather that intelligence. I would ask the leaders of the parties to get their clearance, receive the briefings, and that we stop talking about mere opinion and instead get the facts and have constructive discussions about our democracy and institutions. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since February, the opposition parties have been asking for a public inquiry on Chinese interference, but the Prime Minister refused to do so. And instead, he appointed a special rapporteur, despite everyone else's opinion. And 3 months later, we're still in the same impasse. David Johnston finally tabled his report. He blames everyone, the media, CSIS, the opposition, everyone except for China and this government. That's why yesterday, the House once again asked for a public inquiry, because people's desire for a public inquiry is not being respected. When will this government finally start a public independent inquiry? The Honourable Minister of Sport. Mr. Speaker, opposition party leaders would have access to all of the intelligence that did enable David Johnson to draft his report and to make the recommendations that we have now. The right thing to do would be to get their security clearance, read the report, and then come back after to be able to discuss constructive solutions to protect our institutions and our democracy. Foreign interference is a threat to our country. It should be taken seriously, above and beyond partisan fear-mongering. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd hoped for a better answer. Let's come back to what we learned yesterday about the member for Durham. CSIS has told him that he was the target of a Chinese disinformation campaign during the 2021 election. And let's not forget that he was the leader of the opposition at that time, someone who could have legitimate aspirations to become prime minister. He was the leader of a party that did, after all, receive the most votes in 2021. So we're not just talking about just anyone. It's not just the government that is the target of interference. This affects all of our democracy. We are all affected. We're all asking for a public inquiry. What is the government waiting for?
Mr. Speaker, I'm really happy to see the Bloc so interested in this issue. But what Mr. Johnson's report actually said was that he included an annex with all of the information that he reviewed, the confidential information that he reviewed, and he provided it to party leaders and asked them to receive their security clearance, to review it, and determine if his recommendations from it were appropriate. But, Mr. Speaker, what has the leader of the Bloc chosen to do? Close his eyes under a veil of ignorance and ignore the actual facts of the matter.
Honorable député de Laurentides de la Belle.
Monsieur le Président, une députée.
Mr. Speaker, an NDP member, a Conservative member, and the former leader of the official opposition, they have all been targeted by these threats, and I'm sure there are many others. And yet the Prime Minister tells us that is the opposition that's creating a toxic climate here? Really? The toxic climate is caused by the fact that our election system has been threatened, and the government only wants to discuss that behind closed doors and take no action. The time has come for transparency. The time has come to cast light on the situation. The time has come for a public and independent inquiry. When will they finally understand? The Honourable Minister of Sports. Mr. Speaker, what the time has come for is for opposition party leaders to put aside partisanship, go receive the briefing, as they have a right to do, and then we can move on, discuss facts, and discuss solutions. Because the matter of foreign interference, everyone agrees on this, it's a threat to our country. It must be taken seriously, and it must be done right. We need to protect our intelligence services. We need to protect public servants who are gathering that intelligence. They need to do the right thing. Go get the briefing.
Je veux mentionner que je vois pas le nom du...
I would like to mention that I do not see the name of the member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier, on this list, but he wants to ask questions anyway. You'd better go talk about it with your whip.
For Chatham, Kent, Leamington.
Mr. Speaker, this government's policies are akin to death by 1,000 taxes as Canadians watch their life savings bleed away. Gas prices are draining their bank accounts, and as Liberal Carbon Tax 1 adds 41 cents per litre. Liberal Carbon Tax 2 adds another 17 cents per litre. But don't forget, Mr. Speaker, just like adding salt to this open wound, the government's GST is a tax on a tax on a tax. This combination will add a whopping 61 cents per price of litre for gas for Canadians. I ask again, when will the minister get the facts and stop the tax?
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, we gotta roll the tape back, Mr. Speaker, because not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 5 times just in the last year, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have had the opportunity to reduce taxes on Canadians. And what do, Mr. Speaker? Every single time we vote to reduce taxes on Canadians, how do they vote? Against. When we reduce taxes on workers, how do they vote against? How do they vote? Against. When we reduce taxes on the middle class, how do they vote? Against. When we reduce taxes on people who just want to pay their bills, how do the Conservatives vote? Against. You know the plan. plan. We do. We're going to keep delivering for Canadians.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Mr. Speaker, mothers in the north are having to make very difficult decisions because of this Prime Minister's first carbon tax. And now it's even worse with their new carbon tax 2.0. From Northwest Territories MLA Jackie Jacobson, we're really hurting. Single mothers are having to choose to buy Pampers or pay their cell bill or pay their power bill or pay to buy food, and people are going without. No mother should ever have to make the difficult decision between buying food or keeping their children warm in winter. When will this Prime Minister finally end and axe his cruel carbon tax?
Excellent.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, we know the rising cost of food and groceries is having a challenging impact on families and single moms, and that's why we introduced programs like the $10 a day childcare, the Canada Worker Benefit, dental care, and the Canada Child Benefit to help make more life more affordable for families, for moms, and all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, Canadian families are all suffering financially, but this government is continuing to be greedy, not to help people, but just to take more money out of their pockets with its new taxes. Not once, not twice, not thrice, 4 times. First of all, the Liberal carbon tax. That was the first thing. Then they put a tax on that tax. Now they have a second Liberal carbon tax, and they want to tax that, so that makes 4 in total. Ridiculous. When will this government understand that 4 taxes on Canadian families who are struggling, that's a terrible idea? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, I must admit that it's very disappointing to hear my honourable colleague across the way make these kinds of shortcuts, because he knows very well that in Quebec, the carbon pricing system does not apply. And speaking of carbon pricing, Mr. Speaker, in 2021, all members of the Conservative Party campaigned for carbon pricing. Not only that, 19 members on the other side campaigned for that in 2019 and in 2008. And yet, twice over, they're breaking their promises to Canadians. That's not what we do on this side of the House. We work for Canadians, and we are fighting climate change.
Member for Vancouver, Kingsway.
The Minister of Health recently blocked reforms that would save Canadians billions on their prescription medicines. The Minister said he did this because he wanted to be consulted by Canada's drug price regulator, but didn't receive an invitation. In fact, documents obtained by the Health Committee show he was invited at least 5 times. Wow. And the minister's office either ignored or rejected them. Why won't the minister come clean with Canadians and just admit it? He refused to lower drug prices because Big Pharma told him not to.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to the question. As the member knows really well, I think we had discussions on that just a few months ago. That is, on July the 1st, we put into place some of the strongest regulations ever put into place to regulate the prices of patented medicine. This is great news because we're now going to compare the cost of patented drugs in Canada to a new basket of countries, which is a better basket of countries, excluding the highest cost seen in the world, which is in the United States and Switzerland, and we look forward to doing more.
Member for Vancouver East.
200 residents of a West End Toronto building are taking action against huge rent increases by their landlord. Their rent is being jacked up by 40% this fall. Seniors on fixed income, workers and families are worried sick that they could end up on the street. Under the Liberals, rents have skyrocketed. We're now seeing rents double or even triple in communities. This is unacceptable. Will the Liberals stop these rental evictions, put people before profits, and launch an acquisition fund for nonprofits to keep rents low?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
The Honourable Member knows that rent subsidies and making sure that rental rates reflect fairness is really in the provincial jurisdiction. However, we do believe that we have a role to help vulnerable renters. That's why we introduced the Canada Housing Benefit, which is helping tens of thousands of Canadian households across each province and territory in Canada. That's why we also introduced a top-up to the Canada Housing Benefit. It is why we're also making sure we're building more rental supply, including more supply of affordable rental units across the country, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Speaker, this year marks the centennial of the Chinese Exclusion Act, a shameful chapter in our nation's history that we must not forget. Can the Minister of International Trade tell this House how our government is planning to commemorate the history of the Chinese Exclusion Act and what steps it is taking to continue supporting Chinese Canadians and their heritage?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, 100 years ago, the Chinese Exclusion Act was passed in this Parliament that stopped Chinese immigrants from coming to Canada, stopped families from reuniting, and caused racism and harm. These same Chinese immigrants helped build Canada's railway to connect our country from coast to coast to coast. I pay tribute to those whose strong advocacy repealed that law, but it took 24 years. Our government is recognizing the centennial as an event of national historic significance, and we're commemorating it with a plaque. We must ensure that this never happens again.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' first carbon tax hikes the cost of gas and diesel, doubles heating, and makes groceries more expensive. So a record 1.5 million Canadians had to go to a food bank in 1 month, and 1 in 5 Canadians skip meals just to get by. But the Liberals will hit struggling Canadians with carbon tax too anyway. It'll add 17 cents a litre at the pumps, and it'll hurt the working poor and people on low incomes the most. Why don't the Liberals care, and why won't they axe their costly carbon taxes?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So setting aside for a second the fact that the members opposite all campaign to put in carbon pricing in Canada, let's look at what they're saying no to. So they're saying no to clean air and clean water, Mr. Speaker. While we're evacuating people in New Brunswick, in Quebec, we had to airlift people outside of Fort Chipewyan last night, Mr. Speaker, because of climate change. They're saying, let's make pollution free again. Let's move away from the economy of the 21st century. Mr. Speaker, we're saying no. We have the strongest economy of all G7 countries last year, and we're the country that has reduced its emission the most of all G7 countries. We can fight climate change and have a strong economy.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
The Liberals say that carbon tax are supposed to reduce emissions, but after 8 years they've missed every target, and they only went down slightly once when governments locked Canada down. To really help lower global emissions, Canada could export LNG, but after 8 years and 18 proposals, the only one getting built was approved by Conservatives before. From oil and gas to critical minerals to tidal power and to offshore opportunities on every coast, the Liberals hold Canada back. The world wants Canada's energy and technology. These Liberals are out of touch and Canadians are out of money. So when will they axe their harmful, failed, costly carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but the member is plainly wrong. We haven't missed our target. They missed our target. I was in Copenhagen in 2009 when Prime Minister Harper committed Canada to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions. They did nothing, Mr. Speaker. We've reduced emissions by 50 million tons between 2019 and 2021, the best performance of all G7 countries. We did that while creating millions of jobs in this country, Mr. Speaker, and having the strongest economy of G7 countries.
Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
8 long years, out of control spending, and what are we seeing, Mr. Speaker? More Canadians using food banks, going hungry, and worried about how they're going to make ends meet. Carbon tax number 1 increases a litre of gas by 41 cents and makes everything more expensive. Carbon tax 2 adds another 17 cents and more pain for Canadians. Add the GST and the price is 61 cents a litre. Why is this Prime Minister so intent on pricing Canadians out of a living?
That's a great question. The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I quote from the 2021 Conservative Party platform, "Our plan will ensure that all Canadians can do their part to fight climate change in a way that works best for them and at a carbon price that is affordable, increasing to $50 a ton." And the document further states we will assess progress so carbon prices can be on a path to $170 a ton. Mr. Speaker, either they believe that climate change is real or they don't, but there's one thing that's for certain: the Canadians in this country can't believe a word that side says.
I'm going to ask the honourable members, before going to the next question, again, if they want to have conversations across the aisle, just cross the aisle and talk to each other. Don't talk across to each other, please. Now, the honourable member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, the carbon tax has been in place in some jurisdictions in Canada now for nearly 15 years. The Commissioner of the Environment admitted at committee recently that Canada has no metric by which to measure if there has been any reduction in carbon as a result of its implementation. Right. With no results other than its diminishing effects on Canadian pocketbooks, why in the world would this government place an additional carbon tax on their already weary and burdened backs? When will this government finally listen to the common sense of the common people and scrap this useless, regressive, ineffective, and punitive tax?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, the Commissioner to the Environment did not have the benefit of our latest national inventory report, which shows that we have the best performance of all
Wait a minute. Wait. Whoa. Both sides are talking to each other. It's like we're not at a party here. We're in the House of Commons. So I want everybody to just calm down and listen. The Honourable Minister, if you can start from the top so we can all hear your answer, please.
With pleasure, sir. As I was saying, when he went to committee, the Commissioner to the Environment did not benefit from the information in our latest national inventory report, which shows that we've reduced emissions by 53 million tons, Mr. Speaker. That's the equivalent of removing 11 million vehicles from our road between 2019 and 2021, while we're landing deals like Volkswagen, like we're landing deals with Tidewater in BC, Imperial $720 million plant in Alberta for biorefinery, Federated Co-op $2 billion plant in Saskatchewan, or Bria's plant in Newfoundland, which have received in the last few months $300 million.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, the Quebec National Assembly on Thursday unanimously demanded the release of the Grenier Commission documents. This commission revealed that the federal government incurred illegal expenses during the 1995 referendum. Now the National Assembly will be missing crucial documents, those from the federal government. Ottawa has already refused to open its archives. The Minister of Heritage was asked to cooperate on Tuesday, but instead he accused the four parties in Quebec City of living in the past. Let's give him a second chance, Mr. Speaker, to be more constructive with the 125 elected members of the National Assembly. Will he open his archives to them? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I was talking directly to my friends from the Bloc who are constantly seeking quarrels. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about quarrels. It reminds me of the famous... They have a lot of issues. There are some words we can't say here in the House. That's not a parliamentary term you're using. I'd like the minister to continue without using terms that are sacrilegious. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. I remove the words that I mentioned from that song, but the Bloc is always searching for subjects to divide us. How come they don't work with the government to make a difference for our families and seniors and young people, for our companies? That would be a good idea. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. There's such a lack of respect, Mr. Speaker. What a lack of respect to the Quebec National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, throughout history, like when you're in a marriage, the one who gets angry and accuses of reopening quarrels is often the one at fault. And that's exactly what's happening with the federal government that's being accused of illegal financing. Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly is unanimous. It voted to investigate this illegal financing last Thursday. We're not living in the past if we want to go back to last Thursday. So will the minister respect the will of the unanimous National Assembly and open the archives? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what type of relationship my colleague has had in the past, but what concerns us, well, I have a great deal of respect for the National Assembly in Quebec. What happens there? Well, I respect that jurisdiction. There is a debate in Quebec. We do discuss things, and I respect that. But the Bloc tries to bring quarrels and debates here that are 30 years old. How come they don't focus on what we can do together now to help society in Quebec to move forward? That would be productive rather than always looking back.
For Kildonan St. Paul.
New stats out in Winnipeg show a very disturbing trend, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years of this Liberal government, crime in Winnipeg is up over 25% over last year, which includes a record 53 homicides. And the Liberals have done absolutely nothing effective to address this. In fact, they've made it worse with their dangerous and reckless catch and release bail policies. Winnipeggers deserve far better than this, Mr. Speaker. When will the Liberals reverse the damage they caused, clean up our streets, and finally protect our communities?
Absolutely. Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, we've been working with provincial premiers, with provincial ministers of justice and provincial ministers of public safety and police associations across Canada to address questions about bail reform. We have done that, Mr. Speaker. We've tabled Bill C-48, which has the support of provinces, Mr. Speaker, which has the support of police associations across Canada. Here's what Saskatoon's Police Service Deputy Chief said. It's encouraging to see the voices of the community and policing community across Canada being heard, Mr. Speaker. He called it a good move forward. Mr. Speaker, it's by working together that we can address complex problems like bail.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Speaker, the reality is that bill will do very little to fix the problem that Liberal minister and his Liberal government created.
That's
Meanwhile,
right.
Innocent Canadians are being murdered, abused, and violated on a daily basis in our communities. Conservatives know it doesn't have to be this way. And certainly Winnipeggers deserve far better than that, what that Liberal minister is offering them. Last year, Winnipeg saw a 12% increase in knife attacks. Bear spray attacks doubled in the last 3 years, and property crime is way up, Mr. Speaker. And we know violent repeat offenders are behind most of these crimes. When will the Liberals, when will that minister reverse his dangerous catch-and-release policies once and for all, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, there is no such catch-and-release policy. In fact, what we've done in Bill C-48 is address repeat violent offenders, including with knives, Mr. Speaker, including with bear spray, Mr. Speaker. Manitoba, the government of Manitoba, as well as Indigenous peoples, asked for that provision. We provided that, Mr. Speaker, working with provinces and territories. Mr. Speaker, we need to work together. The provinces have the administration of the justice system as part of their portfolio, their jurisdiction. We need to work with the provinces, Mr. Speaker, not use meaningless rhetoric to try to debase the problem.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, now that Roxham Road is closed, the hotels booked by the government are empty. We said for 6 years that it was impossible to find a solution for the legal entry into Roxham Road, but now we see it's possible today. And now the government has signed another $14 million contract with these hotels to reserve rooms. How come they're reserving hotels that are empty while even though they've solved the Roxham Road issue? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's question because it allows me to once again underscore the idea that on this side of the House, well, no, what they're trying to do is almost nothing. We have worked very hard to renegotiate the agreement between the U.S. and Canada. We have always been here for people who are asking for assistance. And, Mr. Speaker, we've already seen results that are concrete with asylum seekers, and will always be there for the well-being of everyone who is asking for assistance from Canada. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis. Mr. Speaker, water is Canada's most precious natural resource for our economy and well-being. 20% of the world's freshwater reserves are in Canada, and it is also an enormous responsibility for us. Last week, the Prime Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment were in Winnipeg to mark an important investment to protect Canada's water. Can the Minister of the Environment tell us more about this important step towards protecting 30% of Canada's water by 2030? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question and for all his work on the Environment Committee. In the last budget, we did invest more than $750 million in protecting fresh water across the country, which will allow us to establish an independent water agency in Winnipeg to protect the health of Canadians. It's protecting our economy and the future of our country. We've done quite a great deal. We still have more to do. Thank you.
Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, I'm disgusted. The people of Newfoundland and Labrador are disgusted. After 4 years of Liberal delays, the Beta Nord project was approved with 137 onerous conditions attached. Because of these Liberal shenanigans, now we have the Beta Nord project put on the shelf for 3 years. It's costing the Newfoundland and Labrador economy $3 billion in royalties and revenues. So my question to the minister, will he revisit the 137 onerous conditions, or will he let this project die and let the province of Newfoundland and Labrador lose 10
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, again, I want to reiterate that this was an independent business decision that was based largely on market forces. But let's talk about the fact that Newfoundland and Labrador's opportunities go well beyond one project, and that's where we are with them to support them. In fact, we have just this past week tabled a bill with the Accords Act to make sure that they are able to take advantage of offshore opportunities, including with wind and with hydrogen. And in fact, the member opposite would know, when the German Chancellor came to Newfoundland and Labrador, what he asked for was hydrogen, and we signed an accord for that.
Good job. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
The Liberals label the carbon tax a market mechanism or a standard, when in reality it is a fancy way of saying that the centerpiece of their environmental policy is based on forcing Canadians to pay more. Albertans are going to pay nearly $4,000 more per year when both carbon tax 1 and 2 are imposed, and farmers will pay more than $150,000 on average to fund this failed leftist ideological experiment. Wow. Canadians need a break. Farmers need a break. When will the Prime Minister finally listen to Canadians and axe the tax?
Here. The Honourable Minister for the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would remind my honourable colleague that he campaigned during the last election on putting in place carbon pricing, Mr. Speaker. And what he's saying no to is saying no to billions of dollars of investment already happening in Canada, in Newfoundland, in Saskatchewan, in Quebec, in Alberta, in Southern Ontario, in the new economy. That's what they're saying no to, Mr. Speaker. We're saying yes to fighting climate change. We're saying yes to having a strong economy.
It being 3:13, I'm afraid that's all the time we have for the question period today. Thank you for reminding me of that. It being 3:13, pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading of Bill C-42. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
No. There you go. The question is as follows. Mr. Champagne, seconded by Ms. Jazik, move that Bill C-42, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporation Act and to make consequential and related amendments to the other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology. La période.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
Son. All those in favor of the motion, please rise.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Miss Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Good.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Miss Tassi.
Miss Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Iacono.
Monsieur Iacono.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Miss Ing.
Miss Ing.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Miss Haidu.
Miss Haidu.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Miss Vandenbeld.
Miss Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romano.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Miss O'Connell.
O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Latanzio.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Shahal.
Mr. Shahal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Miss Louis Haldeman Norfolk.
Louis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Miss Dancho.
Miss Dancho.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Dennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Albutef.
Mr. Albutef.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi. Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Holback.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Arnold.
Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Miss Rempel Gardner.
Miss Rempel Gardner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Doddle.
Mr. Donald.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Liepert.
Mr. Liepert.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Miss
Mr. Cannings. Mr. Johns. Mr. McGregor. Miss Barron. Mr. Backrack. Madame Hughes. Miss Cirillo. Mr. Davies. Miss Matheson. Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform
the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 317, 317. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly,
second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 12 minutes. Orders of the day. Oh, sorry. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. La question du jeudi. Je m'excuse.
The Thursday question, I apologize. The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I can understand. I would ask everyone to please speak quietly. It worked. The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I can understand that in the excitement of questionment period, you forgot about me, but I do think the Thursday question is very important because all the members here are eager to hear about what is going to go on under the government agenda for tomorrow and next week, especially given the heat of today. Obviously, I'm talking about outdoors, and knowing that next week we're going to have very long days, I would like to hear from what will be the temperature of this House next week. The Honourable Member for Tourism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the first time, it is the very first time that I've had the honour to share the message on the Thursday statement. And so I'm very honoured to have taken the question from my colleague.
7, the Budget Implementation Act, was reported from committee yesterday, and so we will call it for the final stages of debate starting tomorrow and then continue early next week on Monday and on Tuesday. We will also give priority to Bills C-40, Miscarriage of Justice Review Commission Act, also known as the David and Joyce Milgaard's Law, C-48, Bail Reform, and C-41, Humanitarian Assistance. Enfin, Monsieur le Président.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to inform the House that next Thursday shall be an allotted day. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Resuming debate on business of supply. Standing in the name of Mr. Poilievre, carbon tax.
Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the House. Government House Leader.
How much time, sorry?
The Honourable Member has 4 minutes and 45 seconds, if I recall correctly. Yes.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, it's an honor to rise and continue my speech that I started before question period. I highlighted some very obvious hypocrisies, Madam Speaker, now. And these are hypocrisies that we've seen from the Conservative Party of Canada. I outlined for everybody what many of us have been talking about in this House. The Liberals, the NDP, even the Bloc at times have asked the Conservatives why they ran in an election in 2021 on pricing pollution, only to come to this House immediately after that election and move virtually the exact same opposition motion about carbon pricing for the 10th time today since that last election when they ran on it. But what I found to be even more staggeringly, offensive, or perhaps a better expression would be concerning, is the fact that there are a number of Conservative MPs. In fact, I believe the number was, if I have this right, it was 19 sitting Conservative members, 19 members of the Conservative Party that currently sit in this House not only ran in 2021 on pricing pollution, but ran in 2008 on Stephen Harper's promise to bring in cap and trade, which is another form of pricing pollution. A form of pricing pollution that I would add the province of Quebec continues to this day, and as a result doesn't have the federal pricing mechanism that many of the other provinces, such as the one that I'm from, Ontario, are subject to. And it also, to think, Madam Speaker, how far to the right this particular brand of the Conservative Party has come, not from Brian Mulroney, because we know they are light years away from Brian Mulroney. They have, Brian Mulroney, Flora MacDonald from my riding, these were progressive conservatives that cared about the environment. These were progressive conservatives that fought for things like saving the ozone layer, worked with Americans to do that. These are progressive conservative. The progressive conservatives of Brian Mulroney. Brian Mulroney brought 42 countries from around the world to Montreal to talk about how to deal with acid rain. That's a progressive conservative party. But this party, Madam Speaker, this current form is even further to the right than Stephen Harper. Madam Speaker, I don't know if you're aware of this, and I actually just became aware of this morning, but there were actually ads that were run by the Renewable Fuels Association of Canada at one time that were thanking Stephen Harper for the work that he was doing when it came to renewable fuel renewable fuels as a form of energy. So, here we are in 2023 with a political party, the Conservative Party of Canada. I would argue this is really just the Reform Party using the Conservative name and the shade of blue. But here we are where they don't even believe in climate change, and that might be offensive to some members sitting in this House right now. But as I read out earlier, we heard a statement from a member from Red Deer just 2 days ago where he basically said this is all cyclical and happens every 10,000 years and nothing to see here. Okay, so this is the Conservative Party of Canada that we're dealing with now. And in a world where it is so glaringly obvious that humans have contributed to climate change, where it's so obvious that we need to actually do something about it, rather than try to actually bring forward policy and create ideas and bring forward suggestions to work on protecting our environment, we've seen 10 motions in the last 18 months come from the Conservative Party of Canada trying to eliminate the price on pollution, despite the fact they've already lost 2 elections since it was introduced. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member made reference to the Conservatives losing in an election, but I think it's important that anyone that's following the debate today, Madam Speaker, and the member has done it so well in the past and even earlier today, and we hear it in questions and answers during question period. The fact of the matter is that 338 candidates in the last federal election that were all Conservative candidates had a platform that my friend and colleague tried to table earlier today, which made it very clear. They all campaigned in favor of a price on pollution, and I'm wondering if he could just discuss that a little bit more in terms of details, his perception of that particular promise.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, it's true, Madam Speaker. They might disagree with it now, and to the defense of one member of the Conservative Party who, in the numerous times I've asked this question, one member has stood up and said, I disagreed with that policy that they ran on in 2021. So I'll hand it to that one member. I won't call her out by name right now because I don't want her to receive any emails to her office to the effect. But every other Conservative, we ask the question and they just completely skate around it. At least just stand up and say, yeah, I ran on it in 2021. It was part of our platform. It was a price of pollution, but now I've changed my mind. I mean, that would be so much more honorable than just trying to avoid answering the question every time. The fact that, not only, and I did try to table that platform, as the parliamentary secretary said, I tried to table the 2019 and 2008 platforms where they talked about pricing pollution in this House before question period. And you know who yelled out no to that, not letting me table it? Conservatives. They wouldn't let me table their own platform.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Regina Lewin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And being an old hockey guy, I always appreciate the fourth line grinder doing their role and doing what they have to do to make sure they're part of our team. And I appreciate this member's ability to stand on his feet and talk about nothing for 20 minutes. It's fantastic, and I think he has a certain amount of skill at that, and he's found his role on his team, and I don't begrudge him that because he has that kind of talent. I do have a simple question, though. I know that he talks about our platform a lot from the last couple of campaigns. The Liberal platform promised not to raise the carbon tax more than $50 a ton, ever, full stop. And I'm wondering how he goes back to his constituents and he writes that ship when he made that promise and door knocked to them. And I just would like to hear an answer on that, and I appreciate his fourth line talent.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'll answer it, and I think I've already answered it to this member and other Conservatives. The policy changed, and it's different now than it was then. See how easy it was there, Madam Speaker, for me to directly answer the question? It may have been a position we had at one time, and now the position is different. But we're honest and open with Canadians about that. The question is, why won't this member and other Conservatives be honest and open with Canadians about how their position has changed on climate change? And you'll note, Madam Speaker, that he complimented me in some form, I guess, by saying I spoke about nothing. Only a conservative that comes from a party where 54% of their base says climate change isn't real, a conservative that shares the same side of the aisle as the member from Red Deer that talked about climate change 2 days ago as though it was just something that happens every 10,000 years and nothing to see here. Only a conservative that shares that space would refer to my dire plea to do something about global warming and climate change as talking about nothing.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Something I find infuriating about this motion, and we see it every time various versions of the same motion come to the floor of the House from the Conservative Party, is that it never mentions the profits of oil and gas companies. The price on pollution went up 2 cents a litre in the last year. Wholesale margins, profits of the largest oil and gas companies across the country went up 18 cents a litre. Why is it, to the member for Kingston and the Islands, that the Conservative Party isn't talking about this? And to go further, does he support a windfall profit tax? We can use those funds to invest in the climate solutions that we need.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
They don't talk about it because that's who their base is. That's who donates to them. That's who, when they put forward 10 motions about getting rid of the carbon tax, that's who they're targeting with those motions. When the leader of the opposition comes in here and speaks to that issue and clips it afterwards and puts it out there in an email blast, he's talking to those people. That's why they won't talk about it. And to his other question about a windfall tax, I think it's a very, very good discussion to have. I am completely open to it. I think that we need to look at absolutely every possible solution to fight the climate change, and I'm more than willing to work with my colleague and other members of this House to see how we go about doing that.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey-Owen Sound.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Look, I'll ask this Parliamentary Secretary the exact same question I asked the Parliamentary Secretary sitting beside him just a little bit while ago in the debate that he did not answer. How many trees have been planted by the Liberal government under their promised $2 billion tree program that they've introduced? And as well, once we get that number, could he explain why the program is so bureaucratic and difficult for communities, ridings, counties, conservation groups to even apply and qualify for it? Because this program, you know, I actually think it's a good idea. We should be planting more trees right across this great country we have, but we can't seem to, nobody can seem to qualify for this program, and the trees aren't getting planted. My final comment, Madam Speaker, is he may want to tell the Minister of Public Safety of his role and position. The Minister of Public Safety yesterday in the Senate didn't even know his position existed here in the House of Commons.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Start with the latter and come to the beginning. Actually, the Minister of Public Safety was responding to Mr. Plett's, Senator Plett's comment about me being a parliamentary secretary to the leader in the Senate, of which I am not. I am the parliamentary secretary to the leader of the House, leader in the House for the Liberal, for the government. So that's to correct the first error that he made. Second, I'll answer his question the exact same way that my parliamentary secretary colleague did, which was he found started off by saying, and I was here, I heard the whole thing, he found it very hypocritical that the member would challenge us on a platform commitment that we have only partially delivered on, given the fact that this member ran on putting a price on pollution and is somehow just oblivious to that fact now and doesn't think that it's necessary to answer for that while he makes these demands. That's hypocritical. But to the other point, and what my parliamentary secretary colleague said specifically, was, does he not realize that to plant that many trees, you're not going to do it all, and it's not a linear graph, it's going to happen exponentially. Does the member realize that to create that many trees, you start with a seedling, and the seedling has to be properly germinate and turn into a tree and get to the point where you can actually plant it? I can't believe I'm actually having this high school science discussion with the member, but it's the reality of how trees grow.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And given we're talking about the environment, I wanted to highlight one of the things in which the government, and I know my friend is very much in tune with, is the idea of batteries. We've seen the Volkswagen investment. These are the type of green jobs that are going to be there going forward, that the government is assisting, working with other jurisdictions, investing in Canadians, building a healthier, stronger, greener economy. And I know he even has some further ideas locally that he's been very strong in terms of advocating for.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the future is in electrification. It's just where it's going to be. There's a transition that's happening before us. There's nothing Conservatives can do or say that's going to change that. The real question is, where's Canada going to be in that regard? Are we going to be leading the forefront of it so that we can export our technology and we can reap and become prosperous as a result of it? Or are we going to wait until every other country has done it and buy the technology off them? This government has set us up in a way so that we bring those investments into Canada early on. We're taking a measurable risk on that by investing in companies, letting them establish in Canada, build their roots here, and then we will become the exporters of that technology throughout the world. That is leadership, Madam Speaker, and that's what this government's been doing.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning. I
have a point of order. Madam Speaker, to follow up on the multiple requests from the member across the way to table with unanimous consent the Conservatives' plan for 2 election campaigns, I would like to ask unanimous consent of the House to table the Liberal costing plan from 2015, which says
deficit for 3 years so that we can invest in growth for the middle class and credibly offer a plan to balance the budget in 2019.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. There's no unanimous consent. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time when I got the attention of the rest of the members. I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member from Regina Leeuwen. Madam Speaker, I think we need to start today with a bit of history. The cliche says that those who do not learn the lessons of history are doomed to repeat the same mistakes. That appears to be true of this government, which has never met a tax that it didn't want to increase. The Liberal government first introduced its clean fuel standard in 2016. The effect on the Canadians was noticeable. Some lower and middle income homeowners found it difficult to heat homes due to the price increases associated with the standard. In effect, it was a tax on those who could least afford to pay it. 3 years ago, the Department of Environment and put the direct cost of the clean fuel standard on Canadian households of $2.4 billion. I'm sure it is way more now. The Liberal NDP plan for the environment is not designed to combat climate change. It's a plan to increase taxes. The clean fuel regulations require liquid fossil fuel primarily to gradually reduce the carbon intensity of the gasoline and diesel that they produce and sell for use in Canada. That is a worthy goal. But what happens to producers who don't meet that standard? They will be taxed. What will they do when they are taxed? they will just pass the tax on to the consumer in the form of higher prices, which the Liberals don't mind because then they can add more taxes to their higher prices. With inflation already at historic levels, this new clean fuel regulations tax is a tax that Canadians do not need. Giving more money to the Liberals to help them mismanage the Canadian economy and the federal budget is not the way to fight climate change. After 8 years of this Liberal government, Canadians have seen their lives become more unaffordable thanks to the inflationary carbon tax. Now the Liberals are bringing in a second carbon tax. And do they not understand that they are making life unaffordable? Do they not understand that people are struggling to make ends meet? And adding to that tax burden makes things worse, not better. Now, Madam Speaker, I can just see the looks on the faces of the Liberals. It is not hard to tell what are they thinking as I say this. I know what their questions will be when I finish speaking. They are going to ask me why I don't mention that their government is offering Canadians a carbon tax rebate. Don't I understand that the carbon tax doesn't really cost anyone? If that is the case, then why have it at all? The truth, though, is that the carbon tax is not offset by carbon tax rebates. It is a source of government revenue, just like any other tax. My Liberal friends just don't want to admit that they find it better to live in a dream world than admit their taxes are hurting the people they are supposed to serve. My Liberal friends don't want to hear about the numbers the Parliamentary Budget Officer has given us. They don't want to talk about how their first carbon tax is going to cost the average Canadian family $710 this year after taking their rebate into account. They would prefer that I didn't mention that once the second carbon tax is fully implemented, the cost to the average Canadian family after rebates will increase to $1,160 annually. Let's talk about the true cost of carbon taxes. According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the second carbon tax will cost the average Canadian household an extra $573 per year without any rebate, with families in some provinces facing costs as high as $1,157. Both carbon taxes will have a net cost of up to $4,000 on each family, depend on the province that which they live in. The combined impact of the two Liberal carbon taxes will have an extra 61 cents for every liter of gasoline at the pump. If the government was interested in economic growth, it would scrap the new tax and the existing carbon tax. The Parliamentary Budget Officer says the effect of the clean fuel regulations and the existing carbon tax will not help to grow the economy, but rather the economy will shrink. That is not what Canadians want from this government policies. I have heard the Liberal argument. They whine that the Parliamentary Budget Officer was not being fair to them. The PBO only took the numbers into account when making his calculation. The Minister of the Environment has complained that the PBO hasn't taken into the account the technological change that the clean fuel regulations will help promote. I would love to hear about those changes from the Minister. What new technologies have been developed as a direct result of this tax? My guess is that the Minister doesn't understand that taxes do not stimulate invention. If he wants new technologies, perhaps his government should try and encourage a climate where businesses and individuals are free to innovate. But don't ask the PBO to calculate the benefits to the economy of some imaginary technology. That makes no sense. Perhaps in some Liberals' fantasy land, carbon rebates and carbon taxes balance themselves, just like the budget do. In the real world, their taxes hurt Canadians and provide no benefit to the economy or ecology of the country. Simply put, a tax is a compulsory contribution to state revenue imposed on taxpayers in order to fund government spending. That is what the clean fuel regulations are for. They are to fund government spending. They have nothing to do with combating the climate change. Unfortunately, the Liberals and their NDP allies appear to be blinded by ideology and uncaring as to the needs of Canadians. It is ludicrous to continually raise taxes at the time of high inflation, when grocery prices are soaring and Canadians are finding it difficult to make ends meet. The government is apparently determined to push through this tax no matter who it hurts. The reality is the Liberal government's policy are fueling inflation and making people poorer, which is why 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals and food banks are seeing record demand. The Liberals have no plan that will actually help Canada reduce its carbon footprint. The objective is to fund never-ending Liberal deficits. This scheme will only hurt our economy, discourage investment, and increase the cost of everything in a Canadian household. As a Conservative, I oppose this tax and the burden it places on Canadian families. That is not the way to fight the climate change. The way to fight the climate change is through innovative technologies, harnessing Canadian brain power, not through increased taxes. As Conservative government will govern with fiscal responsibility, axe that taxes, and bring home affordability to Canadians and for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Can you imagine, if you will, in the next federal election, you're going to see Conservatives in British Columbia saying that we're going to get rid of, and they call it the carbon tax or the price on pollution, Madam Speaker, when in fact, in reality, there is no federal price on pollution in the province of BC. They're going to intentionally mislead the residents of BC. The question I have for the member is the Conservative Party going to compensate the people of BC if they get rid of the price on pollution in Canada? Because they're not paying for it right now. They're doing it through the provincial government. Are they going to take the money away from the province and give it to the people? How are they going to deal with the sense of equity and fairness to the residents of BC if they were to cancel the national price on pollution?
Member for Edmonton Manning.
As we believe that we don't impose things on the provinces as what this government is doing to Alberta in specific, we won't interfere with the way British Columbia is doing its business now. As far as the calculation that he's speaking about, reasons tells us all the time and logic that if things doesn't work, you should not repeat it. This carbon tax doesn't work. This carbon tax is not reducing emission. It's become clearly it's a tax rather than climate solutions. So that's why when we bring our own proposal to Canadians, to our own platform will be based on logic and will be based on solutions that are going to make difference to reduce emissions and to help reducing the effects of climate change.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Cutting the price on pollution is not a solution that will stop pollution. Oil and gas companies are among the corporations that are showing the greatest profits. And I'd like to ask the member, why do the Conservatives prefer stacking the deck for billionaire CEOs over helping working people in Canada? The
Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Unfortunately, the argument of the NDP always have no relation to economy or businesses whatsoever. What we are proposing here today is to get this tax out of the way and save Canadians money and make their life much easier, because that is not a climate plan. This is a tax plan. And when you tax people on their way, on your way to make them change behavior the way this government is doing, while that's not doing the job, while this is not really helping to reduce emissions, that means we have to stop and think, again, based on reasons and based on logic. And when we think that way, I think we can make a difference. Otherwise, we're just having an argument that's lead nowhere.
Comments? L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't intending to ask a question, but I do have one. The colleague is complaining a little bit about the fact that there are regulations on clean fuel, and now he's a bit offended that if a producer doesn't respect the regulations, then he's going to have to pay a tax. When I speed, Madam Speaker, if I don't respect the rules, I get a ticket. What should we do with producers who don't respect standards? We just give them a tap on the back and we say, yeah, do a little better next time? No. What should we do?
Manning.
It doesn't seem that Quebec has this problem to begin with. So I'm not sure where the Bloc Québécois coming from on this specific point. And I'm not suggesting, I haven't suggested ever, that we should really not allow anyone, corporations or anyone, to do whatever they want. I think that we have to work with everyone. That's why I spoke about technologies. That's why I spoke about innovation. And those are going to be done only and only with businesses that they know better, and with us to make sure we remove any red tape from their way, and the gatekeepers, so they can do their job. And then, because at the end of the day, we're all Canadians and we all have to work with each other to achieve a worthy goal.
Very brief question from the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the member for Edmonton Manning knows there is no second carbon tax. I want to ask specifically about what he's been talking about, which is the economics of the climate crisis. We used to talk about the future costs of inaction. Right now in this country, we have 179 wildfires in multiple provinces across the country. Does he know the costs of climate-induced wildfires and floods from just the last year alone?
For Edmonton Manning, 15 seconds.
Well, the honourable member is asking me, he should ask the government if the government knows anything. The government is not giving any information on anything. They just keep hiding in big secrecy.
The Honourable Member for Regina Luan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to join in the debate on our opposition motion today, calling to the scrap of the first carbon tax and scrapping the second carbon tax as well, to put more money back into the pockets of hardworking Canadians, Madam Speaker. And I do want to talk a little bit about the current state of affairs in our country. And I had a disturbing text from someone that I've known for a long time, and this is how he sees what's happening in our country right now. This country is basically parts of the Titanic sliding into the abyss of the Atlantic. 5 years ago, we wouldn't recognize the country we have today. I shudder to think what we will think of the country that we will become in 2028, Madam Speaker. And this is a hard-working gentleman, a guy that's worked his whole life, created a good life for his friends and family, and he just sees this country as continuously going in the wrong direction, Madam Speaker, and he wonders when people in this chamber are actually going to stand up for Canadians and talk from basically a passionate point of view of what hardworking everyday Canadians see our country as going down, in which direction it's going. And I'm going to try and do that a little bit today, Madam Speaker, in the vein of our motion and talking about taxes and what the tax is really trying to accomplish, Madam Speaker. So the first carbon tax that was implemented after the 2015 campaign was supposed to reduce emissions across our country. It was supposed to be an environmental policy. The problem with that, Madam Speaker, is it has had no environmental effects on our country. Over the last 8 years under this government, they've never hit an environmental target with their carbon tax or any of their other environmental policies. Actually, when they flew around to the junket at COP 68 or 53, I can't remember what number the COP was this time, but when they all flew in and were eating caviar, they actually came out and said, Canada's the 58th country out of 63 for environmental targets. But the Liberals never talk about that, Madam Speaker. So if you're a hard-working Saskatchewanian and you're looking at your country and you're looking at your government, and they keep asking you to pay more and more and more because it's going to be good for the environment eventually, and you see that there are no results happening, then you start to question if this actually is an environmental policy at all, or if it's just a tax and grab, Madam Speaker. and if they just want to fill their coffers with more of your hard-earned dollars. You see, a government's never actually earned a dollar. The only way the government actually gets money is by taking it from someone who earned it in the first place, through work, through investment. They get it through the taxes of the hardworking people. The government doesn't earn anything itself, Madam Speaker. It takes, and then it gives back on the other hand. And that's the other argument that the carbon tax that our Liberal friends and NDP Socialist friends put forward is, no, it's revenue neutral. And they've been saying this for years, Madam Speaker. These Liberals and the NDP have been saying this. It's revenue neutral. I've never in my life seen a government program run on a revenue neutral basis. Canadians never get what they put back when they give to government. It goes to government, it goes to a department, it goes through many different hands, and then out the other end comes much less than what the Canadians gave to that government in the first place, Madam Speaker. And the parliamentary budget officer came out and said what we had said since 2015, that there is no, even before that, Madam Speaker, I remember Premier Wall saying there's no such thing as a government revenue neutral program. And he was right, because the parliamentary budget officer came out and said, yeah, there is no way 8 out of 10 Canadians are getting back more from the carbon tax than they're paying, Madam Speaker. So it's not revenue neutral. It has had none of the desired environmental effects that it was supposed to have by making Canadians pay more for everything. And then they say, no, it's a market mechanism, is what some of my colleagues on the Liberals would say. The NDP are okay. They just want to take more money from people that earn it. So they're okay. Socialists always believe government can spend money better than the person that earned it anyway. And we'll never feel that way. But some of the Liberals, no, it's a market mechanism. Just wait, it's a market mechanism. So we will actually put in policies that will make people act differently. Well, Madam Speaker, in my province, where I come from, it's very hard to act differently when you're planting fields or when you're harvesting. There's limited options of harvesters out there, Madam Speaker, and many of them will continue to run on fossil fuels. So you can't actually implement a government policy that makes that process, planting, seeding, harvesting, run differently, because you have to use the fuel in the machines. Maybe a generation from now, there might be the capacity for electric combines and tractors. I would like to see that technology if it ever happens, but it's very far away, Madam Speaker. So for a government to implement a policy which they know adversely affects the agriculture sector, adversely affects the oil and gas sector, because there are no other technological options right now, is, I think, quite frankly, dishonest, Madam Speaker, and something where don't say that this is going to be a fair tax, because it does hit different parts of our province, our country, in different provinces differently, Madam Speaker. For example, the carbon tax 2 that we have talked about the last couple of days is going to cost Saskatchewan people net, the total cost is going to be $1,117 for a family. So if you add carbon tax 1 and carbon tax 2 on what the Saskatchewan family is going to have to pay, it's going to be $2,840 more dollars this year alone. And Madam Speaker, I know lots of people, well, what's $2,800? Well, to some families, that's a grocery bill in a lot of different groceries. Some families, that's new shoes for your kids. That's a lot of families can use that extra $2,800. And Madam Speaker, these aren't families that are trying to not be environmentally friendly, Madam Speaker. In Saskatchewan and Regina, Leuven, you have to heat your house when it comes to wintertime. It's pretty cold, and I think we'll find out when you come there to CPA here this in July. Like, it gets pretty hot in Regina too, and you have to cool off your house in the summer, Madam Speaker. There's no options. So when a government comes forward and say, no, we're going to change the behavior of Canadians with this policy, there's just some behaviors that you have to continue to hold on to, Madam Speaker, whether it's drive your kids to hockey or school. Rural Saskatchewan is a big place, and you don't have many other options other than to drive. There is an Uber. You can't get Uber in rural Saskatchewan quite yet, so that's not an option. There's no bus service, Madam Speaker. You need a vehicle and you need to drive. So that's why when we stand on our feet and talk about the carbon tax, and I'm trying to lay out some of the arguments that my fellow Liberals and NDPs will throw back at me, why some of the people we represent do feel a little bit jaded when it comes to this government's policies, because they feel over the last 8 years they've really been left behind in Western Canada. And another thing that I would ask is, it's getting tougher and tougher to see any paycheck at the end of the month. Heck, even halfway through the month, some people are running out of paychecks. A lot of people probably had Lobby Day on the Hill with the food banks across Canada that were here. Well, Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity to talk to the food bank CEO from Regina, and there's some numbers that are staggering, Madam Speaker. They call them points of service when people come in and get food, Madam Speaker. In Regina, last year, the point of services was 120,375. That's a lot of people coming to get food in the city the size of Regina. This year, the point of service is 171,451. And that's a number, but these are people and these are families. That's a 42% increase, Madam Speaker. So when we hear about the budget being so good, and we've never had it so good, Canada is at the top in G7 numbers for GDP, debt to GDP ratio, well, that doesn't really sink home. Because a lot of people are asking and saying, if the country's in so good a shape, and the country has so much money, why isn't there more money in the pockets of Canadians? Why don't they have more money to make it to the end of the month if the government's doing so well? And I think that's a question that my Liberal colleagues and their junior partners, the NDP, they can't answer. Because they stand up day in and day out to the finance minister talking about how good it is in Canada and how everyone should be happy, except there's 1 in 5 Canadians skipping meals. There's 1.5 million people using the food bank every month. Food bank usage in Regina has gone up 42%, Madam Speaker. There's students that are literally sleeping on couches because they can't afford rent. That doesn't sound like a country that's doing very well. So when we say we should scrap the carbon tax 1 and carbon tax 2, it's on behalf of our constituents we rise up and talk about these issues and why we think they deserve to keep more of their hard-earned money, Madam Speaker. Because at the end of the day, if the policy's not working, it's literally the definition of insanity to keep on increasing it and doing the same thing and having the same result, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention today. I will pay him the same compliment he paid me, which is that he is very well versed and knows how to get up and stand on his feet and speak to a topic for an extended period of time, and I appreciated him doing that today. My question for him is that he, and I've heard him say this a few times in the past, that when we talk about the decrease in GHG emissions in Canada since between 19 and 2021, Canada has actually decreased in a percentage more than 5 out of the other 6 G7 countries, and that's as a percentage. But he always kind of comes back with that and says, well, there was a pandemic then. Unfortunately, for that argument, while there is a pandemic and since the pandemic, our economy continues to grow despite the fact that we are still seeing those reductions. Can you explain how the economy can grow and the pandemic can shrink it at the same time?
The Honourable Member for Regina Luan.
Madam Speaker, it's quite sad that it can only brag about lowering emissions when they locked Canadians down where they literally couldn't drive, Madam Speaker. And when you talk about the jobs that they have created, they're not even at or near where they were in 2017-18 levels, because before that, they actually stripped the jobs out of the Western oil and gas sector because they lost 100,000 jobs in 2017-2018 in the oil and gas sector alone. So if they want to talk about when an economy is thriving, they should really figure out that the economy of Canada actually has all the provinces should be involved in that economy, and they shouldn't just hit one economy over the head again and again with poor policies and lose jobs in that sector and think they're growing an economy, where they should look at it as a whole of Canada approach and actually try and make sure all Canadians can go to work.
Honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a bit of a hard time listening to my Conservative colleagues who talk about the carbon tax and people who have trouble making ends meet and resorting to food banks. And you know why I have a bit of a hard time? It's because I've heard the member for Carleton, the leader of the official opposition, say that there are people going to food banks asking for medical assistance in dying. It's so ridiculous. I think it's self-discrediting. And I have a hard time understanding the Conservatives' objective when they say they want to help people who are in difficulty. I don't know anyone who's going to a food bank looking for MAID. It's actually harmful to people who need MAID. What does my colleague think of that, the honourable member?
Madam Speaker, I believe he doesn't know all Canadians. Our leader has given examples of when this has happened at food banks, and it's actually admonishment of this government and the junior partners that hold them up sometimes. Lots of times the Bloc will vote with Liberals, and it's actually quite disturbing to me that they vote for the Liberals. It's also disturbing that the Bloc sit in the House and try and break up our country every day, but they get to sit here, Madam Speaker. So we'll keep on talking about our policies and platforms that will move all Canadians forward, and they can talk about really whatever they want.
And comments, the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't disagree with the honourable member that people are suffering. They're struggling. They're desperately trying to get by, and yet there are those in this country who are earning such incredible profits, and a huge group of them are within oil and gas. And so when the NDP has called for has used its opposition day motions, has repeatedly called for this House to support a windfall excess profits tax, this Conservative member votes against it. I would like for him to explain exactly why he would do that when those profits, those taxes, could go to supporting people, those same people that he says are suffering.
The honourable member for Regina Lewin.
First and foremost, Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate Danielle Smith and the UCP on their victory over the NDP in Alberta a couple nights ago. I don't know what kind of party would have the leader lead them after 2 devastating losses, but at least the member from Burnaby has some company now, and Rachel Notley losing 2 elections as well. But this is what the NDP do. They try and divide and separate Canadians. You know, people that are running businesses, they make extra money, they can hire another person, Madam Speaker. Another person can go to work. This is why the NDP continue to fail and becoming more and more irrelevant across Canada. Their party actually should just stand for no damn point anymore.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
House and speak on important issues, and when we're speaking about climate change and how we fight climate change, how we reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and how we strengthen our economy while improving our environment, that's a very important conversation for all Canadians here in Ottawa and across this blessed country. Madame la Présidente, before I begin my formal remarks, you know, today, June 1st, the International Energy Agency released their annual, or their report on the renewable energy market, the global renewable energy market in the world. And one of the comments they made was that the forecast capacity of solar and wind is going to hit 4,500 gigawatts. And that 4,500 number is the amount of power output today that is produced by both China and the United States together. That is where the world is going, Madame la Présidente. Before I can continue, I would like to say, je me fais plaisir de dire, my time with the honourable member and parliamentary secretary from the wonderful riding of Milton, just west of me. So they'll be able to take the floor after I'm done. Thank you, Madame la Présidente, and it's great to see the parliamentary secretary here. So with this renewable energy market, the report by the IEA, it just goes to show how much and how quickly the world is transitioning to renewable energy sources. And we must put that in context, because what we're discussing here today is very relevant to that, because we are discussing a price on an externality that we want to reduce, as we say in economics. And it's very important that we continue to put in place policies. And this is one of the policies our government has put in place within a plethora of policies, a number of policies that we put in place, whether it's tax credits for carbon sequestration, whether it's the clean fuel regulations, whether it's looking at alternative investing in the battery sector, in the transition for the auto sector, something I'm very familiar with. There are literally a multitude of different pillars that we put in place that will lead and strengthen our economy, that will strengthen lead to a healthier and cleaner environment, and that is the future. And that is where the world is going. The United States is going there. China's even going there. Europe's going there. 440 gigawatts will be added just in renewable power in the world this coming year, according to today's report. Now to my formal remarks on today's opposition motion. Madame la Présidente, j'ai le privilège aujourd'hui de m'adresser à mes collègues.
I have the privilege of addressing my colleagues in the House of Commons on this motion on carbon pollution pricing. Carbon pollution pricing is one of the most effective ways to encourage emission reductions and investments needed to decarbonize the economy. It allows industry, households, and businesses to choose the best way to reduce their emissions rather than having the government dictate those methods. Pricing carbon pollution is a cornerstone of Canada's plan to achieve 2030 targets and carbon neutrality by 2050. Effective and comparable pricing of carbon pollution across Canada is essential to achieving these goals.
2050. Mettre l'approche pan-canadienne de tarification.
Putting the Canada-wide approach to pricing carbon pollution on pause or changing it midstream would create significant uncertainty, particularly for industry and the credit markets, and would slow down much-needed investment in clean technologies such as carbon capture, use, and sequestration. The impact of carbon pollution pricing on energy costs can be mitigated by returning revenues to households and businesses and through other types of federal funds and programs. This is the approach our government has taken to return 90% of the proceeds of the federal fuel levy to Canadians in provinces where the levy applies and where governments haven't proposed their own plans that meet the requirements of the federal model. In the Atlantic provinces, where heating oil will be subject to carbon pollution pricing for the first time next winter, the majority of households in Newfoundland and Labrador, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and PEI that pay the federal fuel levy, they will receive more in payment for the climate action incentive than the increased costs generated by the federal levy. For example, Madam Speaker, a family of 4 in Newfoundland and Labrador will get rebates of $328 every 4 months in 2023, in advance of the expenses incurred by the increase in the federal levy. Our government is well aware of this increase, which is why we made sure from the outset that all families who would have to pay the federal fuel tax would have the financial means to pay it or to modernize their fossil fuel appliances. When they receive their quarterly Climate Action Incentive, or CAI, payments, Canadian households can use these funds as they wish. For example, households can use it to offset the cost of charging for carbon pollution. This is one of the reasons why these payments are sent to Canadians before the cost of the federal levy are incurred. Other households can take steps to reduce their energy consumption and come out even further ahead, since they get the same amount of payment from the CAI while consuming less fuel. In addition to the Climate Action Incentive payments, our government has announced $500 million since September 2022 that will be made available to Canadian households to help them give up expensive heating oil. This includes $250 million for the Low Carbon Economy Fund and another $250 million for the Affordable Home Heating Oil to Heat Pump Conversion Grant, a new component of the Canadian Green Housing Initiative headed by my colleague at Natural Resources.
Madame la Présidente, vient.
Our government is also helping small and medium-sized businesses so that they can also upgrade their equipment and their methods in order to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions and mitigate the repercussions of the federal levy on fossil fuels when these apply in their provinces and territories. For example, we're talking about $2.5 billion of proceeds from the federal levy that will be returned to my department through a new program targeting small and medium-sized businesses that depend on trade and that produce high emissions in the provinces where the levy already applied. Before 2023, that is Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario. Our government has also pledged to reinvest, thanks to a joint approach, 1% of the proceeds of the levy on the fuel that is collected in Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta for the benefit of, or rather for Indigenous beneficiaries in these provinces through co-developed programs. Let's be clear, Madam Speaker, our government has shown on many occasions that a majority of Canadians who pay the federal levy on fuel, that is, over 8 out of 10 of them, receive more through the incentive payment than they actually pay in the levy in a single year, and therefore are in a better financial situation. In the provinces and territories that have established their own pollution pricing program, the governments of these provinces can use the proceeds of their own pollution pricing as they see fit. For example, they can use them to pay the climate action incentive that is similar to the federal model, or to reduce taxes for their taxpayers if they wish. This motion also reports on pollution pricing as one of the causes of inflation in Canada, but that is simply not the case. I need to interrupt the honourable member.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member from Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very interested in the PBO, on the report of the PBO, and we realize that the costs are quite high for households, and especially for provinces such as Newfoundland and Labrador, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. So we realize that the provinces where the gas and oil industry is the greatest part of the economy are the people who pay, are the provinces that are paying for this measure. So should we not try and encourage those provinces to develop fossil fuel alternatives so that when we have similar standards in the future, that households don't have to bear the cost? Wouldn't that be the solution? Developing alternatives to, for example, gas-based transportation? The honourable member. I'd like to thank my colleague from Mirabel for his question. It's a very important question. For example,
Electricity system by 2035. We will need to work with those provinces that are not yet there. We will need to put in incentives to ensure they get there. We need to have a clean electrical grid, much like they do in the province of Quebec at this moment in time through hydroelectricity. Where that's not the case in other provinces, we need to create incentives and so forth for them to achieve those goals without penalizing the residents of those provinces. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the colleague for his presentation. The question I have for him is in regards to affordability. That's one thing we're hearing over and over again from Canadians is they cannot afford another carbon tax. They can't afford any more taxes as they try to just basically feed their families. So wouldn't he suggest or wouldn't he agree it'd be better, instead of doubling down on the carbon tax, which has not produced the desired results that they were expecting, to look at other ways like the U.S. has and Australia has? Why would he insist on doubling down on a carbon tax that when it's not working again?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank my honourable colleague from the Prairies, who I chat with quite frequently and consider a very good friend. I think if you look at the numbers that have come out here in Canada in terms of where our emissions are going, and so forth, they are going down the right trajectory. We are making those key targeted investments. And the great thing is the private sector is making those wonderful targeted investments in assets across this country in non-renewable power. I believe there was an announcement today by a foreign direct investment by a Greek company to build the largest solar facility in the province of Alberta, which will be providing energy, electricity for over 200,000 homes. We see the province of Alberta leading in terms of non-renewable investment, in terms of investments where they're decarbonizing their great petrochemical sector, the great oil and gas sector, which we know supports the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of Canadians throughout this country. Thank you, Madame the President.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. While we're talking about emissions reductions and decarbonization, I wanted to take this opportunity to ask about the Kivalliq hydro fiber link project that was announced in the budget, but no amounts were provided as to how much this government would invest to ensure that the Kivalliq hydro fiber link project can proceed. Can the member please describe to this House what the investments will be made so that Nunavut can contribute to decarbonization as well?
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Honourable Member from Nunavut for their intervention today, and I thank the Honourable Member for the intervention during question period. I was listening, and I wish to say thank you for that. In terms of what was in the budget, obviously pieces from the budget flow into the Budget Implementations Act 1, and then most likely in the fall. I hope to see more investments by our government in renewable energy, much like we see on the report today from the IEA on the renewable energy marketing in the world. Whether it's here in Canada, we need to continue that pace. We see it throughout the world, and it has to happen in northern Canada as well, because we know the cost of living in northern Canada, and the use of such things as diesel for sure needs to be replaced with clean energy sources so we can lower greenhouse gas emissions. A win for the environment, and a win for the economy, and a win for the affordability for Canadians.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's an honour to rise today to discuss this Conservative Opposition Day motion. They've been quite persistent on talking about the price on pollution, and I just want to point out, as we have many times, that they campaigned on a worse version of the price on pollution. They campaigned on a promise to have some sort of a bank account where you get deposits. It was the more you burn, the more you earn, is how it was characterized by many. The idea was that you'd be able to spend money on things like bikes and other, I suppose, non-emitting transport methodologies or whatever, but they failed in that attempt to convince Canadians they had a real plan for the environment. They have not proposed any real plan to fight climate change, and this is in the context of so much of many of their constituencies. It doesn't really matter who's representing a constituency, but right now Canada is experiencing some of the worst wildfires ever, and that is a fact. That is a fact that's going to be probably worse in the future due to climate change. Climate change worsens these wildfires. It also makes them more frequent. The dryness in our environment following the winter is influenced by climate change, and it's something that the Conservatives just refuse to accept. They refuse to accept that climate change is having an impact on our environment, and these forest fires, as well as severe weather events that continually have really devastating impacts on communities as well as our economy, Madam Speaker. So I just want to spend a moment to say thank you to firefighters across the country who are battling these blazes. They are holding them at bay in many cases. They're saving people from these horrible wildfires. And I thank them for their really hard work, their valiant efforts in providing that safety and doing what they can to put out these fires. And on this side, in here, Canadians might feel helpless a little bit. We don't feel helpless. We're going to stand up and we're going to focus on fighting climate change in the ways that we can, with good policies and with better plans for the future. So with that, notwithstanding the fact that on this Conservative Opposition Day motion, there's only one Conservative in the House of Commons that is interested.
We do not mention presences or absences in the House.
It's okay. Yeah, well, it would be remiss of me to go on at all, but it's great to know that they're attentive at least. Madam Speaker, putting a price on pollution is both effective and an essential part of any serious response to the global climate change, and that's why all parties in this House, all 338 members who were out knocking on doors in the campaign in 2021, committed to a price on pollution in one way, shape, or form. We all agreed at that time that climate change was worth fighting and that there were monetary, economic instruments, things like cap and trade or carbon pricing that actually do the job. And back in 2018, Ontario had just that. The province of Ontario used cap and trade. It was a very, very effective way at combating climate change and ensuring that our emissions aren't unfettered. I strongly believe that pollution shouldn't be free. You pay for your garbage when the town or your city comes and picks it up. You pay for sewage when you flush things down the toilet. You should also be accountable for what we put into the environment, into the atmosphere. And the more we burn, contrary to what the Conservatives ran on in the last election, the more we burn, the more we do not earn. The more we burn, the more accountable we should be. And accountability and personal responsibility is foundational to Conservative thinking. So I'm surprised they've spent so much time railing against something that Stephen Harper and Preston Manning and so many others have proposed as very good ways to ensure that we're fighting climate change from an economic perspective. We've actually seen carbon pollution pricing work all over the world, and emissions in Europe, emissions are declining across industries thanks to carbon pricing. It's been working in Canada as well. We've seen emissions come down thanks to our carbon price. We've also seen it work in British Columbia for over a decade. Madam Speaker, I'd also point out that the Liberals brought that forward in 2008 at a time when many members of the Conservative Party were actually in that caucus. They thought it was a good idea to price carbon back in 2008. Well, climate change is worse in 2023, so I don't know why they've changed their mind and now they're proposing that we get rid of a price on pollution when it's been so effective in British Columbia and in Quebec. In Quebec, of course, it's cap and trade, which is another effective way to do it. But the federal approach to pricing carbon pollution is designed with a focus on affordability. The goal is to reduce pollution, not to raise any government revenues, so it doesn't do that. That's why we direct all proceeds from the federal system to remain in the province or the territory where they came from, and they're used to keep life more affordable and to take climate action. Madam Speaker, and I actually have the PBO report open on my desk here on my laptop, and I was looking at which quintiles, like which groups of Canadians might pay a little bit more as a result of carbon pricing, and it's always the wealthiest Canadians that tend to pay a little bit more as a result of having an extra car or a larger car, having a larger home to heat, or having a more carbon-intensive lifestyle. Perhaps they tend to travel more often on airplanes and everything. And look, none of those things are bad. It's not a bad thing to have a larger vehicle or a larger home. It just means that you're probably going to burn more fuel and you're going to have to be more accountable. And again, I'll say it again, accountability and personal responsibility are foundational to Conservative thinking. So I think it's still very, very strange that the Conservatives are railing against this. And I'd say it again, Madam Speaker, wherever federal fuel charge proceeds are returned directly to households, 8 out of 10 families actually get more back through the climate action incentive payments than they face in increased costs. Now, I'd also just mention that in the Toronto Sun just recently, there was an article where the parliamentary budget officer expressed quite a lot of dismay at the misuse and mischaracterization of their report. The parliamentary budget officer does really important work, and perhaps I'll actually read a quote from the parliamentary budget officer because I was reading about it earlier, and it's just right here. Yves Giroux said that the report has to be put into context alongside other costs and all the climate policies, including doing nothing. The cost of doing nothing is actually the most expensive idea, and that's pretty much what the Conservatives have been proposing. Why don't you just do nothing? Get rid of the price on pollution and do nothing the way we would if we were in charge. But Canadians don't want us to do nothing on climate change, Madam Speaker. They want us to stand up and make sure that we're fighting climate change and demonstrating to the world that fighting climate change and growing your economy that they just go hand in hand. So the PBO, the officer, said that he was concerned about just looking at one aspect of the report. Looking at the big picture is highly preferable, and doing nothing would be extremely costly. He indicated that carbon pricing, like I said, is an effective way to lower emissions, and that we should be looking at the full report, not just selecting little bits in pieces and saying, hey, the highest quintile is going to actually cost them money. Well, sure, the wealthiest Canadians tend to drive the biggest cars, Madam Speaker, The Ford F-150, not the electric version, was the best-selling vehicle in Canada over the last couple of years. Canadians tend to drive larger vehicles for lots of reasons. That's not a sin, but there is a reason to be accountable, and that's what I think people ought to understand, is that it's all about accountability and personal responsibility. In 2023, Madam Speaker, quarterly climate action incentive payments for a family of 4 are $386 in Alberta, $264 in Manitoba, $244 in Ontario, and $340 in Saskatchewan. So multiply all of those by 4. Those payments also go to households in the Atlantic provinces, where a family of 4 will receive $328 in Newfoundland and Labrador, a little shy of $250 in Nova Scotia, and $240 in Prince Edward Island, Madam Speaker. And families in rural and smaller communities are also eligible to receive a 10% increase. Madam Speaker, it's also worth pointing out that those are tax-free, and families are up to it's okay to do whatever they'd like with those funds. Pricing carbon pollution and returning the proceeds to Canadian families and businesses is an effective and affordable way to combat climate change while supporting the sustainability of Canadian communities. And the Government of Canada, by returning those proceeds from federal carbon pollution pricing to businesses and industries through decarbonization projects and clean technologies, are also actually stimulating that green step forward towards innovation and a green and clean future through business. That includes over $2.5 billion to small and medium-sized businesses through those types of grants. Canadians want to take advantage of the significant economic opportunities in the low-carbon economy, and that includes through clean fuels. Countries and businesses around the world are making a major shift to lower and non-emitting fuels, and Canada has a powerful position to be the producer of those fuels in the future. So I'm glad to see that we're making those types of innovations going forward, and we expect that those will pay dividends. Those regulations, the impacts are going to be positive on the overall ecosystem in Canada. So, Madam Speaker, I can see that my time is running out a little bit, and I did want to close and just say thank you once again to all the brave firefighters across the country that are doing really, really hard and extraordinary work, risking their lives for Canadians as they save them and protect homes from destruction and danger with these horrible wildfires in so many provinces and territories across our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I agree with the colleague. I do want to extend my appreciation to all these hardworking firemen and folks who are out there in harm's way protecting ourselves. Madam Speaker, in his comments, and I do appreciate the Honourable Member's comments, he said that in Saskatchewan they're getting roughly $1,360 back a year, but they're paying out $2,840 every year. So where is the difference going? If he talks about this being revenue neutral, then why are they not getting back the full $2,840? So tell me, if it's revenue neutral, there's something roughly around $1,480 that is coming out of Saskatchewan and going somewhere else. Can you tell me where that's going?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I think my colleague opposite is doing exactly what the Parliamentary Budget Officer expressed dismay with in the Toronto Sun. Just recently, there's an article, he can look it up, is picking and choosing little bits and pieces of this report and not seeing the big picture. The point is, there are costs to doing nothing, and there are costs associated with every type of regulation or thing you put in place in order to combat these types of things. The cost of doing nothing is extraordinary. We would see far more impacts of climate change across this country, and that's what we would like to try to avoid. I'd also like just to say, Madam Speaker, we need to be an example for countries around the world to demonstrate that when you build up a clean and green economy, you're protecting the environment, and you're also protecting the environment and the economy at the same time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In this House, we often hear the Conservatives use an argument against carbon tax, saying that it doesn't work because GHGs in Canada have continued to climb. Now, I've been explaining in this House to the Conservatives that if there hadn't been a carbon tax, they might have gone up even further, but that doesn't seem to work with them. So I know how talented my colleague is as a pedagogue, so perhaps he could explain in his own words, then the message would actually get through.
Merci pour la question.
Thank you for the question, and I'd like to thank my colleague and friend. I think we're friends. I think so. With my colleague from Mirabel. but it's also, I do think it is relevant in this chamber to say that the only issue that deserves discussion now comes from the Bloc and the NDP and from the Greens, who also believe that climate change exists, and so they know that the carbon tax is a good thing. We have the same objective, and I appreciate that Quebec is a leader with regard to the rest of Canada, but at the same time, Madam Speaker, facts are facts. Climate change is a reality, and Canada has a very short time in which to play catch-up to Quebec.
Speaker, thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know the member for Milton would agree with me that we can't let motions like this one distract us from the real goal, and that's acting on the climate crisis with the urgency it requires. One way that the governing party is slowing us down, though, in this effort is by directly funding the oil and gas industry, the very industry most responsible for the crisis that we're in. In the last year's budget alone, we added $3 billion more in subsidies to that industry. Can the member for Milton talk about what he can do to move the governing party away from subsidizing the oil and gas industry and towards investing in the real climate solutions we need?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague from Kitchener Centre's question and sentiment. And I would just quote Jean Chrétien, so many people's favorite historical figure in, I don't call him a historical figure, he's in good health, and I hope he is having a good day. Mais Jean Chrétien
But Jean Chrétien was an incredible leader for Canadians.
When you're in this House, if the right is attacking you for being too conservative and the left side is attacking you for being too the other way around. Sorry, if the Conservatives are attacking, I wouldn't expect any of the Conservatives to attack me for being too conservative. If the Conservatives are saying you're being too socialist and the Greens or the NDP are saying that you're being too conservative, then you might just be getting it right. And that's why I'm a liberal, is because I think there's great ideas on the left and there's great ideas on the right, and I appreciate the great ideas from my colleague from Kitchener. One of the things that we can keep doing is listening to each other in this House, and I agree, not letting nasty distractions like this motion take away from the fact that we're in a climate emergency. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and just to start off, I'll be splitting my time with the member from Prince Albert today. Madam Speaker, the rising inflation costs, housing costs, grocery costs, the additional carbon tax is adding a cost that has a direct effect on Canadians, especially rural Canada. The first carbon tax, including sales tax, will add 41 cents a litre. The second carbon tax, including sales tax, will add 20 cents a litre for the gas. The combination of the carbon tax 1 and carbon tax 2 will mean Canadians will pay an extra 61 cents a litre for gas. Making life more expensive for Canadians in a cost of living crisis by implementing a second carbon tax demonstrates how out of touch the Liberal Prime Minister is. The Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed that both carbon taxes will have a net cost of up to $4,000 depending on the province in which they live. The House recognizes the failure of carbon tax 1 and call on the government to immediately cancel carbon tax 2. Madam Speaker, not only are groceries more expensive in rural communities, but all of the distance to essential services such as medical treatment. For example, a resident of Creston would have to drive to Cranbrook for a medical appointment, a 250-kilometre return. And if a specialist was needed, that would be a drive of 850 kilometres to Kelowna. Madam Speaker, that is a lot of fuel. And add to the complexity a senior who's on a very limited budget. Now, living in a rural area also requires our food security to be delivered from Vancouver. So now the diesel trucks transporting the product, 2,000 kilometers return trip, the new cost per litre skyrockets, and guess who pays for the fuel increase? And you're right, it's the rural resident, many on a limited budget. But let's start from the beginning of our food security farming, for example. Carbon tax increase will have a direct impact on the price of goods being produced. The higher the carbon tax, the higher the price of vegetables, for example. And of course, adding to the complexity and the price is a 30% reduction in fertilizer, so the farmer produces 30% less profit, and the cost increases accordingly. Now for dairy farmers, the carbon tax to heat the barns and drive all the farm machinery adds significantly to the price of their products. The price increase is then given to the store purchasing the products. So let's talk about the stores. Our grocery stores, they receive the products from the trucks, they pay the farmers for the product, and the trucks for the transportation, and just to add to the cost, the store has to pay for the heat to maintain the operation of the store, including, of course, the carbon tax they pay directly. And lastly, the consumer comes by. Many times having to drive several hundred kilometers, remember it's rural Canada, and they pay the price of the product, which includes the farm carbon tax increase, for example, heating barns, farm machinery, transportation carbon tax increase, and that's the distance between the urban distribution centers and the rural grocery store, and the grocery store carbon tax increase, and, of course, the carbon tax for the fuel for the person to get to the store. It's no wonder our rural Canadians are hurting so much with the carbon tax increases. Additional costs on top of inflation, and again, many seniors are on fixed incomes. As an example, Marion Creston had to decide if she went to a grocery store to buy food or drive to a medical appointment 240 kilometers away because she did not have enough money to do both. Very sad. And Mary asked me if it's all because she lives in rural Canada. Or Tara and Bill and Yak, who drive their children to school and recreation events throughout the Kootenays, and some of the events to larger centers like Kelowna and Vancouver. The carbon tax increases have put an end to many of those trips as they don't have the income to put fuel in their vehicle. And many of the businesses in Cranbrook who are trying to weather the carbon tax increases to stay open, barely. Of course, there's been significant damage as a result of the opioid issue in Cranbrook, and the group this affects are the non-profit organizations and the businesses who always supported them. But the carbon tax increases, along with inflation and the damage from criminal behavior, are making it difficult for our small businesses. And the donations to non-profits are getting smaller and smaller. In some cases, no donations. Madam Speaker, another challenge we face is the rural and urban centres. In urban centres, there's trains, light rail transit, Sky Trains, TTC subway, OC Transpo subway, Metro, Montreal Metro subway, extensive bus service, taxi and Uber type personal transportation, and compact metro vehicle rentals point to point, even scooters. I know, having lived in Lower Mainland Vancouver for many years, transit is not only affordable but convenient. I know that talking with my daughter who lives in Metro Vancouver, many of her friends who are 30 to 40 years old do not own vehicles, and in fact do not have a driver's license, and in many cases have no plans to apply for a driver's license. When I talk with her friends, many have lived in metro urban centers all their lives, and they did not really understand why rural areas are so much different until I talked with them. Madam Speaker, this is a real challenge. The way of life in rural Canada is a bit different than our cities. Urban centres, we don't have bus service. We don't have light rail transit. We don't have Sky Trains. We don't have subways. In fact, in many remote areas, there's no taxi service. Again, it's really challenging for residents. Well, the answer for rural Canada is a vehicle, a gas car, a diesel truck, especially with adverse weather conditions like traveling through the Kootenays. You're going through the Rocky Mountains, the Purcell Mountains, the Selkirk Mountains, the Monashee Mountains, all in one day. This additional carbon tax will have the effect of residents not being able to attend medical appointments, or will have to pay extra to try and get groceries delivered. Students will not be able to attend school events, or children will not be going to figure skating and hockey tournaments as a result of the carbon tax increase. Madam Speaker, I'm a bit disappointed, and actually surprised. I've had no response from the government to assistance and funding. I'm working on with a non-profit group at the feasibility of an electric train from Cranbrook to Yak to Creston to Proctor to Nelson, Castlegar Trail. a small, 24-passenger electric train to transport individuals, for example, from Nelson to Cranbrook for medical appointments. Because many days the highways close as a result of avalanches, and many residents are elderly. Also transport tourists from Cranbrook International Airport throughout the Kootenays. And the Nelson-Castlegar corridor is extremely busy with significant traffic increases. The end result is to try and reduce the carbon footprint. All I asked for from the federal government 4 times was enough funding to be able to do a comprehensive business case. The Kootenay Rail Service Society has completed some background research to support the electric train with funding dedicated to help reduce a carbon footprint. It's a fantastic opportunity for the federal government to show leadership and provide funding to complete the business case. The safety benefits are significant. Here's a real positive project to reduce our carbon footprint with no support from the government. Yet this government spending billions on buying legal guns from legal gun owners, spending billions on getting a handle on our addiction of our opioid crisis, which is truly an emergency. A 300% increase in opioid overdose deaths is truly evidence we as a government, elected officials, need to step up and provide solutions, not Band-Aids. Billions on housing strategies, yet the price of housing has skyrocketed. Even after spending billions, there's been zero impact of those $1 billion on spending in Kootenay, Columbia. Madam Speaker, carbon tax is having a devastating effect on rural Canada and all Canadians. The proposed carbon tax increase will impose a significant cost on rural residents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's interesting hearing the member talking about government investments dealing with the environment when you get the Conservative constantly voting against it. And they ridicule, for example, the Canada Infrastructure Investment Bank, which does invest in large projects. That's why it's there. And we have seen significant hundreds of millions invested in things such as electric buses and so forth. I guess the question I would have for the member is, has his group or the group that he's referring to, have they approached the Canada Investment Bank? Does the member have some sense of what the actual cost would be? But I am encouraged that we have a member of the Conservative Party that's actually talking about how government can actually assist in electrifying our transportation industry.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Yeah, and thank you for the question. And yes, I have reached out, and the actual cost, surprisingly, is about $400,000 to $500,000 is all the ask was for doing the business case to show that how effective, what the carbon footprint would look like after we got the train installed. It's a CP Rail train, so we'd have to work with CP Rail, of course, but that is quite a distance if you know the Kootenays to go from Cranbrook all the way to Nelson and further on. So there's been a lot of work done by the Kootenay Rail Association so that they can, they've been talking with different residents as how much support, and there's support throughout the Kootenays to run with this electric train. So I don't know what much more. Maybe now that it's out here, maybe the member across can give me a hand in getting some funding forward so that we can go forward with that. Appreciate that.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When the regulations on biofuels were published, the PBO was asked to evaluate the cost of the measure. When the Conservatives saw the PBO report on those costs, they read it and they said, hey, wow, there's a lot of costs in this. We should be against this measure. So right now what I'm trying to understand is if they're spreading misinformation or if they just haven't understood the role of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. So my 2 questions are as follows. Have they already seen a situation where when we've asked for an analysis of the costs of programs to the PBO, where the PBO has come up with something else than costs? And so does that mean that every time the PBO does their job, we should be against all measures because they involve costs? The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yeah, we do listen to the PBO, actually, because the PBO has come forward with some cost analysis, and I think I would rather listen to the PBO than a lot of times listening to the government. So yes, I do actually have some faith in the PBO, and that's where we are taking some direction from. But yeah, we do research. We want to make sure that what we look at, everything is fair, honest, and we're open to finding out what the costs are.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Albany.
Madam Speaker, what is fair and open and honest, and what's fair is making sure that big oil pays their fair share. We can look to Britain, where they have an excess profit tax, 25%, Madam Speaker, on oil and gas. Here in Canada, we can't get Liberals or Conservatives to charge excess profit on tax on oil and gas, who are having record profits and at the same time increasing prices for consumers, which the member alluded to, and how that's impacting the cost of goods. But what I find amazing is BC MPs that come here to this House and they know that the carbon tax in Canada doesn't apply in British Columbia, because we have our own carbon tax, Madam Speaker, that was created by the BC Liberals or BC United, whichever one you want to call it. And I think about the member from Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, who actually sat in the BC legislature, who brought in the carbon tax in BC, Madam Speaker, but he comes here, sits in the House, and rails against it. It's quite unbelievable to see this, Madam Speaker. But really, I think the Conservatives are talking about, they always say they're fighting for working people, but 8 out of 10 Canadians on the federal carbon tax will get it back. The 2 out of 10 that won't get it back, Madam Speaker, they won't tell you, but that's actually who they're fighting for, is the 2 out of 10, Madam Speaker. So through my colleague, will he have the courage to push the government to charge an excess profit tax on oil and gas and return it to Canadians? And does he understand there's a...
I have to give the Honourable Member for Courtenay Columbia the time to answer. 20 seconds.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the comment. It's kind of ironic, though, the province of British Columbia has to meet the federal mandated carbon tax increases by 2030. So, yeah, there's a lot of pressure put on BC to meet the federal carbon tax. The second question on asking about taxing producers of energy, we're not in government. I mean, I wish we were, because if we were, I'd be able to solve all these problems. But unfortunately, we're opposition. So that would be a great question for the members in government, not for the opposition. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Such a great presentation from my colleague from, I believe it's Kootenay, Columbia. I was going to ask him a question, but I will get up and speak on the carbon tax. And I'm glad we're getting a chance to talk about that here today. Madam Speaker, I come from Saskatchewan. It's an agriculture province, it's a forestry province, it's an oil and gas province, it's a province with rare earth minerals, it's a province with uranium. It has a lot of things going for it. Yet with the carbon tax 2.0, the province's GDP will drop by almost 1%. 1% hit right off the top with that tax coming into effect. Madam Speaker, the average family in Saskatchewan, which is a rural population by a majority, is going to pay some $2,840 in carbon tax. And we heard our colleague, the Liberal colleague, talk today about how Saskatchewan families are going to get $1,360 back every year. They're going to pay out $2,800 to get $1,300 back. How can that be right? How can that be revenue neutral? It isn't revenue neutral, and that's what they've been complaining about and saying all along. You know, I think of talking to my friend Leonard about carbon tax, and I just need to sit down and say, Leonard, what do you think of the carbon tax? And it's a 20-minute conversation going on to a 2-hour conversation. He lives in rural Saskatchewan. He has to drive wherever he goes. He has no options to take a bus. He has no options for electric vehicle because he goes beyond 200 kilometers or 400 kilometers. There is no infrastructure for electric vehicles. He has no options to take a train. So what does he do? He has to drive. Now, he looks for the most fuel-efficient vehicle he can buy. He's already done that because it makes economic sense to do that. He looks for other ways to save costs, so he tries to reduce his number of trips that he goes places. That's good. But the reality is he has no choice. The reality is for farmers across Saskatchewan, they have no choice. You know, if I look at an agriculture producer, he's going to pay carbon tax on the fertilizer coming into his farm. He's going to pay carbon tax used in the diesel to plant his crop. He's going to pay carbon tax to take off that crop. He's going to pay the carbon tax to ship out his crop. And if he has to dry it, he's going to pay the carbon tax on drying his crop. Now, hopefully the Senate will put forward the bill that actually will give those costs back to farmers. When I hope to see that day that this House has approved. So that's a step in the right direction to help farmers. And you know what, Madam Speaker, indirectly you will help Canadians with their food costs. Reality, Madam Speaker, is when you look at these costs on a 5,000-acre farm, it's going to be about $150,000 a year that they are going to bear that their competitor just across the line in the U.S. will not bear, or their competitor in Australia, or their competitor in Europe. Those countries don't have a tax as punitive as we do here in Canada. So there has to be a better way. Why do you need a taxing system to improve the environment at the detriment of hurting families? Can't you do both? Can't you have an affordable economy and still attack issues in the environment and make sure that we do what we need to do to improve the environment? We've seen in the carbon tax it have limited results and limited success. By going to carbon tax 2.0, it's not going to do anything more except make it worse. You're going to make it more expensive for people to do things. You're going to make it more expensive for people to do things that they have to do. They don't have a choice. They don't have an alternative. Isn't there a better way? Well, Madam Speaker, I'll look at the U.S. They're attacking climate change. They're looking at ways to do it, but not with a carbon tax, because they understand that a carbon tax is so hard on families and small businesses. It is not an economical way to get the results that you need to get for your country. There's different ways to do it. Yet this government doubles down. Instead of actually looking at it in a very serious manner and saying, okay, we really want to look at the environment, we really want to make improvements in the environment, we're going to just take the money away from our farmers, we're going to take the money away from our small businesses, we're going to take the money away from our families and leave them with nothing. So then how are they supposed to make the changes that need to be made to meet the environmental conditions or requirements that are going to be asked of them going forward? You pull $150,000 a year out of a farm, how does that farmer go and make an improvement on his machinery? How does he make an improvement on his yard to putting more solar panels? How does he do the things that he needs to do to become net zero by 2050? He can't. He's just giving all that money to Ottawa. So where does it come from? There's no help coming back the other way. It's a one-way street. And it's not help that is going to make him more profitable going forward. There's no reinvestment in the industry. There's no reinvestment in the rail system. There's no reinvestment in the ports. We have seen nothing to assist them along the way. It's just been a clear cash grab. And that's really sad because they could actually do a lot of things with that $150,000. Madam Speaker, farmers in Saskatchewan were the first to no-till. In fact, I was with Flexico and then Case New Holland that introduced the technology. We were embedding carbon before carbon was really even talked about. We were reducing fuel costs before reducing fuel costs was even being talked about. We were doing those things in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s before it was even popular in the House of Commons. Farmers take care of the environment. They recognize climate change. My dad in the 70s and 80s talked about climate change back then. He talked about how the weather's been changing, how things are different than it was 10 years ago, and 20 years ago, and 50 years ago. So climate change to farmers isn't nothing new. Weather change is nothing new. The reality is, though, they want to do their part, but if you drain all their revenue out of their bank account, how can they? How can they participate? How can they raise their families? What is the future for our food production and our food security in Canada if they can't operate and run a successful farm? If they can't actually transfer that asset down to their kids because it's not profitable? That's what's happening with carbon tax and carbon tax 2.0. So can't we do something different? Can't we find different ways to meet our environmental requirements that actually do that? Can't we actually put together an environmental and a climate change plan that doesn't penalize families? That doesn't hurt that mom and dad who live in rural Saskatchewan when they want to take their kid to the doctor? Or just go to town and buy groceries? Why are they the target? Reality is, if there's some $1,480 difference in what they get versus what they pay, you're already hitting them there, and then you've increased the cost of their food, you've increased the cost of everything else. The doubling down of PACT on them is substantial. Yet if I lived in downtown Toronto, and I have no issue with people in downtown Toronto, I've got all the options. I can take the bus, I can take the subway, I can walk. I've got those types of abilities. I don't in rural Saskatchewan. And that's what this government fails to comprehend. We don't have the options in place. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm going to pivot a little bit to electric vehicles. And I have nothing against electric vehicles, but I live in rural Saskatchewan. We don't have the infrastructure yet. I do believe, though, someday we will. But I look at what the U.S. is doing in regards to emissions. The U.S. didn't prescribe what type of vehicle you needed to drive to hit your emissions targets. They just set the targets. They went to the industry and said, here's the targets, this is what you have to do. What did this government do? They should have done the same, but they didn't. They said, no, you're going to have to be an electric vehicle. Well, the problem with that is, what about hydrogen? What about new technologies we haven't dreamt of yet? What about new ways of doing things that actually meet those goals, that actually solve the issues that the electric vehicle doesn't solve? How does somebody who lives 200 kilometers north of Prince Albert actually charge their vehicle and get it to Prince Albert and get it home in the same day? How do they do it when it's minus 40? These are questions my constituents are asking. They're saying, where is the charging stations? Where will they be? What will be involved? And if I get to a charging station, would I actually be able to plug in right now, or am I going to have to wait for 45 minutes before the guy in front of me has to finish charging? These are questions that should be answered and talked about as we go down that path. Where if we look at the US, they've said, you know what? Industry, you figure it out. You guys are smarter than government, which they are. You figure it out. You tell us what's the best way. It may be hydrogen. It may be electric vehicles in certain areas. It may be something else. That's fine, as long as we hit the goals. And that comes back to the carbon tax, Madam Speaker. Why do we care how we do this as long as we hit the goals? But when we see that something isn't working, why wouldn't we change course? Why wouldn't we actually look at it in a different way and say, hey, this is not as a good way of doing it as we thought it was going to be. In theory, it sounds really great. In reality, it's killing our small businesses. In reality, it's really putting a lot of harm on our small families or our families. Can't we do something different instead of doubling down on it? And that's the frustrations Canadians have right now. Instead of listening to Canadians at the doorstep, instead of talking to them, why aren't they looking for other alternatives to actually hit the environmental targets that they put out, instead of just doubling down on something that hasn't worked? And I guess that's why we're here today, Madam Speaker, is we're just telling them over and over again, the process that they put in place isn't working. Look for something different. Can't you do an environmental program without hurting Canadian small businesses and families? Certainly you can do that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. Just a brief question. First, a comment, though. The member mentioned electric cars. I don't think electric cars are the solution for climate change. I think they're one of them. You know, I live close to a big city, so I drive an electric car. I enjoy it very much. I think you and I were talking about an electric car purchase, and I hope yours is going well. But that's not the point. The point is that there's ways that all of us can participate in this. By the way, I looked it up. Prince Albert has quite a few car charging stations already. So next time I come through Saskatchewan, I'll stop and I'll charge and we'll have a coffee, and you'll realize it's not actually all that bad. Now, my question, Madam Speaker, is about sort of what I was saying before about picking and choosing a little bit. He's referenced a certain number, some $1,000 amount. I actually looked at the fiscal and economic impact for Saskatchewan in all 5 economic quintiles. That's how much people earn. Now, in the first 3 quintiles, Madam Speaker, it's net positive or net neutral. So when I asked my colleague who he's standing up for when he's saying that this is going to cost people in Saskatchewan a lot more money, I want that member to acknowledge that it's in the top 2 quintiles. So the top 40% of earners are the ones that he's saying should pay no or less price on pollution. So, Madam Speaker, the money is going to people who really need it, so will he acknowledge that he's really only standing up for the highest 40% of income earner?
To have time for more questions, the Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
I thank you for his question, but then what he's saying is it's not actually revenue neutral, it's actually returning revenue to somebody else, is what he's saying. And my numbers come from the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and it's an average family in Saskatchewan. That's where my numbers come from. So if he wants to parse it differently, he can go ahead and do that. Reality is the average family in Saskatchewan is going to receive some $1,480 less than what they pay. That's reality. Now, when he talks about charging stations, he's right in Prince Albert, and I have nothing against electric vehicles. I think that's going to be something I'm going to own somewhere down the road too. But the reality is, in Nipawin, in Shelbrook, in Tisdale, in Melfort, in Smeaton, in Canistino, in Carrot River, there isn't or very little charging capacity. These people all have to drive an hour and a half to 2 hours to get groceries in some cases. So this just doesn't work. So put some thought into that before you mandate it.
Honorable Député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, on this Conservative Opposition Day, I've heard a lot of unreasonable arguments, and I have to admit that I share with my colleague the fact that I represent an agricultural riding, but I don't agree with everything he said in spite of that. He said the carbon tax was a bad thing for farmers because our international competitors don't have a carbon tax, and in Europe they have a cap and trade system. But that argument doesn't really hold water. And he showed us the regulations on biofuels, and in this case, the U.S. has a federal standard. California has one. UK, Europe, they all have standards. So going by his own argument, I have to conclude by his reasoning that he agrees with this type of standard.
For Prince Albert.
Madam Speaker, there's no problem with standards, providing their standards are equipped right across the world, providing the standards are set in such a way that it creates an unlevel playing field for our producers. And that's what this has done. We've done it to ourselves. Nobody's imposed this on us. We've done it to ourselves. So reality is there's nothing wrong with standards, but let's have our standards the same as the U.S., the same as Europe, and the same as our competitors. But we don't. We pay more. We compete in the marketplace with our hands tied behind our backs because reality is we get charged more by this government than anybody else does around the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. As I've said earlier, oil and gas companies are showing record profits. Just as an example, Suncor only pays 1 1/14 of the full carbon price in the scheme. And I agree that carbon pricing is not the only solution, but there has to be many potential solutions that we do need to do better to help protect the environment. But I wonder if the member agrees that protecting the pockets of billionaire corporations is not the right approach to addressing this issue.
Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert, 30 seconds.
Question, and I understand the challenges she must face in the north and the carbon tax must present to her. Reality is, though, those companies are spending billions of dollars in carbon sequestration. They're changing their business style to get to net zero. That's where those profits are going. Those profits are going to pension funds that get paid out to members right across, or people right across Canada, like CPP. Those profits are actually distributed to the economy in different ways, through investment and reinvestment into Canada. So to say we're going to grab it and give it to the government, no. Sorry, because government's horrible with money. I'd rather let them pay it out in dividends, pay out to the pension plans, and distribute Canadians that way. I'd rather see them spend some money in the environment than actually give it to the federal government.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Greetings, Madam Speaker, to you and all our colleagues here in the House. Madam Speaker, as you know, I like surprises, and today I was very excited. We knew there was going to be a Conservative Opposition Day, and I was wondering what the topic would be. I thought there were three, maybe taxes, or perhaps taxes. And actually, to my great surprise, I was wrong. Because, of course, they're talking about carbon tax, but I always have 7 or 8 speeches ready for one of their opposition days because I just pull them out of the drawer. But this time they've invented a tax, because not only is there the carbon tax, yeah, that's fine, that's real, but then they talk about the biofuels regulations and they call that a tax. Anyone who's taken Economics 101 knows there's a chapter called Taxes versus Regulations. So even when we're little, when we're just starting out, we learn that these are different things. But the Conservatives have invented a tax. They've made this into a tax. So I'd like to thank them for their imagination. It's really delightful. When you look at this motion, you can see the goal is basically ridiculous. They want to misinform. That's the purpose behind this. And whether it's on this or something else, the Conservatives are opposed to any proposal that might truly have a favorable impact on the environment or on climate change. It's simple. It's because it goes against the oil patch, and because often the oil patch, their goals are irreconcilable with fighting climate change. So we used to import oil from dictatorships. Now they're saying we need ethical oil. We need to use our own oil. And so in Canada, all we use is North American oil. And now they want to take another step. They want there to be a standard so that fewer products are in fuels and more renewable sources. And the Conservatives are against that because they do not want to mix anything in with their oil. And they don't realize that when grains and ethanol are added to fuel, that actually gives them more business in their ridings and in their provinces. But they're opposed to these biofuels, even though it would be beneficial to them if they were included if they were mixed in. Now, these proposals are quite modest, but it involves producing grain and transforming that, processing that into ethanol. In other jurisdictions, they use palm oil. But the fact remains that fuels would henceforth contain a renewable part, that it would still be polluting. And that's why it's important for us to reduce our reliance on fuels of any source, whether they're biofuels or fossil fuels. And now, look, the parliamentary budget officer, and the Conservatives are right about this too. Sometimes they are right. So the PBO also says that this policy could have some regressive effects because producing biofuels initially will be expensive, and there will be requirements to produce, and then suppliers will have to purchase the biofuels. And so at the pump, there will be an effect, at least initially, on the price. So the price at the pump, according to some estimates, according to most estimates, the price will be passed on to the consumer. Well, that's hardly surprising that the buck would be passed to the consumer. It's hardly new. So in an economics course, methods are taught to assess the effects of a tax on cost of production and on the consumer, because sometimes the cost, for example, of ethanol could be passed on 100% to the consumer, or it could just be 75%. And there are cases where none of the cost is passed on to the consumer. Sometimes the consumer, it's usually passed on 100% to the consumer when the consumer is a captive market. For example, if I decided to tax carrots without taxing turnips, then consumers could switch. They could switch from buying carrots to turnips or vice versa. But when the consumer has no choice, then you have what you call a captive market. And so the provinces where the tax is hurting the most, Newfoundland and Labrador, Alberta, and Saskatchewan. Is that a coincidence? These are places where there are successive Conservative governments. There are few alternatives available. The economy is reliant on oil and gas, and there's an extreme concentration of the economy in the oil and gas industries. So if you don't want those standards to increase prices at the pump or prices to the consumer, if you want to make it harder to pass price increases on to the consumer, well, there's an easy solution. Fund public transit better, electrify transportation, because if you're using electricity that's produced by burning coal, that doesn't get you much further ahead. But there are ways of influencing people's behavior, the consumer's behavior, and those ways make it possible to give the consumer alternatives. So when you look at the PBO's document, you see the provinces where the effects are the strongest, where people are having the hardest time making ends meet. Well, it just happens to be all the provinces where things are going better. It's where they have more alternatives, and where in the provinces that are less reliant on oil, Quebec and to some extent Ontario and so on. So that demonstrates one thing. There are provinces where, because of the way Conservatives think, consumers are stuck. There are no alternatives. Those have not been developed. People are reliant on oil and fossil fuels. And if an economic policy is imposed that runs against fossil fuels, well, those people are hardest hit. And under the circumstances, we have the Conservatives here. The Conservatives have refused to put in place appropriate policies, and so consumers haven't changed their behaviors. And so the Conservative model, whereby Conservatives are always right, well, households are not doing anything because there's no policies there to encourage them to shift away from fossil fuels. And Conservative governments are opposing all these policies. So the carbon tax influences demand, but it doesn't work where there's no alternatives. So just to show you, Madam Speaker, how deeply ingrained this culture is in those provinces, let's look at Alberta, for example. The Conservatives won recently in Alberta with a few NDP members elected. Do you know how many of the days of the election campaign were devoted to the environment? None. That was not part of any party's platform. So the left wing in Alberta is pro-oil. So the NDP were yelling out Calgary and Edmonton because the NDP did win some seats there, and they were doing that just to bug the Conservatives. But the NDP in Alberta is pro-oil.
So that's one of the greatest contradictions, is that sometimes the motion might look okay, but a bad motion brings us to another bad motion, to yet another one, and so on and so forth. And that means that the Conservatives always think they're right, and yet they are simply going around in circles, as I've shown. So, for example, in terms of contradictions, they're world leaders. They're at the very top of the contradiction contest. They're world-class contradictors, in fact. And so they think they win out, but they don't. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure I'm going to thank my colleague for his speech, because all he did was insult the Conservatives. So he always tries to lecture people. He claims to be better than everyone else, but he did say, by giving his speech, that whether it be a tax or a regulation, the fact remains that there will be a direct cost for Canadians with these new measures. So, sure, we could say new tax. It's easier for Canadians to understand. But can't my colleague confirm that Canadian consumers will have some kind of regulation or tax that will mean that they will have to pay more money at the gas pumps? Yes or no? The Honourable Member from Mirabel. I'd like to thank my colleague, Madam Speaker, for his question. I'm very fond of my colleague, and I think that the Conservatives would probably have preferred a tax, because a tax has an advantage that the regulations don't, which is it generates revenue for the government, and it allows them to use that revenue for good things, and they can send these rebates back to the households. So the Conservatives whinge full time about the carbon tax, saying it doesn't work, and so if my colleague doesn't like the fact that I've been a teacher all my life, well, I'll forgive him. But I think that he could benefit from a course on Economy 101.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate many of the comments my colleague from across the way mentioned. The question I have for him is that, for me, it's the principles behind a policy of a price on pollution. And, often the Conservatives will say, well, the United States doesn't have it. There's actually a dozen or more states that actually do have the principles of a price on pollution. So for them to say that the U.S. doesn't have it, and around the world, the principles of a price on pollution is very much real. They tend to say now the far right of the Conservative Party is now saying the principles of a price on pollution is wrong. And I'm wondering if he could just kind of expand on the principles and how important that is to use those principles to protect our environment.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. I'm going to digress a bit from my colleague's question because it is a very good question, but he always comes back to international comparisons, which is fine, and the fact that our competitors don't have these taxes. Now, that's important, but I'd come back to the regulations on biofuels because there are many studies that have shown that these policies have positive effects on the environment, although modest. And in the Canadian case, it's important to compare ourselves because if these policies have modest effects elsewhere, it's because biofuels are replacing traditional fuels, and the dirtier the oil we use, the more effective biofuels will be, which means that because Canada produces and consumes the dirtiest oil in the world, then we perhaps had the potential of making this more useful. And that is why sometimes we have to take the time to compare ourselves. And so perhaps our numbers are going to be better because our oil is so dirty. Questions and comments?
For Courtney Albany.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I find it just incredible that here we are debating a motion brought forward by the Conservatives to remove the carbon tax. And you know why I find it so incredible is they ran out a platform to put a price on carbon, but then they get elected, they come into the House, and then they decide that that's not what they want to do. And it feels like Groundhog Day, Madam Speaker. This is the 6th allotted day that they've used to bring forward the exact same motion. Meanwhile, Madam Speaker, the country's on fire. We're having fires in British Columbia, Alberta, Nova Scotia right now, Madam Speaker. So through you to my colleague, and again, Madam Speaker, the oil and gas companies are having record profits. If this was truly about helping people, they'd charge an excess profit on oil and gas. So through to my colleague, and he talked about imagination, can he share with me about maybe 6 items that would be more important that could be debated today instead of debating the same issue over and over again, things that might help seniors or veterans or actually tackling the climate crisis, ensuring people have a place to live, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. A very short answer, please. Madam Speaker. The Bloc Québécois has also been criticized for their Opposition Day themes. Now, I don't want to judge that, but I'm just surprised that it's always the same thing. But the Conservatives have every right to choose the topic of their Oppo days. But obviously, climate change and carbon tax, well, I mean, we can see that with climate change, there are concrete impacts. And so I think that we can be better than that. Thank you. It being 5:27, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Berthold, seconded by Mr. Small, moved that, given that...
No? Yeah, no, ça s'en vient.
Can you lend me your glasses? Given that, 1, the first carbon tax, including sales tax, will add 41 cents to a liter of gas. 2, the second carbon tax, including sales tax, will add 20 cents to a liter of gas.
No? 3, en raison de...
It'll be quicker if I do it this way. The combination of carbon tax 1 and carbon tax 2 will mean that Canadians pay an extra 61 cents for each litre of gas. 4, making life more expensive for Canadians in a cost of living crisis. By implementing a second carbon tax demonstrates how out of touch this Liberal Prime Minister is.
The Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed that both carbon taxes will have a net cost of up to $4,000, depending on the province in which they live. The House recognized the failure of carbon tax 1 and called the government to immediately cancel carbon tax 2, the clean fuel regulations.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Pat Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We would ask for recorded division, please.
Pursuant to order made on June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Monday, June the 5th, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were the candidates of the House, you'd find unanimous consent at this time to call it 5:42 so we could begin private members' hour.
Does the Honourable member have unanimous, Parliamentary Secretary have unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:42? Agreed? Agreed and so order. It's 5:42. Comme il est 5h42, la Chambre abordera maintenant l'étude des affaires émanant des députés selon l'ordre indiqué au feuilleton d'aujourd'hui, ou je devrais dire 17h42. Orders of the day.
Pendant les députés, prise en considération à la deuxième lecture du projet de loi C-325, loi modifiant le Code criminel et la loi sur le système correctionnel et la mise en liberté sous conditions de mise en liberté et sursis. Projet de loi au nom de M. Paulus.
M. Paulus, appuyé par M. Lehoux, propose que le projet de loi C-325, loi modifiant le Code criminel et la loi sur le système correctionnel et la mise en liberté sous conditions de mise en liberté et sursis, soit maintenant lu une deuxième fois et renvoyé au Comité permanent de la sécurité publique
on public safety.
Hearing the English for a couple minutes there.
There's a problem with interpretation. Il y a un problème.
Is there a problem with the interpretation? Is it working now? Yes? Should I read it again? Mr. Paulus moves that Bill C-325, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, conditions of release, and conditional sentences, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety, National and Public Safety. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to be here to speak to my bill, which is, in my opinion, very important, because there are many members in this House who realize that we must do something to fix the chaos in our streets and communities, which used to be peaceful. As parliamentarians, we work for the public, and our role is to pass bills that will improve the quality of life of Canadians. When the Prime Minister tabled Bill C-5, I'm certain that he was well-intended. I think that his heart was in the right place, but now we see that he has to backpedal. It's my country just as much as yours, Madam Speaker. Not only are we responsible for maintaining the quality of life that it offers to us, but we have the solemn duty to protect its citizens. Canada used to have an international reputation for decency, safety, and natural beauty. Shootings in broad daylight used to be a problem that existed in other countries, but now, regardless of where you live in Canada, gangs seek to infiltrate all regions of the country, and they know that bills like C-5 that this House adopted are simply facilitating their criminal activities. Madam Speaker, we are politicians, but I am convinced that when it comes to Canadian safety, when it's a question of life or death, order or chaos, justice or injustice, we all have the same viewpoint. All the members in this House agree that serious crime deserves serious time. Any violence against women, children, or anyone else must be severely punished. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has a 24/7 security service. Everywhere he goes, security agents who are highly qualified go with him. When he goes to sleep at night, they guard his house. He is probably the safest Canadian today, and therefore he must understand the importance of safety, and he must agree that it is time to bring order to our society for the well-being of Canadians. My bill, C-325, has two objectives. First, it would ensure that criminals preclude persons convicted of certain offenses from serving their sentence in the community. Criminals should not be able to serve their sentence in the comfort of their homes while watching Netflix, but that is exactly what is happening in Quebec and Canada. A good example is the case of Jonathan Gravel. He was sentenced to 20 months for having sexually assaulted his former girlfriend, but the court allowed him to serve his sentence in the community. And when we say 20 months, it ended up being 14 months. As members, we have a responsibility to do everything we can to ensure the safety of Canadians. Every woman I know finds it unacceptable that our courts allow violent criminals to serve their sentences in the community. But judges have to enforce the laws that are voted here in this House. You've surely noticed that more and more notorious sexual offenders serve their sentences in the comfort of their homes, whereas their victims are still traumatized, fearing to meet their aggressors on the way to work or at the grocery store. That is one of the reasons why I'm urging all members in this House to support Bill C-325. Victims deserve justice, and they deserve to have violent criminals behind bars. When violent offenders serve their sentences watching Netflix in their homes, that's not the best way to rehabilitate them. The second part of my bill seeks to make it an offense under the Criminal Code for violent offenders who violate their conditions of release. It would also compel probation officers to report these violations, which is currently not the case. This would allow the reduction in the reoffending rate. We remember the brutal murder of Marilyn Levesque by a reoffender who had broken his parole with no consequences. With Bill C-325, he could have been jailed immediately and a life would have been saved. There's also the case of Miles Sanderson, the man who responsible for the knife attack in Saskatchewan. Although he'd been charged with 59 crimes, many of them violent, he was freed and he breached his parole because he knew that there would be no consequences. The result, Madam Speaker, 10 people were murdered. He should not have been freed, but the current law made this possible instead of ensuring the safety of victims. If you feel that that priority should be given to victims and to crime prevention, if you think that our justice system should not include an option for violent offenders to serve their sentence in the comfort of their homes, then I urge you to support Bill C-325 at second reading, as many organizations have done. The organizations who support this bill include the Canadian Police Association and the Montreal Brotherhood Fraternity, the Maison des Guerrières in Montreal, the Quebec Women's Association, and the Community of Citizens Acting Against Violent Criminals. All of these organizations support my bill. Earlier this year, Real Women of Canada insisted that it was time to reconsider the 1995 Criminal Code sentencing reforms in light of their failure to address the high reoffending rates among Indigenous delinquents, including the dangers posed to our family and communities. This is what they said. In the spirit of the reform of criminal code sentencing and the social reintegration of offenders, Real Women of Canada notes the tabling on March 10, 2023 of Bill C-325, a private member's bill. This law provides a much-needed opportunity to change the way we protect our families and communities while also furthering the safe reintegration of offenders into society, which is ultimately the best way to protect our families and communities. A full and frank discussion on Bill C-325 provides the potential for much-needed reforms and greater public awareness of the issue involved. Real Women of Canada is eagerly awaiting to be able to appear before the committee once 325 has been studied and to explore more in depth the recent breaches of the National Parole Board in carrying out its tasks under the Correctional Systems Act. This includes parole, as well as judicial breaches in terms of protecting society against violent offenders. This study should also take into account the impact of the amendments moved on Bill C-325 on the statutory requirements existing under the current Criminal Code and the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. Tom It's important to effectively target violent reoffenders because, as law enforcement authorities know, the decisive reality of our justice system is that a disproportionate number of offenders are responsible for a disproportionately high number of offenses. This association has long been advocating for legislative sanctions for offenders who reoffend during their parole, and this bill is a sensible solution that effectively targets these very specific offenders. I'm continue, Madam Speaker. The Montreal Police Brotherhood declared, "We commend this bill, which will strengthen the protection of the public against violent reoffenders and will prevent dangerous offenders from being allowed to serve their sentence in the community." This same brotherhood says the judicial system must give priority to the safety of honest Canadians, and this bill fulfills this goal. May I close by saying that the reinstatement of safety in Canadian streets and communities should not be done in a partisan way. Instead, we should use common sense. I hope all the members in this House will support Bill C-325. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And as all members are aware, when you take a look at our judicial system, it is a joint responsibility between provinces and the federal government. In fact, we now have a bail reform bill that's before the House, in which there was a great deal of consultation, which incorporated the provincial legislatures and others in regards to what sort of a form the bill should take. As a result, it has widespread support from all the different, from many different stakeholders. And my question to the member is, has the member himself had any consultations with provincial jurisdictions in particular? If so, he could give us a clear indication in terms of what they've been saying in regards to his legislation proposal.
The Honourable Member for Charlotte St. Charles. Thank you to my colleague for his question. In the description, I mentioned the support that this bill has, and it's pretty unanimous, because I think sometimes when we talk about parole, which I know the government is currently making some changes with C-75, what I'm doing is making changes to problems that were in C-5, and I'm bringing in something new that doesn't exist anywhere in the criminal code, which is to bring in an offense to break parole. So with Bill C-325, it's not at all similar to what the government is currently proposing.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis, Matane Matapedia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and for tabling this bill, which I think is very important. I'd like to come back to one element in his bill. He says that there will be a new offence when it comes to not respecting parole conditions. One of the offences in Schedule 1 or 2 of the Parole Act. So I have Schedule 1 with me right now. It's quite a long document. There are a number of offenses in there. It talks about sexual assault and serious crimes. There's also I talk about, for example, leaving the scene of an accident, criminal negligence. So my goal isn't to impose a hierarchy on these, but maybe is the intention a bit too wide by including all offences in Schedule 1 and Schedule 2? Would the colleague be open to targeting certain offences in those two documents, or does he think it's important to cover all offences in those two schedules? The Honourable Member for Charlotte St. Charles. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And indeed, when I prepared the bill at the beginning, I didn't want to create an offence for somebody who's in parole to be put in prison for a minor offence. So that's why we found the simplest way to do this was to take Schedule 1 and Schedule 2 of the Act. But indeed, there are quite a large number of offences in those two documents. However, it's important to remember that the law also indicates that a judge has the possibility of proceeding through summary conviction. So judges do have some options, but I'd be open to certain amendments in committee to shorten that list, which indeed is very long. But the goal is to target violent criminals and repeat offenders.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Mayor Okaktiti, and I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. When offenders are rejoining the communities, if they do it on an early conditional release, they're already required to report regularly to their parole officers. And I wonder if he can explain how this bill would improve a system that already exists.
The
Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles with 50 seconds to answer. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Right now, one of the aspects of the bill is to create a new offence when an offender on parole does not respect their parole conditions. And too often there are violent criminals who are paroled, like the killer of Madeleine Levesque. There was no consideration for the conditions. The parole officer, aside from being able to create a report, didn't have any power over that. And so that's why the bill, and for 15 years now, the Canadian Association of Police has asked for the creation of an offence for when a criminal breaks their parole conditions, which doesn't exist right now.
Debate. The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm here today to speak about the Private Member's Bill C-325, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Corrections and Conditional Releases Act, conditions of release and conditional sentences. Let me be clear from the onset, Madam Speaker. I do not support this bill. This bill would have significant negative impacts on the criminal justice system, including exacerbating the over-incarceration of Indigenous people, of Black people, and members of marginalized communities. This legislation is a backwards step towards failed Harper criminal justice policies that were struck down by the Supreme Court for being unconstitutional. I am proud to have supported the Minister of Justice and our government to reverse these bad policies. Our approach to the criminal justice prioritizes public safety and it prioritizes fairness, Madam Speaker. We recently introduced Bill C-48, which reforms the bails system to further these same objectives. Bill C-325's goals run contrary to key reforms enacted in former Bill C-5, which aimed to restore judicial discretion to impose fit and proportionate sentences that help address Canada's over-incarceration crisis. And Madam Speaker, I was the chair of the Justice Committee at the time that C-5 was enacted through my committee. We heard from so many witnesses about the impacts, about the importance of having judges have the discretion of how sentences are imposed, but at the same time, having the learning, the awareness of what Canada is, what it looks like, and how the diversity of Canada is impacted with our judicial system. And that includes ensuring that there is a gender-based analysis plus. That includes ensuring that judges understand and appreciate the lived experiences of people as they are going through the criminal justice system. And that gives judges the right, the privilege, and appropriately to ensure that they are providing the right sentences to the people that are going through that system. Sentences that are based on rehabilitation, Madam Speaker, not based on punishment. And that rehabilitation is key. The numbers, Madam Speaker, they really speak for themselves. In 2001-2022, Indigenous adults accounted for 31% of admissions to provincial and territorial custody, and 33% of admissions to federal custody, while representing only 4.3% of the Canadian adult population. Black adults accounted for 9% of the federal offender population, while representing just 4% of the Canadian adult population. Black and Indigenous women are particularly overrepresented, together representing 60%, Madam Speaker, of the federal female offender population. The overrepresentation of these groups in the Canadian penal system is absolutely unacceptable. It has gone on for way too long. On this side of the House, we believe in the expertise of our judges. Our criminal justice system works better when judges can tailor punishments to suit the crimes, not when Ottawa creates overbroad policies that focus and force judges to rule against their best judgment and their evidence. C-325 would revert elements of our system back to failed Harper-era policies that clogged our prisons, wasted our resources, and increased recidivism, Madam Speaker. This is dangerous, and it cannot pass. The Conservative approach to public safety is one-dimensional, unfortunately. They prey on fear to gain support for policies that would unduly lock more people into prison while voting against programs that address the root causes of those crimes. This is a recipe for more crime, Madam Speaker, not less. Bill C-325 will endanger communities. And I'm not sure why the Conservatives think that they know better than judges to evaluate public policy risks, public safety risks. Judges know best as they go through each and individual crime. Conditional sentences can save lives and rescue families from division and from despair. Criminal justice is not, Madam Speaker, it is not a one-size-fits-all exercise. But short-sightedness and fear-mongering is the Conservative way. Madam Speaker, take their opioid crisis strategy, for example. They would prefer to do away with evidence-based policies than target prevention, than target enforcement, treatment, and harm reduction. They would prefer to build new prisons rather than solve the problem. Liberal policies have saved 46,000 overdoses since 2017. The opioid epidemic is a health crisis, and it must be treated as one. Madam Speaker, restoring restrictions on the ability of judges to issue conditional sentences is appropriate in inappropriate situations would be a step backwards. We know that policies like C-325 produce negative, disproportionate impacts on Indigenous peoples, on Black peoples, and marginalized offenders. We refuse to undo the good work of former Bill C-5, which fights this overrepresentation and creates a fairer Canada, allowing judges greater flexibility to order conditional sentences does not create a risk to public safety because the current framework requires sentencing courts to ensure that the sentence would not endanger public safety and that it would be consistent with the purpose and the principles of the sentencing. When former Bill C-5 was studied before the House of Commons Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, the Canadian Bar Association lauded the removal of restrictions on conditional sentences as, I quote, one of the most important reforms in the criminal law over the last decade. It's important, Madam Speaker, to understand that giving judges greater flexibility in their ability to impose conditional sentences does not mean that all offenders will receive them. Individuals who pose a risk to public safety will continue to serve their sentence of imprisonment in jail. Serious crimes will have serious consequences. Removing these restrictions on judges allows them to issue sentences to lower risk offenders that not only aim to punish and denounce their conduct, but also focus on rehabilitation, Madam Speaker, within our community. Evidence suggests that this approach reduces future criminality. Further, these proposed reforms are contrary to the government's commitment to fully implement the calls to action made by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, including the call to action 30 to eliminate the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in custody over the next decade, and call to action 32, which speaks to removing restrictions on the availability of conditional sentences. Madam Speaker, I realize that I'm out of time, but I will say again that judges need to have the discretion to give better sentences towards the aim of rehabilitation, and that is why I cannot support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis Matan, Matapedia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is such an important question that we're debating right now, and which requires quite a bit of nuance. Unlike my colleague, I congratulated earlier this week my colleague from Charlebourg-Saint-Charles for having tabled this bill, which I think is very important. I think that we need to go and fix a few issues with C5. C5 was imperfect. It dealt with two completely different subjects, and I'll come back to that. The Bloc Québécois had suggested that C5 be split in two so that we could deal with each element separately, but unfortunately that wasn't done. So now what we have in front of us today is a situation where we need to fix some of what didn't work with C5. So I congratulated my colleague from Charlebourg-Saint-Charles, and I think it's proof that the Bloc and Conservatives can work together when it comes to public safety measures. At least that's the case here. So this is a very short, simple, effective and efficient bill, which would, again, fill some of the gaps created with C5. However, you've probably heard in this debate the Conservatives say that C5 was passed thanks to support from the Bloc Québécois. But listen, we need to put things in perspective here and remember what the context was. First of all, C5 was first intended to repeal certain mandatory minimum sentences and allow greater use of conditional sentencing. And secondly, to provide for diversionary measures for simple drug possession offences. So, like I said, two completely different things. And we suggested that the bill be split, and that suggestion was not taken by the government. So we found ourselves in a bit of a difficult situation because on the one hand, Madam Speaker, we were certainly reticent to support certain elements of the bill. And on the other hand, we were in favor of diversionary measures for simple drug possession offences. So we suggested that the bill be amended in committee, and my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord moved a number of amendments which would have allowed us to keep certain minimum sentences while given certain discretionary powers to judges. We can't forget judges in all of this and the discretionary power that they have. So I think that that was a very reasonable proposal, but once again, it was rejected by the government. And so it was at that time that my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord indicated that he himself would table a private member's bill to fix this situation, because we can agree that for certain crimes, and here I completely agree with the member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles, that for certain crimes, there should be no conditional sentences. They should be banned in most cases, for example, of sexual assault, as well as for offences committed with firearms. But you know, Madam Speaker, how things work with private members' bills, there's a draw to see who gets to bring them forward to the House. So the Conservatives were able to table their private members' bills before the bloc. But if they had been tabled at the same time, or if they'd both been in front of the House at the same time, we would have seen that they were very similar bills with maybe one minor difference. And so that's a singularly important concept in justice that my Conservative colleagues tend to forget, and I was talking about it earlier, and is the point of judicial discretion. So right now, even with C5, judges have the power to acquit someone or to sentence them to a community sentence or to a sentence in prison. And now that C5 has been adopted, it doesn't mean that any criminal is de facto going to serve their sentence from the comfort of their living room. That's just not true. Judges have the option of a conditional sentence, but if they feel that the criminal should go to jail, well, generally they will sentence them to prison. So let's not forget this extremely important part of this debate. And remember that judges must take into account, for example, the risk of recidivism and the impact that a sentence served at home would have before rendering their decision. There are a number of other elements that need to be taken into account during a court case. For example, the Crown Prosecutor could agree with the defense on a community sentence if the prosecutor decides that the circumstances justify it. So each case is different. And so the bill that my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord intends to introduce would include this specific power for judges. And his initiative follows a motion which was unanimously passed by the National Assembly in Quebec last February to condemn the controversial provisions of Bill C5. The text that was adopted in Quebec City and proposed by Justice Minister Simon-Jean Barrette accused Ottawa of taking a setback in the fight against sexual violence, and I absolutely agree with that motion. C5 has been criticized a number of times since it was passed. Because men who've been convicted of sexual assault have unfortunately taken advantage of it to try and obtain sentences in the community. And I'll come back to some of the more widely publicized cases and cases that I believe my colleague used as evidence when tabling this bill.
So C325 would create a new offense of breaching parole for certain serious crimes with maximum penalty of 2 years or a summary conviction. It would also require that breaches be reported to the authorities, and it would amend the criminal code to prevent those found guilty of certain crimes from serving their sentences under house arrest or in the community. So I'll come back to the first part, and that is adding a criminal offense for breaching parole in Schedule 1 or Schedule 2. And so there are some fairly serious offenses in Schedule 1, which include terrorist offenses, sexual touching, child pornography, bestiality, incest, firing a firearm with certain intent, serious assault, aggravated assault, hostage-taking, pimping, and so on. So the list is quite long. And they're quite serious crimes, quite serious offenses. There's also Schedule 2, which my colleague referred to, and this is drug-related offenses, trafficking, importing, exporting, growing, and so on. Possession and distributing, and so on. The list is a bit shorter, but they're specifically drug-related offenses in Schedule 2. And the idea behind all this is to tighten up the enforcement around parole and parole violations. So I agree in theory certainly with Schedule 1, perhaps a bit less for Schedule 2. And it might be useful at committee to delve a little deeper into those and see whether there would be any reason to add or remove some of the offenses on those lists. The Bloc is in favor of diversion for simple possession of drugs, and so we don't want to be inconsistent here. There might be grounds for removing some of the offenses listed in Schedule 2. I've been reading a fairly interesting book on the war on drugs in the U.S., and Carl Hart is a fairly well-known scientist in the U.S. who explained how wrong-headed the war on drugs was, which has involved investing even more money for less results. And here's a quote.
$35 billion each year fighting this war, yet the drugs in questions remain as plentiful, if not more so, than they were in 1981, when the sum total of America's annual drug control budget were a mere $1.5 billion. What has changed is that now each year tens of thousands of Americans die from drug-related overdoses.
In short, it's a very thought-provoking book, and it's a topic that Conservatives are very interested in. But if I were to criticize C-325, it's perhaps in the sense that the list of offenses is perhaps a bit too broad. And we'll have to hear what the experts have to say at committee on this. As I said before, there was one of the first cases we looked at committee was the Gallese case, Eustachio Gallese. It's the first case we studied at HoC in 2020, and this was a man who'd killed a 23-year-old woman when he was on day parole, and he had breached his parole by going to a massage parlor for sexual reasons, which was illegal. He wasn't allowed to be in the company of women without alerting his parole officer. And I guess I'll get back to that at another time. Thank you.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
I first acknowledge that I rise on Algonquin Anishinaabeg territory and that I rise on the first day of National Indigenous History Month. I hope that during this month, especially that we all make an extra effort to learn more about Indigenous history in Canada, and the Indigenous history needs to be more visible. As an Inuk from Nunavut, I have observed how hidden Canada's treatments towards Métis, Inuit, and First Nations is to mainstream Canadians. This has resulted in a lot of ignorance and racism against Indigenous peoples. We as Indigenous peoples generally continue to live on the fringes of Canada's society, and we must take opportunities like this month to move progress on the well-being of Inuit, Métis, and First Nations. There are many contributing factors to keeping Indigenous peoples on the fringes of society. Included are the criminal justice system, decades of genocidal policies implemented by the federal, provincial, and territorial governments, and the lack of trauma-informed services provided by all governments. Bill C-325, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, conditions of release and conditional sentences, is problematic for many reasons. As such, the NDP will not support the passing of this bill. From what I have learned, this bill proposes to amend the Criminal Code in three main areas: conditional release, reporting and sentencing conditions served on the community, which emerged out of Bill C-5, which I will speak to in each of these areas. For conditional releases, unfortunately, this bill will not improve or supplement improvements to the current system of conditional releases. According to the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, all offenders must be considered for some form of conditional release during their sentence. This is their right. Further, it is inaccurate. This assertion is false, as even with the reform in C5, judges are not allowed to sentence those who present a risk to the public to serve their sentences in the community. Judges are not allowed to grant bail to those who present a risk to public safety. I take this opportunity to inform Canadians that conditional release does not mean the sentence is shortened. It means the remainder of the sentence may be served in the community under supervision with specific conditions. Let me be clear. When there is an early release, there are conditions that must be met, including reporting to parole officers, especially when there are compliance issues. This addresses the second element of Bill C-325. Regarding the third element of this bill, which I find to be the most problematic, is prohibiting conditional releases in the communities. Proposals to amend Section 145, Sub 5, in the failure to comply for convictions relation to offenses set in Schedules 1 and 2 of the Corrections and Release Act are punitive and overreaching. Bill C-325 would make all parole violations a new criminal offense and would require parole officers to report all parole violations, no matter how minor, to the police and the parole board. This will only result in early termination of parole and result in offenders being released at the end of their sentence without the supervision they would have received if on parole. Ivan Zinger, the correctional investigator, reported in 2020 that while Indigenous people make up 4.9% of the total population, they make up just over 30% of the people in Canada's prisons. This percentage has increased over the last 5 years as rates of overall incarceration are decreasing. Zinger further stated that Indigenous women, racialized women, and women who live in poverty are incarcerated at even higher rates than their male counterparts. Zinger reported that Indigenous women make up 42% of the population in women's prisons. This is the fastest growing prison population in Canada, as it has increased by over 60% in the last 10 years. Bill C-325 will not improve conditions for marginalized Canadians. It will only further to marginalize them. If this bill were truly about justice, there would be proposals that addresses systemic changes that are in dire need. We need to make sure the system can focus effectively on those who present the greatest threats to public safety and stop the over-detention and over-incarceration of Indigenous, racialized, and marginalized Canadians. New Democrats are committed to meaningful reforms to the bail system. Unlike the Conservatives who pander for partisan fundraising dollars, New Democrats are interested in using parliamentary time and resources in getting meaningful results for Canadians for a more just and equal, as well as safer and just society. Indigenous rehabilitation must be culturally sensitive, trauma-informed, and further support integration into communities. Other members have reminded all of us that there are truth and reconciliation calls to justice, numbers specifically 30 and 32. These calls to action must finally be implemented. Other examples that exist include the TUPIC program, which I hope is implemented inside Nunavut, as it is currently a federal program serving federal inmates outside of Nunavut. TUPIC could help to reduce recidivism and it is a way for Nunavummiut to re-enter their communities. I thank Costa H. Barca and the article called Attending to the Needs of Inuit Inmates in Canada, exploring the perceptions of correctional officers and Nunavut officials for this important information. In conclusion, the conservative rhetoric on their tough-on crime does not protect victims. Bill C-325 will not ensure justice for victims. As such, I repeat that New Democrats will not support the passage of this bill.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kildone and St. Paul.
Madame la Présidente, je tiens d'abord à souligner le
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to commend the member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles on his hard work in this file and on the Public Safety Committee. Madam Speaker, our justice system is broken. The parole system has been damaged by the Liberals' legislation and caused a huge spike in violent crime all across the country. As critic in this arena, I have met with people all across the country, and I listen to what the police are telling me. What they're saying is that more funding is a good thing, but what they really need is to stop having to arrest the same dangerous and violent criminals over and over again, these repeat offenders. They end up knowing them by their first names because they've arrested them so many times. Often they get out the same day they were arrested, and they are terrorizing Canadians and inflicting violent crimes upon them. Last week, 40 individuals were responsible for over 6,000 violent crimes. How are the police supposed to do a good job? Imagine how much better a job they could do if these people were kept behind bars. And we're seeing this if these networks of criminals could be dismantled, and if just imagine how much better life would be for people in Vancouver. That's the kind of thing I hear every day. Police officers are exhausted and they are experiencing serious PTSD problems because they're overworked. No amount of money will solve this problem. The solution is a government that focuses on 1, fighting crime, 2, jailing people and not releasing them on parole or on bail, especially for violent reoffenders, and 3rd, improving the parole system in order to keep dangerous criminals behind bars. This would certainly help the police fight violent crime and would truly make a difference in the fight against armed violence. That's what the police are saying in Toronto, and the premiers of each and every province and territory, they all agree. They've written to the Prime Minister of Canada many times calling for an overhaul of the parole system. These steps would have a true impact on reducing armed violence. But the Liberal government is spending $6 billion, according to estimates, on their so-called program of buying back weapons, which is in fact a confiscation system. And a conservative government led by the member for Carleton would produce real results for Canadians, would clean up our streets and reduce armed violence. That's our commitment to Canadians. We need a complete overhaul of the Liberal system that has caused this spike in violent crime all across the country and led to the deaths of innocent Canadians at the hands of violent repeat offenders. A few weeks ago, the member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles, tabled Bill C-325. This bill would fix many of the major shortcomings of Bill C-5, among them the permission that's given to violent repeat offenders to serve their sentences from the comfort of their own living rooms. The bill would make three major changes to our court system. First of all, parole. Some prisoners who are accused of serious and violent crimes, drug trafficking, and more, currently they are released and there's no consequences when they breach their conditions. The police show up, they find a criminal who's breaching their conditions of release, and they submit a report to the parole officer. This bill would amend the law in order to introduce real consequences for breach of parole or breach of conditions of release. Secondly, the bill would make changes when it comes to parole officers. This bill would ensure that when there is a breach, the parole officer has to report that to the authorities. And we're talking about violent offenders. This policy, to our eyes, is purely common sense. But the fact is that currently there is no requirement to report a breach of conditions for these violent repeat offenders.
Finalement.
Lastly, this bill seeks to correct Netflix's sentencing under C5. The third pillar of this bill seeks to remedy C5, where violent criminals can serve their sentence in the comfort of their own homes while watching Netflix. This bill, C-325, would strengthen the conditional release system by creating a new offense for noncompliance with parole conditions by compelling parole officers to report the violations and any violations of these conditions, and by reinstating the former version of Section 742.1 of the Criminal Code, which was repealed when the Liberal government's C5 bill was adopted. This bill allows criminals who are found guilty of sexual assault to serve their sentences in the community. I hope that this monumental error will be corrected and that the members of the Bloc Québécois and the NDP will support this bill. These violent criminals should not be allowed to serve the sentence in the comfort of their own homes while watching Netflix. They should be behind bars. And as a reminder, because of Bill C-5, a 42-year-old man managed to avoid prison after having committed violent sexual assault. Even a Quebec prosecutor criticized the government for Bill C-5 when he said, "Right now, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Justice likely have explanations to give to victims of sexual assault. I cannot stand idly by given this backward-looking situation. It is clear that we cannot trust the Liberals to protect women and children from violent repeat offenders. With the support of the Bloc and the NDP, Canadians are at greater and greater risk of becoming the victims of violent crime. Only a Conservative government, led by the member for Carleton, will bring about legislative changes needed to improve public safety, as proposed in the member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles Bill C-325, as well as other bills like this one." Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And listening in good part to what the member was saying, one can easily draw the conclusion that the private member's bill is fully endorsed and supported and a part of the Conservative agenda in regards to this quote-unquote get tough on crime attitude that Conservatives do take on, in particular the far-right Conservatives, Madam Speaker. And so that's somewhat concerning in itself. And I wanted to maybe bring it from a different approach, recognizing, and I don't know how many times I've heard it from the Minister of Justice himself, serious crimes actually deserve serious consequences. And there is no doubt in terms of the Government of Canada does take very seriously the issue of crime in our communities and safety and so forth. And the actions to date have clearly amplified that by this government. In fact, the question that I posed to the sponsor of the bill that we're debating this evening was related to the issue of consultation and the work that the member has done. And you'll notice in the response to the question, Madam Speaker, that I had posed, that the member did not do the work in terms of working with the different provincial and territories in terms of the consultation, or at least reporting specifically on what the province's contributions to the debate or the bill that the member has brought forward. At least I don't recall hearing the member saying it was province X, Y, and Z, or territory or Indigenous leadership communities saying that they're in support of the legislation as being proposed by the member. It is important that we recognize that when you talk about our judicial system, that it is a joint responsibility between the provinces and territories, Indigenous leaders, and Ottawa. And to amplify that, I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, one only needs to look at Bill C-48. Very important piece of legislation. The Conservatives prior to it were jumping out of their seats and saying, well, we got to get tough on bail reform and all this kind of stuff. And while they were, jumping from their seats, the government was doing its consultations and listening and responding to what it is provinces and others were actually saying about the issue in terms of how it is that we can work together to try to recognize the importance of having bail reform. And there was an opportunity. It wasn't that long ago when we actually had the discussion here inside the House, and I had made the suggestion. That seems that members on all sides of the House were supporting the initiatives that were being taken in Bill C-48. I even cited some very specific quotes, because we all know that C-48 is very much a reflection in regards to what provinces and territories in particular were saying, but not only were politicians saying it of different political stripes, but so were law enforcement agencies and different advocacy groups, Madam Speaker. The government did its homework. It did it through the consultations that were taking place. I don't think that there's anyone that was coming forward, at least not that I'm aware of, saying that conditional sentences should be outright turned into a criminal breach if in fact there is a violation of a conditional sentence, no matter how minor it might be. And again, if I look to the introducer of the legislation, what we're debating, or C-325, does he realize that, in fact, by making it a criminal offense, and that's what the legislation is attempting to do, you could actually be criminalizing someone that is on a conditional sentence that was not under a criminal, under the criminal code? Is the member aware of that? If so, he doesn't have any issues surrounding that. One has to question in regards to the issue of our judicial system and its independence. They often talk about C5. C5 is important piece of legislation that enabled our judiciary, our judges, that is, to be able to ultimately have more discretion in regards to things like conditional sentences. Recognizing that there is some injustices that are out there, whether it's in Black community, Indigenous communities, that there is an overrepresentation, that we need to be open to alternatives, Madam Speaker. You know, at the end of the day, I have more faith in our judges than I do with the Conservative Party, who tends to want to use the issue of the criminal code or that tough on crime approach in order to generate more money for the Conservative Party of Canada, Madam Speaker, or to appear on a bumper sticker. I believe, as I stated at the very beginning of my comments, that serious crimes do deserve a serious consequence. But I also believe that conditional sentences for people who do not pose any risk to the public, having conditional sentences can be a win-win, Madam Speaker. Unlike the Conservatives, I recognize the fact that there is a high revolving door taking place. We have to recognize that, you know, you lock someone up, eventually they are going to be coming out. And in looking at ways in which we can minimize and prevent crimes from taking place in the first place, it should be a priority. It is a priority for the government.
Yes, the honourable member will have 3 minutes the next time this matter is before the House. La période prévue pour l'étude des affaires émanant.
The period provided for the study of private members' business is now completed, and it is dropped to the bottom of the order paper.
This House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Good night, everybody.